It is a beautiful morning in Ballito in South Africa. Surfers on arrival. That pre-dawn feel as everybody sizes up the Willard Beach location. A semi-cyclonic type of swell continues to push swell into the region here. A few less people approaching the athlete zone as we are down to the final 16 men in the draw. Of course, 5 days back, 80 surfers on the men's format here to try and find their way through the first Challenger Series event of the year. The field has been narrowed down here for morning number 5 as we just visit inside the pensive mood of business ahead for the day in beautiful Ballito. Taj Lindblad, Jim Hogan in there early, Ian Gentile up in the athlete area. Of course, lots of surfers like this young man, Dane Henry, just thinking about everything in and around the Ballito Pro this morning. Beautiful scenes here again on the east coast of South Africa. And as we mentioned, a swell that for the moment just won't say die. It continues to roll into the beaches here. It is a Sawubona greeting from the heart of the Zulu. It is the KwaZulu-Natal coastline. Gigseliers alongside Kai Linder for the call. It's been a lot of overhead surf for the opening Challenger of the year, and it looks like we might just be visiting that topic again today, Kai.
Well, Giggs, I'd love to say that the swell is moderated a bit, but there are still big clanging sets every now and then. Swell is 100% out of the east, though, this morning. A bit more straight on the top bank. Still a lot of left action coming through as well, but there are absolute bombs out there if you can find the right ones. Yesterday, we saw 2 of the biggest scores of the day on those single maneuver lefts, and I think that trend's going to continue.
Well, lots of exciting things to break down and talk about. We are waiting for a call. Let's go down and visit Mike Frew at the beach.
Thank you, Giggs. The call is that we are on. And we went and found Kira Pinkerton, just come out the shore break. She paddled out at 6:20. It was still dark. Kira, how are the conditions out there?
The waves are really fun today. I think it's still pretty straight with the high tide. I feel like it's either really peaky or pretty straight, so hopefully as the tide drops out it'll get pretty fun. There was some bombs still, like got pretty smoked on a few, so yeah, I think it'll be challenging, but a lot of great opportunities.
The paddle a little bit easier than yesterday. How did you find that?
Yeah, no, I made it straight out this morning, which was nice. The last few days it's been a struggle, so yeah, I think hopefully it'll give more opportunities for the guys too. And yeah, I think it'll be a great day.
Thank you so much for that insight. Direct from the beach. Back to you, Giggs.
Yeah, thanks, Mike. And great having Kira Pinkerton in the booth yesterday. Of course, lots of insights into the journey of her pro surfing career, the mental aspects, the physical, certainly the physical challenges of dealing with overhead Ballito as well was a topic when we chatted to her yesterday. She has fallen out of the draw here as we've narrowed the women's field down to quarterfinalists. So last 8 on the women's side of the draw. This is the round before the quarterfinals, 16 men, as we're getting that official call to get competition underway. And just loving these scenes on our screen. And again, you mentioned Kai, a very straight on swell. You heard what Kira Pinkerton was saying and alluding to that as well. Tide still fairly high as we move deeper into the week. That low tide is quite far out, around 11 a.m. So with the high tide at 5 a.m., just 2.5 hours back, still quite a lot of water in the bay.
Yeah, it's still full, but I've been sitting on the deck watching. There are definitely still some beamers out there. There's so much sand on this bank, and the one thing about the east swell over the last few days is it's actually just going to push the sand back in. So instead of making holes, it's actually repairing whatever damage has been done by that big swell, whereas normally after about 4 or 5 days of cranking southwest swell, the bank would start deteriorating just a little bit, maybe get 1 or 2 holes in it. That ain't happening. It's actually just getting shallower and shallower. So I don't know, in some ways I think like the guys now in the sort of mid-tide might actually be better off. They're going to have a wave that they can really attack. It's not going to be as brutal. Whereas if you're surfing on that dead low today, it is going to be a very heavy wave.
Well, just after 7:30 a.m. local time here in beautiful South Africa, and an all Brazilian heat coming at us as we get the round of 16 underway this morning. So welcome to viewers from all around as everybody follows their favorite surfers, and we trust that everyone has already enjoyed the 4 big previous days of this Challenger Series, and into day 5 this morning. Mentioned that swell perhaps being a little bit more straight on. Kai, you were mentioning a few more closeouts in the lineup with this higher tide. We do know that it'll fall out quite rapidly now over the next 2 hours or so. But noticed a few corners as well. Saw a couple of people just jumping on opportunities, getting, again, big combinations of turns. And we'll start intro and showcasing our 2 surfers respectively. Of course, young Ryan Carnalo, just 20 years of age from Ubatuba, is a regular visitor here to Ballito and to South Africa. He has had 3 previous Pro Junior wins here in the Ballito format, and certainly a win a week back in that same category to get a win over Dane Henry in the warm-ups to this Challenger Series. And almost on cue, he'll get going here for the opening ride of day 5. Still big conditions overhead. We've spoken repeatedly about how waves are just really landing hard on the sandbar here late with the opening turn for his opponent, Vitor Ferreira, an older surfer in the 26-year-old in the blue singlet. But 2 Brazilians, one of them is going to be in the quarterfinals.
Yeah, and you saw perfect example of the conditions there. It's big meaty rights. Ryan Carnalo takes off, he's focused, he knows it's going to be the one maneuver, gets a nice drive down the line though, which allows him to attack the lip and really get into it. So that was a good turn. And then Vitor, unfortunately, you saw his wave just running a little bit quicker. He didn't really have enough time to get up and into the lip, so going down. And that sort of criteria of one big single maneuver this morning is going to be an important one, Gigs, because there are closeouts, but if you can get into them a little bit earlier and really attack that lip line, you're still going to be looking at pretty decent scores.
Absolutely. And everybody in and around enjoying its sunrise here in Ballito right now. It's the first hour of light. And of course, the community, the locals, and a lot of the visitors just in and around the coastal paths here, enjoying the fact of an early start to the day, sort of health and mental wellness, all really everybody enjoying their space and time here in Ballito. Of course, the permanent residents of this amazing region just get to live a lifestyle in and around the ocean here. Lots of rock fishing and angling. Love the shot there with the boat in the background. A lot of people don't understand the netting system. It always does bring up a little bit of a controversial discussion, but we have the shark nets out the back, and those are serviced every single morning. And just that shot there alluding to the KwaZulu-Natal Sharks Board and the fantastic job they do. Of course, huge shout out to the life-saving team and our water safety patrol as well, again in 2026. And also tip of the hat to SMG Yamaha for their provision of the wave runners, and of course the official vehicle sponsor of the Ballito Pro.
Yeah, coming to the party every year, just as long as I can remember for this event, really. So eventually a score comes in, you know, first heat of the morning. The judge is always going to look at that first proper scoring ride and really have a critical eye on it, because it's going to set the scale for the rest of the morning and give the other surfers watching this heat an idea of what they need to do to get, you know, certain scores. But it comes in at a 5.0, so pretty much smack in the middle of the scale. And like I said, it was a good turn, single maneuver, not the longest tail drift, but a nice committed frontside turn on a big heavy section. Gets the 5.0.
Sound start for the tall 20-year-old Brazilian. Almost sort of affectionately tagged him as the Winter Vincent of Brazil. You know, that taller frame, his quick reflex style. Haven't seen a lot of him on the backhand. A lot of his surfing has been on the right-handers here through, as we mentioned, his O'Neill Smith Shapes Ballito Pro Junior win over Dane Henry. Of course, got a number of heat reps in the QS 2000 Ballito Open, as did a lot of our visiting surfers, including names like Cade Matson, who we did see falling out yesterday. Just a little look at the opportunity we mentioned, the higher tide. You almost see some of these waves sort of wafting and breathing a little bit as they approach the lineup. So again, wave selection, ultra important here. And then in between all of this, there'll be a lot of bigger sets and closeouts just to keep everybody on their toes.
Yeah, when we've had so many days of solid swell here, it tends to eat the front of the beach out a little bit, so you get a bit of a bump on the shoreline, and that's going to create a little bit of a rebound on the full high tide. It hasn't been too bad this year, actually. It's I think the fact that the bank is so strong has kind of negated that a little bit, because then you get that little dip off of a channel in front of the sandbank, and that's kind of helped, you know, like equalize that sort of rebound action. I think back to like last year and the year before, it actually got really bad on the high tide and kind of messed up the waves. So in a lot of ways, we've just been really fortunate this year. It's kind of been like Groundhog Day. I mean, wake up, hear the swell pumping, look outside.
It's overhead again.
And it's just been endless, and it's been really cool, because I can't think back to an event where we've just had literally for the last 2 weeks just banger after banger of a day.
Yeah, absolute blessing with swell for the 2026 edition, the 57th edition of the Ballito Pro, proudly presented by O'Neill. Just looking at the heat sheets here, very first heat of the round of 85 days back did feature Ryan Carnalo, went along with Jarvis Earl, making it through that heat at the expense of Lucas Austin and Josh Burke. And then Ryan Carnalo to the round of 48, got a win over Teva Bushgua and Tana Watanabe and Dimitri Polos as he makes his way through to, well, the round of 16 now. This previous round of 32, a day or two back, got the heat win, which I felt was a good indication of Ryan Carnalo's mental place, where he finds himself, his approach, and he started getting some heavy caliber heats with getting that first place over Ian Gentile, Joel Vaughan and Rio Waida. But we'll talk more about that, because this is a lovely two-turn combination from Vitor Ferreira. We spoke about some corners on offer with the swell on tap, and well, Team Ferreira have just tapped into that beautifully.
Yeah, the coach is going to have to be careful there. You cover your mouth, you get a yellow card. But that was a good wave. Two-turn combo. Watch this one now. Lovely clean bowl. Comes flying around the corner, just whips the tail out, and then straight back up into the lip. Really nice connection there between the two turns too.
Yep. Nice combination. Be interesting to see now as we start thinking of the comparison that'll happen with Ryan Carnalo's opening ride of a 5. Like the tightness of those turns, vertical approach. Nice combination, not the biggest wave in the lineup. Here comes a beautiful looking line for the 20-year-old Ryan Carnalo up in the corner. Heavy on the back foot. He's been doing this all week long. And he'll just hammer his own two-turn input to the heat. And just like that, we're starting to make this one take some shape here. Nice quick start from both surfers.
Yeah, and I mean, looking at that now, 2 waves in a row that offered up more than one maneuver. So those tapered ones are looking pretty good. Nice size bowl. I mean, he absolutely tore into that first turn, and then able to get the closer as well for both of them. So that's a very good exchange. Let's take a look at Ryan's one. I mean, beautiful looking bowl, really attacking the first turn, getting the lip hit, and then the second turn pretty solid too. It's going to be interesting to sort of see what the balance is going to be from the judges on that exchange.
Well, the vertical two-turn combo now versus the forehand two-turn combo. We'll see how those numbers land. Just speaking to the conditions on hand here, it is brushed offshores. We had a little bit of a southerly puff in the late afternoon yesterday, which seems to have taken. We had a few little ribs and twists in the waves through the course of yesterday as we went through the round of 16 on the women's draw. But certainly there's been a bit of a scrubbing and a cleaning of the lineup again overnight, as is so typical of this region. Of course, viewers that have not been to the location, we are on the east coast of South Africa, sort of similar latitudes to New South Wales and the northern part of New South Wales, east facing, very, very similar coves and beaches, a number of point breaks as well, a short drive away, and just an abundance of surf opportunities and locations. And the one thing perhaps that is a little different is we have a very steep gradient in the geography of the landscape behind us, and certainly these winter months see that colder air creating this katabatic drainage every morning and the offshores. And it's almost reliable this time of year, Kai.
Well, yeah, the land breeze in the winter in KZN, I mean, it's a very rare morning that you don't get it. That cold interior air, the warm Indian Ocean, it's just going to act like a vacuum for that air coming down from the hills. What does happen, though, of course, is that it makes it a little bit chilly in the mornings, but then as the sun comes up, it warms up. And talking about warming up, let's have a look at that Challenger Series schedule for 2026. 4 of the staples mixed in with a little bit of a fresh hit from Brazil.
Yep. We are at the first Challenger Series stop of the year, beautiful Ballito in South Africa. A few weeks away to the second stop on the Challenger for the season, the US Open of Surfing at Huntington Beach. As you mentioned, São Sebastião, a new beach break for the Challenger Series in 2026. And then those big right-handers of Ribeira de Ilhas in Ericeira, Portugal. And then back to Newcastle to end it, as we did in the previous season. It was a start and finish at Newcastle for the previous Challenger. 5 great stops here for this year, and looking forward to seeing when we come to season end, as we get close to the start of the 2027 Championship Tour, who is in the race. And Newcastle always just is such an interesting event to follow from the point of view of who's going to qualify, who needs what. And literally heat by heat, you start creating that top 10 on the men's and top 6 on the women.
Yeah, and straight into the action. Wow, another great two-turn combo here from Ryan Carnado. Getting the 6-1-7 versus the 5-5. So the front side attack on that previous exchange, just pipping the backhand a little there, Giggs.
Yeah, I was going to make that a little talking point there. You got to it. Ryan Carnalo, 6-1-7, slightly over Vitor Ferreira's backhand 2 turns. And let's go back and have a look at this last ride now. Almost semi-identical. Same part of the beach again for our surfer in red.
What's interesting, looking at conditions this morning, especially with that strata swell the last few days, we've kind of been watching competitors sit down on that second peak. But this morning, it's almost gone a bit too straight down there, or you got to look at the lefts. And it's interesting to see that they're sitting right up at the top of the point, right next to the rocks there, and trying to find that little first peak that sort of runs a little bit more tapered down the bank before getting into the closeout from the second peak.
Well, devil in the details, and then we'll get a big set just to wipe all of our theories away. It is certainly consistent overhead surf here for day 5 of the Ballito Pro, and everybody just reveling around the opportunity to get into the lineup. 16 men remaining in the draw are chomping at the bit to get into the lineup, and it's just, I think it's going to improve and improve over the next 2 hours as well, Kai, as that water level drops, as we mentioned, coming up to mid-tide now as it starts to fall, and it's going to present an opportunity across the sandbar for Vitor Ferreira. Here he goes. little bit of a softer lip line there. We think of his previous score of a 5.5, trying to back himself up. And of course, judges thinking about both surfers' last rides. Ryan Kainala trying to drop a 5, which he opened with a very similar looking wave to his already counting 617, waiting for a score.
Yeah, what I liked from Vitor there, though, is the patience to wait for the maneuver. Watch this as he takes off. You know, he's going to eye that big first whip. Now, he could have gone for the turn there, but he waited for the closeout section, making sure he's got a bit of speed and drive. Even though the section was a bit softer, the turn was still pretty hard. And we've seen a lot of surfers, especially yesterday, I felt, Gigs, trying to fit too much in almost on this wave, where sometimes it's better just to maybe cut it down to 2 solid maneuvers, make sure that you've got the speed and the timing spot on.
Well, just watching this overview of the lineup here, you see Ryan Carnalo on screen, quite far over to the right and closer to the rocks. And that is where he's found his 2 previous waves. He did do what he intended, which was to replace a 5, and he did that with a 5.7. So 2 waves pretty much carbon copy of themselves, the 617 and a 5.7, has him in the lead here as we start moving towards the halfway mark. And we'll see how Vitor Ferreira, he has a little bit of a softer score. We mentioned that lip not as critical, a 4-point ride. So he'll now chase a 637. He'll need the best wave of the heat.
Yeah, he's going to have to just find something a little bit more critical. That's really the word for him there. But I'm liking what I'm seeing from Ryan Kainalo. Really solid surfing. His timing is just really excellent. And so far, he's the pick of the bunch.
Ryan Kainalo leading here with just under 18 minutes to go. Stay with us, folks. We've got a big day ahead. We'll take a quick break here from the opening heat of the morning.
Welcome to KwaZulu-Natal, the destination for all seasons. Nestled on the breathtaking north coast of the Zulu Kingdom, this vibrant town offers something for everyone. KwaZulu-Natal boasts several beaches that have been awarded the prestigious Blue Flag, guaranteeing cleanliness and safety for all visitors. Our inland region offers a world of adventure. Get your adrenaline pumping with thrilling activities like ziplining, hiking and off-road biking surrounded by the natural beauty of KwaZulu-Natal's landscapes. Kids will love our animal farm, getting up close and personal with friendly animals. Immerse yourself in history as you explore the rich heritage and legacy of great leaders like King Shaka and Chief Albert Luthuli. Conveniently located just a short drive from King Shaka International Airport and Durban International Conventional Center, making it easily accessible for both local and international delegates, with an abundance of world-class accommodation facilities, dining options and attractions nearby, you can truly make the most of your time in this magnificent region. KwaZulu-Natal, the heartbeat of the North Coast.
The swell is consistent here for the Ballito Pro of 2026. And our Surfline forecast just showing us that system that moved in and has positioned itself on just underneath Madagascar. And Kai, that east swell just has not stopped.
It's really crazy, especially for this time of year. That little ball of low pressure just slightly off the coast has just been slingshotting that swell from the deep Indian Ocean back into us. I'm sure the guys in Madagascar and Mozambique have also been having a final time. A couple of sand bottom points up that end of the world firing for the last few days. But just look at that, 5 to 8. Slight dip this afternoon, but we keep getting told there's a dip and swell in the harbor and then it just jumps up again. So good job, Surfline. It's been a tough week to forecast.
Well, 4 to 5 foot faces on offer for tomorrow as we think about quarterfinals and on to the semis, and then still some swell for us as we get to the end of our window on the weekend. So great forecast for Surfline, and it's been consistent. It has been exciting. And certainly look at the beautiful KwaZulu-Natal region here. This is that east-facing shores, and it has just been non-stop. Free surfers outside of the contest jerseys have just had the opportunity to get those heat warm-ups in all of these coves and bays. Waves for days.
Waves for days. And the good news is I happened to be on a chat with a bunch of gents in the Western Cape Town in Cape Town last night, and the cold front was fully in effect. So that's good news for us. It means that the big low pressure is moving up the coast again. You saw that big red ball moving in picture there, and that means that there is a fresh southwest swell en route as well.
Well, this is beautiful subtropical Ballito. We get to sit here on the beach just wearing some shorts and t-shirts, everybody in and around the warm tropical water, while all our friends in Cape Town sit there around the fireplace. That's okay. Pass us the sunblock there, Kai.
Yeah, nothing wrong with a nice bottle of South African red wine and a fire.
No, absolutely. We love the contrast of seasons. It's a priority play here. And Ryan Canala just keeps Vitor Ferreira off that, a little bit of a swell and a little bit of a sell, perhaps, on that very moment there at the 13.5-minute mark. Either way, Canala did need to just ensure that Vitor Ferreira didn't find himself a requirement of a fairly low one, a 6.37, as we see back into the athlete area. 2022 World Junior Champion Jarvis Earl is back in 2026. He takes on Championship Tour experience in Ian Gentile coming up.
Talk about a contrast of surfing, surfers, style. It's going to be a very interesting heat.
Well, you're just seeing Vitor Ferreira on screen. They're just asking again for the updates. Beach announcers transmitting over the broadcast public address system the scores, the situations, the priorities. So surfers are completely up to date as to where they are in the lineup, and Vitor Ferreira will be being informed that he needs the 6.37 and he has the priority.
Wow. I mean, Vito should definitely go hit the poker tables later. He really sold Ryan on that one, and he's got the priority now, which is what he needed. 12.5 minutes to go. 6.37, I mean, that's really not a massive ask for these surfers, but looking at the heat so far, Kanano with a 6.17, so he's going to have to go bigger. The good news for him is the Goofies seem to have had a slight advantage this week in these conditions, able to really pivot off that back foot, get the tail out the back. So find a right, get a lip line, and throw the tail.
Let's see how this remaining 12 minutes unfolds. Opportunity perhaps underway here under the priority of his opponent. Heat leader Ryan Canala just trying to rub out that 5.7, and just try and nudge his numbers up again. Just talking to the credit of Ryan Canala in the previous round, the round of 32, getting a win, as we mentioned, over Ian Gentile, over Joel Vaughan and Rio Waida in that four-man format. So we lost a few championship tour surfers care of this man.
Yeah, and just hunting under the priority, I often feel like when you're under priority and a man-on-man heat, it's actually not that bad, because you can just move around, try waves, and you never know when one's going to open up and give you some real scoring potential. I think sometimes often the pressure is actually on the priority surfer. But also just wondering, like looking at the conditions today, it is a little bit more manageable than we've seen the last few days, especially looking at those last few rides. This kid can launch really big airs, and I can't help but feel that today airs are going to become a bit more a part of the playbook for these guys.
Well, we are moving deeper into a Challenger Series event here. Starting to frame up our quarterfinalists on the men's side of the draw. We'll see what approaches and what weapons, so to speak, our surfers will go to as they utilize the approaches to the lineup to garner big scores. See if that forehand air of Ryan Carnalo comes into play. 6.17 and a 5.7, as you mentioned, Kai, just setting the pace for it. You feel that that 5.7 is vulnerable, just the 6.37 requirement. Vitor Ferreira just being patient here, and the opposite side of that story, Ryan Canala almost measuring up every single wave that's approaching and moving through the lineup now.
Yeah, it's like a bit of a head game too, you know, when you think about it. Like, you've only got one other person in the lineup, but when you keep going for waves, the beach commentator keeps saying your name and keeps saying, oh, look at this guy. Oh, he's up. Oh, this guy. And that's going to start playing the mind games with the other surfer in the lineup. It's kind of similar to, I was thinking about it the other day, if you're in a man-on-man especially, you know what the situation is, but some of these guys are really clever. They'll start asking for scores and updates the whole time. And they don't really want the update. They're just reminding the other surfer in the lineup what the situation is. And that's another little head game you can play.
Well, so much of the sport is mental. And let's have a look at the numbers established already and the shape of this heat as we go to the heat recap. And Ryan Canalo was quick out the gates.
Yeah, good start. Love that first turn. Just super stylish as well. Got the 617, highest wave score of the heat so far. And then we saw this one from Vitor. He's been so solid on the backhand. Nice little whip. Really got the tail out. And then a little late on the second turn, getting the 5-5. That's his best score of the heat so far. Then Ryan straight back into action. He really is enjoying that big front side whip. A little bit of electricity on the second turn. Got the 5-7. Put the pressure firmly on Vitor for the rest of the heat.
Well, Vitor Ferreira, the 26-year-old, here care of a smart strategic sponsorship with his parents' property development company. Found his way to the round of 16, a 637 requirement for him. He's been working diligently on the South American qualifying series regional rankings, getting a win last year over at Arica in Chile in the heavier top to bottom waves there, so he is comfortable in the lineup here in Ballito. We'll see if he gets that opportunity. He's been holding on to Pryor for quite a while now, Kaya, so just he's very clear in his mind and approach of what type of wave he's looking for in the lineup.
Yeah, he's decided he's going to wait for one of those bigger bowls and try to get the big score, put some pressure on Ryan Carnalo. It's not a bad strategy, you know. He's looking for a 637. That's just to take the lead. But if you can jump an 8-pointer, he's going to put a little bit more pressure on with 7.5 minutes to go, 7 minutes to go. So sometimes we get stuck in that pattern of, oh, I need this, but you actually want to maybe go a little bit higher because you want to put pressure on the other guy.
Ryan Canalo's had experience in the Challenger Series here in South Africa. Vitor Ferreira's first visit to Ballito. He was going to find this one as he goes into a little bit of a drifted turn, gets a nice angle on it. Again, softer inside section. He needed to find a wave that ran, and certainly just moving himself into the middle of the beach for that particular wave. And I'm not exactly sure where that number's going to land. We'll watch the replays. We'll sort of pick it apart. But to me, if anything, Kai, that wave maybe lacked a little bit of energy and intensity.
Yeah, it was a little bit softer. Not going to be a 637, I know that much. But I really liked that first turn. A little bit wild and loose. Drifted the fins a bit. So it's kind of where he needs to go. I think he just needs to find a slightly bigger, heavier wave to do it on.
Well, strategies and discussions for the up-and-coming heat. Of course, former championship tour surfer, one of the smoothest styles is Ian Gentile, and he is here to focus on the first Challenger Series stop of the year. He'd like to get back to a few more laps around the championship tour in 2027 and beyond. He's got to do it here with the opening season starter on the Challenger Series. Judges are bringing us a number for this.
There you go, just watch that. Got the fins out the back. A little bit caught up on that turn, though, now that I see the replay. And that second turn wasn't much, so it did improve. Got a 4.43, but not enough. He still needs the 6.37. And just looking at Ian Gentile there, I have to have a chat with him. I noticed there's a tractor on that surfboard. I'm pretty sure he's made a board change.
Yeah, probably mixing it up between the Mayhem shapes and various other shapers. He'll be riding a slightly longer board as well. We have seen that as a theme. Everybody going to their step-up boards here through the first 4 days of competition with the solid overhead surf on offer. You still see the white water of even the waves that our surfers are turning their noses up at. Strong waves breaking on the inside. And just mentioning Vitor Ferreira, who remains down in second, still looking for the 637. He's had the opportunity at the Challenger Series over in Saquarema. He's had that regional call-up twice now, so he'll want to bring his first visit to Ballito to a result, and he's going to get a left-hander. Let's have a look and see how this plays out. Over the lip, just not enough of a lip line with the current amount of tide still in the bay. And just like that, we've slipped down to 4.5 minutes to go, and you can't help but now thinking that Ryan Canalo really does have a bit of a power grip on this heat.
Yeah, and just looking at the left there, Wesley Dantas and Cole Hausman opening that can of worms yesterday, getting big single maneuver scores. I mean, one of the craziest turns I've ever seen out here from Cole, and then that massive air from Wesley. But maybe not a bad call for Vito. You know, you can get a big single maneuver score, and we saw that heat yesterday, especially from Wesley Dantas, just was nowhere in the heat and then landed the big punt and ended up winning the heat.
Yep, love that stuff. Just a buzzer beater in the highlights yesterday for big Wesley Dantas, who's in the round of 16, perhaps looking for a berth into the quarterfinals. Of course, winners here now move into the final 8 as we take the man-on-man format and cut it in half. So a loss here will represent an equal 9th place in the Ballito Pro standings for the very first, as we mentioned, first Challenger Series stop. It is the season opener, and of course everybody wants to get that first win. It's been great attendance here. Started with a full round of 80 back on the weekend, and it's been already 5 big days as we're in the 5th morning of competition. Clock's down to 3 minutes to go here, and you see how closely Ryan Canalo, our surfer in red, is just tracking. Almost, we use the word affectionately, sharking behind Vito Ferreira, the 26-year-old. And both Brazilians just perhaps still with the thoughts of improving their own respective scores, and Canalo will do that if he has to play a block, but it'll be a twofold function if he does take off on a wave now, as we're down to 2.5 to go.
Yeah, Vito's wishing there was a Canalo pod right now.
Canalo pod.
But yeah, you know, this is where man-on-man heats become difficult, as always. This last 3 to 4 minutes, you've got the priority system in place, and all you want is a wave, but the other surfer is going to sit on you. He is going to try block you. But it sometimes can backfire. And this comes down to how good his poker face is right now. Will he be able to sell him on a wave and open it up? Only time will tell. Kind of looking a little bit flat out there when I look at this shot, though, and it's going to be a tough 2 minutes.
And the other thing that I'm noticing, as we just pan our cameras, both surfers have moved now to the north. The 2 counting rides of Ryan Canalo have come out of the right-hand side of screen, the south side of the beach. So both our surfers just moving around the lineup here. They've gone quite far north here.
Can't help but think Vito's probably decided to maybe look at those lefts again, and he's going to force Ryan to get into one. Or, obviously, Ryan could look at one and think there's no scoring potential here and pull off, but that's also backfired on surfers.
Well, you see our surfers just moving in and out, up and down, left and right. And Vito Ferreira just trying to get away from... Now, both surfers paddled there. So, let's see. Yep, priority change for Vito Ferreira now with an opportunity. Little over 1 minute to go on the clock. You kind of think, perhaps, are we going to see an approach with a left-hander from Vito Ferreira again? A lot of straight-on swells here. We've seen a number of closeouts, a couple of peelers. The right-hand peelers that are creating the heat lead right now, we're way over against the rocks on the right of screen. So let's have a look here as we stick with these last 40 seconds.
This one looks like it was almost there. I mean, Ryan's actually going to have a go at this one.
Well, he's lost that priority, so he'll go on the inside. Perhaps this is the time for him to go to the air. He does, just incomplete, and behind him, the thought of a left-hander for Vito Ferreira. The door is open. What does this wave offer? Comes around the corner, beautifully lets it go, and just gets stuck on that, perhaps a little crease in the wave as well, just to make it a little more difficult. But both Brazilians will go to the respective forehand air rotations, both in opposite directions, and no matter what, those are both throwaway scores. And we're finding an opening result here for the round of 16. And look what it means to this young surfer, Ryan Carnalo. He gets the numbers over his opposition, Vitor Ferreira. And that was a fun heat to call for the opener.
Yeah, and you can see how much it means to Ryan there, but I must say, Ballito has turned into probably one of his happiest hunting grounds, Carnalo. And Vitor, right idea. You really did have the right idea. If you had made that turn, it could have been the heat, but unfortunately didn't make it.
Well, Ryan Carnalo, perhaps he'll question his own decision of allowing that priority to switch at the end. Either way, an official result, Ryan Carnalo gets into the quarterfinals here in Ballito. It is the round of 16. Stay with us. It is day 5 of the Ballito Pro.
This new generation never goes outside. This new generation is lazy. This new generation needs to wake up. Wake up.
The 2026 Ballito Pro presented by O'Neill is brought to you by KwaZulu-Natal Municipality, official host and title sponsor partner of the Ballito Pro presented by O'Neill. By O'Neill, official presenting sponsor of the Ballito Pro. And by Corona Cero, made with 100% natural ingredients.
It's a beautiful morning here in Ballito on the east coast of South Africa. The KwaZulu-Natal region has been showing off with consistent swells in the beautiful subtropical temperatures of this wonderful seaside area. And of course, just such the place to be. It is warm, it is festive, it is a 2-week surf carnival. And the KwaZulu-Natal certainly opening up its arms and really hugging the opening Challenger Series event of the season. It's a good morning. Gig Cilliers alongside Kai Linder for the call as we tee up our second heat of the morning. And this one will be a fun one to call. Former World Junior Champion Jarvis Earl out of Australia takes on the pedigree and the experience of Ian Gentile. It is a good morning as we welcome you to the second heat of the show.
Yeah, morning, Gigs. And just quickly an update on one of our injured surfers. I'll wait till after this wave because this is the opener.
Now let's see how that opener pans out. Just a single maneuver for Jarvis Earl. A 0.5 is not going to mean much. And 35-minute heats being set for competition here. And let's see how Jarvis Earl finds his way through the 2026 Challenger Series. Of course, it has been heavier water, big solid waves. We saw a number of surfers getting injured. Laura Ropp with stitches in her foot, of course, sending best regards to Finn McGill. And then, of course, there's the thoughts of our South African fellow surfer.
Yeah, and Jose Faulkner broke his leg really badly. He was released out of the hospital, but had to be rushed back last night for a blood clot. So our thoughts are with Josie, and if you can afford to help him, his Back a Buddy campaign is live. Just find Jose Faulkner online. He really needs our help right now, a really bad situation.
Well, lots to talk about here in Ballito as we send those wishes. It needs about $10,000, I believe. So perhaps the surf community globally will get behind that. Either way, let's go down to the beach and plug in with Mark Frew. He's there with the winner of the first heat of the morning.
Thank you, Giggs. Ryan, you're into the quarterfinals. It's becoming a big result now for you in Ballito. Quite tricky out there. Looked like there were a lot of closeouts.
Wow, I'm so happy with this heat. Today the waves not easier than yesterday and the other days. I think the tide is a little bit low and have a lot of closeouts, and it's pretty hard to find the good one. But when you find, the wave is good. So I was pretty calm and just breathing and staying for the good ones.
Tell us how you played that priority at the end of the heat, just to keep him in check.
Yeah, in the last minute or 2 minutes, come a wave, and I was in my mind if come any wave with 2 minutes, I need to block him because Vitor is a really good surfer, and I have a lot of respect from here. And yeah, now I almost can't believe.
Well, it's turned into an enormous result so far for you. Your best in Ballito so far in all the years you've been coming here. You want to give the folks back home a shout out in your own language?
Pô, muito obrigado a todo mundo que está mandando mensagem, todo mundo que está aí apoiando, sempre repostando os vídeos, comentando. Queria agradecer a meus patrocinadores, minha família, meu pai, minha mãe, minha avó que também sempre assiste. E é isso, bora com tudo.
Great stuff, Ryan. Congratulations, and we'll see you in the quarterfinals. Back to you, Giggs.
Yeah, thanks, Mike. You feel it's a due result for Ryan Canalo. He's been a regular campaigner here. We saw him as a 12-year-old junior visit for the first time. And this is a first look at Ian Gentile's opener.
Yeah, had to wait a while for that section, but he got up into the lip, and it's such an interesting heat, this, because Jarvis Earl, you kind of know what you're going to get from him. Really aggressive power surfing, very much from the new school as we see him taking off.
Look at this wave just breathing. That one just wafts with, as Ryan Canalo alluded to in the interview there, so quite a few closeouts in the lineup still. So that tide still washing around the cove and the bay here of Willard Beach. A more straight on angle as well, presenting a few more closeouts. So not the easiest to pick out the peelers here this morning.
Yeah, a little bit of a rebound on that one as well, and you saw a few ribs in the face. So tricky, but he knows what he needs to do. He needs to go up to the lip. And then you've got Ian Gentile. He's I don't know, he's like such a different surfer. You almost don't know what to expect from Ian every time he paddles out in the heat. Definitely surfs to kind of like his own rhythm, slightly different sort of turns in his arsenal, and you just really never know what to expect from him. He's got that surprise factor.
Yeah, the more mature now, inexperienced as well. We've seen him in the championship tour jersey, qualifying at the highest level a few times now. And let's have a look at our man on screen, Ian Gentile, just a 3.67 in his championship tour, though. He has got to the quarterfinals a number of times, knows how to put heats together. If anything, perhaps consistency is the one thing. As you look at each individual respective athlete's careers. And on the flip side of the coin, a bit of time out of the jersey over the last season for Jarvis Earl, as he makes his way back to competition in 2026. Of course, Jarvis Earl's gone well at the Challenger Series before, particularly the US Open 2 seasons back. Priority block off for Ian Gentile. He'll just keep Jarvis Earl out of that. Waves are coming in pairs. And looks like the latter part of the sets also is offering the left-handers. So we'll see if that plays into Jarvis Earl's heat strategy here. As we mentioned, a former world junior champion, mentioned that he made the semi-finals over at the US Open of Surfing, losing eventually to Alan Cleland Jr., who we get to see now in the championship tour jersey. Also, think back to that US Open as well, a quarterfinal over Miguel Pupo, who really has had his own amazing run in 2026. So Jarvis Earl in and amongst the best in the world, wants to get some consistency here in the Challenger Series. This is the access route to the 2027 Championship Tour. And we are at the first stop here in Ballito, 5 stops ahead on the calendar this year. And look at these waves just marching through again here. They seem to be coming in pairs as well. Just see that second one. This one a little bit too much girth on it as it closes out. So again, just it is trickier in the lineup than what it may look to our surf fans and our viewers.
Yeah, it's definitely a tricky bank, and it's also it's so interesting because on camera it doesn't look quite as big as it really is. It can be a little deceiving. It looks like a fun 3 to 4 foot out there right now, but it's actually closer to 6 foot and heaving. But it's also just the power band in this wave in Ballito is so hidden. It doesn't look like it's that heavy sometimes, but when you paddle out, you're going to wake up very, very fast. So these guys just need to hunt the lineup a bit and find those waves that give them the counters.
Well, here is that discussion, the overview of the Challenger Series ahead. 5 events: Ballito, the US Open, Brazil, Portugal, and Australia, Newcastle. And at the end of this, I've called the objective on the men's format. The top 10 men will qualify for the 2027 Championship Tour. 6 women will do the same on their rankings. And we'll count the 4 best results.
Yeah, and then got the info and the lowdown on the QS 6000s. You can use one to replace the CS result. There'll be a maximum of 6 allowed per year, preferably on the same sort of dates and time as a CS, so that it's a double up, so you get to travel and get a bit more value for your buck as a surfer, or at a location that is really worth traveling to. So we think about like Cloud9 now going on the Championship Tour. That would be a good 6,000. And also for the surfers on the regional circuit, they will be able to travel to those 6,000s and foreseeably replace one of their local series results with that score too. So it kind of works both ways for the Challenger Series guys and for the regional QS guys.
Yep, feeds forward and backwards, so to speak, as we see the familiar face of Wade Carmichael, Joel Vaughan, and the rest of the Aussie contingent just cheering on Jarvis Earl here with a bid to get to the quarterfinals or more at the first Challenger Series stop. You see how straight these lines are approaching. And is this one going to offer up something for it? It is. And again, a little bit of block tactics going backwards and forwards here between both Jarvis Earl and Ian Gentile. We saw Ian do a similar thing in a block and a kick out. So right now the scorecard peppered with a couple of smaller numbers.
Oh yeah, both these guys are struggling in the lineup right now. Highest score of a 367, and that's for Ian Gentile. So we're still waiting for a meaningful score to come from either of these surfers. Looking at this one though,
you see a little bit of a water moving on the inside right to left. Seeing a little bit of a breeze the same right now. Just almost dead still, light offshores, about 3 or 4 knots. Just a beautiful looking Indian Ocean here. The water's warm as well. Of course, it is around 22 degrees centigrade. That is into the 80s Fahrenheit. Just a little bit of wind chill in the air with the earlier mornings here in Ballito, in this stretch of the South African coastline. But the water absolutely crystal clear as well. Great visibility. Sitting there watching the ocean floor. Of course, we've seen so many dolphins swim by. They're normally sort of mid-morning arrivals, the dolphins as well. They're on their own schedule.
Yeah, the dolphins up here are not morning people. Like to go grab a coffee first and then come show face. And this looks like a little insider up against the bricks.
This is the zone where Ryan Carnala found his waves in the lineup for the first heat of the morning's win. And Jarvis Earl is going to work this one through. Slightly smaller, if anything, is the criticism of that. But that is the zone up against the rocks where Ryan Carnala found a 617 and a 5.7 in the previous heat. We'll see if perhaps Ian Gentile moves over and goes to that zone in the middle of the cove. See how the ricochet of water off the rocks just making this wave sort of rise and fall a little bit, Kai.
Yeah, it's still got a little bit of a rebound coming off the bricks there and a little sort of bump on the beach. that water is still pretty high, and that's why you're seeing that, but it is going to start draining hard in the next heat or two, and then you're actually going to almost see the reverse of that. Like yesterday, especially with that bigger swell, we really saw so much water movement when it started to suck out, and we're still pretty much on the spring tides, so there's a lot of water moving too. But swell's definitely tapered off a bit. It's a lot less aggressive than we've seen the first few days. And I think they're going to just have to start changing game plans a little bit and adjust on the fly here.
We'll see how the remaining 20 minutes works out here. Right now, just soft scores in the lineup as both surfers not only jockey with each other, but just trying to position in what has become a little bit of a random lineup here. 8:30 local time with the low tide at 11 a.m. So pretty much, as you mentioned, Kai, spot on the mid tide now. If there is going to be water moving and changing, the lineup will perhaps start changing shape over the next 30 minutes.
Yeah, and what will happen as the tide drops out is that wider peak will open up a lot more. It's a very straight peak right now on the high tide. But yesterday, as the tide dropped out, we saw more and more guys getting scores a little bit further down the bank. You can see Jarvis Earls actually moved down there, and I almost have to wonder again, is he maybe thinking, let me try get some of those lefts?
Yep, I think that will be the strategy here. We saw Vitor Ferreira could have got a score at the end of that last heat, the opening heat, by approaching the lefts, went into the air and just didn't get that landing. Had his opportunity to get past Ryan Carnalo. And certainly for now, about 40, 50 yards between the two surfers.
It's looking mighty pretty out there. Beautiful little lambrees, tufting. Like you said, the water's so warm. I mean, you could be in board shorts for these heats if you wanted to be. And I mean, I've certainly seen worse contest conditions than what's on offer here. If you roll up to the beach and see this, you're pretty keen on a free surf.
Well, approaching opportunity, priority being used by Ian Gentile. Wave stretches out, just sort of seesaws at the top of that lip there. It was going for a real sparky turn and then turned into a bit of a step float sort of approach. Either way, it's in the lip. There is an element of critical to it. And for now, Ian Gentile will replace a 0.47 as a counting score. And what are we thinking of this as the judges start bringing us a number?
I said to you, Ian Gentile surfs to his own rhythm, and look at that. That was what turned into a crazy floater. And I know the floater's back. Last year, we saw some big scores on the championship tour with some big tail drop floats. Richie Collins will be a happy man seeing them come back, and I liked it. I mean, that was critical. It was a big barreling section. Did so well just to keep it drifting over the top and then air dropping out.
If you slow-mo that turn, you'll see there's almost two parts to it.
Yeah.
It's like he changed his mind halfway through the maneuver itself.
Well, that takes some skill too, you know,
yeah,
being
absolutely.
able to adapt in the moment like that. That's what I love about Gentile's surfing, actually, is that he really...
There is an unpredictability
to it, and for me, that's good surfing, especially in these conditions. So we'll see what the judges think, but I'm liking it, and I think, if you look at 367, I think that was a lot more intense than that wave, so I feel like he's got to get a better score.
Well, either way, we are going to get a new heat leader here. We are approached and past the halfway mark of the heat. Just a small decimal 0.83 required to take the lead in a fairly low-scoring affair right now as we move into the second half of it. And judges will bring us a number, and there is the situation change. There's a flat 4 in the scoreline now. Gentile now leads. And the beach is slowly warming up as people make their way down. It is only the second heat of the morning. Let's just have a look here. This is that corner of the beach where we are finding the peelers now as the tide falls out. Jarvis Earl, nice strong turn in the pocket. Second one comes our way. That one released a lot of energy. And that is going to be a meaningful number. Here's the exchange as well. The tall frame of Ian Gentile around the section. Just sort of reaches out for the second turn, sets up the third. So a great exchange, perhaps the best exchange we've seen of the heat thus far. And let's have a look at those, because Jarvis Earl really starting to show his mettle on those 2 backhand turns.
Well, what I loved there was that we finally saw some lip line attacks. Just watch this, takes off, beautiful bottom turn, cracks it up into the lip, manages to come all the way around, and another solid second turn. He loved it. But then bonus for Ian Gentile, literally just got back into the lineup, and he got the wave number 2. Lovely little hack to the lip, and then did so well to come around the section, throwing chunks of spray on that second carve, and managed to get the third. So great little exchange. Ian Gentile right now in the pound seat, so he's going to get another score, but I think Jarvis Earl's going to really open up with a cracker there finally.
The judges are pondering that exchange. We're into the second half of the heat. We'll step back for a little breather and a break. Stay with us. It is the second heat of the morning from Ballito.
This is peak summer vibes here. That is a launch.
The U.S. Open's like the mecca of all of Orange County.
The pier is absolutely packed. The beach, standing room only.
Deep. A new world champion. And when it's on, nothing comes
close. Welcome back to the Ballito Pro. I'm here in the Red Bull Athlete Zone. I've got Joel Vaughan with me and Wade Carmichael, both Australians supporting their fellow compatriot Jarvis Earl in this heat. He's just had an absolute smoking wave. How was that last one, Wade?
Yeah, it was good. It was a nervous start. He fell on a couple of times and making it pretty nerve-wracking, but he's clicked a couple now. 7 points. He's epic. He's back in the heat. Let's get it done, Jarvis.
Joel, that last wave, we saw Ian Gentile and Jarvis's last waves, and you also felt like that just had that edge on Ian's last wave.
Yeah, Jarvis just looked really fast. He was connecting really well with the lip, and yeah, it looked really dynamic. So I think Jarvis is looking really good.
Wade, what kind of strategy did you guys plot out for this heat, and is it playing out to that strategy so far?
The mistakes at the start of the heat definitely weren't playing out how he planned, but his positioning's good and he's starting to make better decisions now, and it looks like it's all forming into a good end.
Great stuff, guys. Thank you for the insight. Back to you, Giggs.
Well, thanks, Mark. Look at these turns coming our way. Care of Jarvis Earl, who is starting to really hammer the lineup now. In fact, a third wave there for us. We heard that 7 over the public address system there for a previous ride, that exchange with Ian Gentile. He got the better of that exchange, Kai, 7 over a 5, and he's been working in the lineup and adding more scores.
Yeah, we saw him taking off just as we actually cut to Mike and them, and he got the 617, and then now he's going to be owed a score for this one. Beautiful bottom turn, whips it, gets a nice little drive down the line, a little bit of a bump there, but then absolutely canes that turn and gets a third, and just lighting up the backhand now in these little tight bowls off the bricks.
Well, that was the 617. And what about Gentile in the lineup as well?
Yeah, he got into another nice bowl here too. Whips it. Oh, that was a nice, powerful carve. Came right back off the bottom into another big front side. rail turn and then blew the tail. So gets a 6.43 for that one. Good score. And then we saw this one. Wow, that was an aggressive turn. Love how he just whips the board. You see him just pivot off that back foot and really get the board vertical. And Gentile going to the air.
Wow, suddenly all coming at us. It was a sleepy first 20 minutes or so of the heat, but certainly things lighting up now as we move deeper into the second heat of the morning. And Jarvis Earl, prior to a score, we are still waiting for those two big heavy backhand turns. We expect that number to go better than the current 7 and 6.17. So Jarvis Earl moving in the right direction. We heard of from former championship tour surfer there, Wade Carmichael, now in the coaching role with Jarvis Earl. I need a coffee at this stage, Kai. It's I don't have enough caffeine. I'm going to just admit that right now. You spoke about the coffee for the Dolphins. We need them as well as we get another tracking wave down the line here for Jarvis. That one's not going to pay out, but the previous one certainly did.
8.0. Yeah, he absolutely caned that wave. And it's amazing how you can see a surfer just get that one good wave and suddenly it just changes the energy and the dynamic for them and for the heat, because you got the 7.0 and he's just gone on an absolute roll. Here comes the 8. You see that beautiful hand drag bottom turn into a big power hack. Throws it up 12 o'clock. And that's the kind of surfing we used to seeing from him. And now he's got that energy. He's got that positivity back. So bit of an ask now for Ian Gentile, Gigs. 8.57 required. That's a big number.
Well, intensity and energy in the lip line on the backhand from Jarvis Earl. We just slip under the 9-minute mark. Of course, back in the Red Bull athlete zone, Jake Marshall, Cole Hauschman contemplating their heats upcoming in this round of 16 as we cut the field in half to establish the quarterfinalists. And everybody just pensive and looking at all the moving parts. It hasn't been that simple a lineup to find these scores, but certainly in the last 5 minutes, both surfers, Jarvis Earl and Ian Gentile, bringing us a great set of numbers.
Yeah, I mean, look at Jarvis Earl, 5 waves, nothing over 2.5. It was really a terrible start, but all it took was him to move back. And we spoke about it. They were sitting a little bit wider at the beginning of the heat. And I was kind of like, why are they sitting there? Because we know the previous heat, the scores were coming on that bowl off the rocks. Eventually moved up there, and all of a sudden, bang, 7, 6.17 and an 8.0. And then also the 5 and the 6.43 for Ian. So 5 quality waves within about a space of 5 minutes.
Well, the ticker tape along the top of your screen shows all the scores of the heat thus far. 9 waves in the lineup. Kai, you spoke about the first 5 attempts of Jarvis Earl. Absolutely nothing to hang your hat on. And then suddenly wave 6 and wave 8 just coming together for our heat leader. A look in the athlete zone here. Ian Gouveia coming up in an exciting heat, taking on Geordie Lawler coming up next. Just great heats on paper here as we narrow the field down in Ballito. Big heats, and of course the opening Challenger Series event of the year. Everybody wants that quick start. Everybody wants to leave Ballito in that top picture. Of course, they'll want to finish top 10 when we get into early 2027. The 5 stops with Newcastle wrapping up this Challenger Series. And super fun to call these heats here for the first one. Just under 7 minutes to go. Jarvis Earl's 8 and 7 sets a 15 heat lead. And it is a big 8.57 required for Ian Gentile. You notice a bit of a gap between both surfers in the lineup as well, yeah, Guy. Gentile perhaps listening to kind of what we're alluding to as the scores from the right-hand side of screen, the southern end of the beach. You'll want to go up into that corner and find one of those rides. He's got to gear it up, though, now. 8.57, his best thus far, a 6.43 on a wave 2 previous.
Yeah, he's going to have to go big, and he's going to have to find a really nice lip line. Jarvis Earl, probably clever. He's under priority. He's got 2 big scores. Doesn't really need to go sit on Ian right now. and just maybe sitting wide, thinking there's the possibility of a wave coming through that he's not going to have to fight for. Also, like we said, there's that possibility of a nice big left peak that he could go ham on. So it's going to be an interesting close to the heat, 6 minutes to go. And just looking to that next heat, another cracker, Ian Gouveia versus Jordan Lawler. Wow, in these conditions, that's going to be a very interesting heat. Kind of wondering if Geordie's going to be on that fixed board again. That was one of my favorite stories of yesterday, surfing the repaired board and saying it goes even better.
Yep, we'll find out with 5.5 minutes to go. All goofy foot heat coming up next. And we're just having a look at Jarvis Earl here. You mentioned the left-hander. Let's see how he goes to the air. It's a beautiful one, but it's not complete. Let's have a look at the recap of this heat thus far. Jarvis Earl has done some amazing numbers in the lineup. One of them, an 8-point ride. He's backed it up as well with a 7, and certainly has you could argue, a commanding lead over Ian Gentile as we go to the heat recap.
Well, this is how he fired up, 7.0, nice tight turn. Worked a bit around the section, but came in for turn number 2, dropped the 7-point ride. This was the highest wave for Ian Gentile, a 6.43. Nice looking wrap, just really putting the tail down and just carving through the power source there. Another big turn and then finishing off with a little tail blow. Really loved the amount of power and tap that guy puts on the rail. And then this one just absolutely murdered the lip there. And then going 12 o'clock to finish it off, get an 8-point ride.
Love that intensity of that 8-point ride. That first turn especially really just hammered that lip line. Clock has moved down to a little over 4 minutes to go, and nothing has changed on your scorecard. You see Gentile just spilling the dice, so to speak. He's handed a priority to Jarvis Earl here, and this heat's starting to sort of steer towards a result that you think is going to go in favour of the young Australian. We'll see where this happens. Still looking for a magic moment from Ian Gentile. He'll just keep turning and questioning every opportunity now. You'd have to do something absolutely spectacular in the lineup with 3.5 minutes to go. And now Jarvis Earl is going to have his turn to use that priority and just sort of cover everything that Ian Gentile does over the next 3 minutes and 20 seconds.
Well, when you say like progressive aerial surfers, Ian Gentile is not normally a name that really jumps out at you, but he can do them. Well, he almost had a great looking barrel there, so just kind of sneaking him. But that thing had opened up, could have been looking at a big score. Good news though, seeing a pretty hefty set approaching.
Yeah, waves on the way here as we hit the 3-minute mark. It is the round of 16. We're establishing quarterfinalists. One of these two surfers in the lineup will go up against Ryan Carnalo in quarterfinal number 1 when we get to that point. But right now, it is a matter of getting the last 2:45 done here to answer that question. Jarvis Earl perhaps is going to pull this one through. Strong scores, an 8 in the lineup. The previous heat, the best number was a mid-range 6 from Ryan Carnalo. So certainly, again, the goofy foot discussion with those big backhand pivot turns in the lip.
Yeah, they're just able to really drive up into the bowl here. Ballito, it's certainly for me a big advantage to be on the backhand out there. But, you know, it's always open. Ian Gentile showed that he can get some scores, so here he goes.
Well, Jarvis Earl did not try and block, and Gentile will just go out the back of that. Keeps questioning every opportunity. He's going to use those long arms and try and paddle his way into some kind of space here in the heat. We'll see if that is going to find him in the right place, perhaps a left-hander as he moves. See him just trying to shake this all off now. It's happened quite quickly, those two waves back-to-back from Jarvis Earl, who really was trailing the heat for most of it. Found the 7 and then just amplified it with the 8. And is now in a strong commanding position, holding priority with 90 seconds to go.
Yeah, and Jarvis Earl's going to be at his side for the next 1 minute, 20 seconds because he's not going to let Ian get a quality wave on his watch. He has got the priority. So Ian now's got to start selling. He's got to either make it look like it's not worth going for, or He's got to take off on a wave that Jarvis doesn't want and really go big.
Well, he's getting all the bruised fruit in the basket here. It's all the smaller waves on the inside for Ian Gentile. Nice rasping turn, though. That's not going to knock on the door of an 8.57 requirement. And for now, we slip into the last minute here. Jarvis Earl has done a sound job of establishing himself. Back-to-back scores there in the latter part of the heat. And certainly the weight of that 8-pointer just really setting a high 8.57 requirement for Ian Gentile. You still see Gentile is kind of almost looking a little dejected now, Kai. It's down to under 30 seconds. And credit's going to go towards Jarvis Earl here as he is on his way to the quarterfinals.
Yeah, it's been a polished performance, if somewhat late. The support crew were definitely chewing fingernails there till about the halfway mark in the heat. Liked his coach, though, being rather blunt about it. It's always good to be honest, rather. But in the end, it's been a polished performance. A 7, a 617 and an 8, almost back-to-back rides. So really good performance. And just my condolences to our fellow commentator, Shane Poor England. We'll hopefully cheer him up with some good surfing.
Well, of course, the discussions of World Cup soccer are not related to the outcome of this heat. Let's have a look at this last one of Ian Gentile.
Wow, just a schralping turn, dropping it there. Fortunately, a smaller wave. Wasn't really going to do anything, but nice way to finish anyway for Ian Gentile.
An official result in the cards here for our second heat of the morning. We have established quarterfinal number 1. Ryan Canala will go up against Jarvis Earl. There are the numbers on screen. A 15-point heat total for the win, an 8 plus a 7. A sound job of managing and showing us where Jarvis Earl is in 2026 as he approaches this opening Challenger Series stop in Ballito. Stay with us. We have a special guest and we'll be back after the break.
The 2026 Ballito Pro presented by O'Neill is brought to you by KwaZulu-Natal Municipality, official host and title sponsor partner of the Ballito Pro presented by O'Neill. By O'Neill, official presenting sponsor of the Ballito Pro. By Corona Cero, made with 100% natural ingredients. And by SMG Yamaha, the official vehicle and water safety partner of the Ballito Pro presented by O'Neill.
It's another beautiful day in Ballito. Guess what? Surf is absolutely cooking once again. Ruler edge lines out of the Indian Ocean, turquoise water. That wind just puffing offshore. Still plenty of size in the swell. It's clicked a little bit more east. It is super clean. We're seeing great opportunities for surfers to score points and go deep into the event. And in the studio this morning, a very special guest, joining myself, Paul Evans and Greg Emsley from the O'Neill team and from the Championship Tour. Joel Vaughan, morning, mate.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
How's your South Africa going?
Yeah, it's been good. I've been getting some fun waves and eating some good food, so I'm stoked to be here.
Obviously, you would have loved to go all the way in this one. How did it work out for you in your heat? You had kind of a tough one, no?
Yeah,
you had the high score, but didn't get the backup.
Yeah, I had a good start and just couldn't really find myself on another good wave, but that's how it goes sometimes. And yeah, good to see Jarvis doing well in that last heat.
Overall, this level on the Challenger Series, really gnarly, those 4 surfer heats.
Oh yeah, it's crazy. You come in and every heat is just ridiculous. You know, you got to put your best foot forward and surf as well as you can, and yeah, it's tricky. So the people that are doing well are surfing really well.
Let's set up our third heat of the day. Someone you know quite a bit about. Jordan Lawler has been amazing. The Australian veteran now. He's drawing on that experience. He's getting really big numbers. He's taken on someone with some CT experience in the form of Ian Gouveia, who's also had great success here in the past. How do you like this matchup?
Yeah, this is a really good matchup. They're both goofy footers and both got a really good backhand. There's predominantly rights out there today. So I'm really excited to see how both these guys approach it.
35 minutes on the clock. Just got a small number in for Ian Gouveia. Priority is with the Australian Lawler. And he's been putting down some big numbers throughout his heats here. He's in really good form coming into this season. 5 events on the Challenger Series. We know he's come really close in the past. Jordan Lawler could be his year. Just needs to find that consistency throughout these 5 events.
Yeah, for sure. I've watched him in the free surfs leading up to this event, and I thought he was a big standout. He was connecting really well with the lip on his backhand, and his boards look really nice under his feet. And yeah, he's into the round of 16, so let's see him hopefully go further.
So just 2 surfers in the water, and that priority will be ultra significant, of course. Ian Gouveia, your Ballito winner, just brings that really positive energy, that really bubbly persona on land that comes over in his surfing as well. He was actually using the lefts that year, doing some big airs, and he served them real well. He'll just have a little look on the inside and try and sneak something. As a look around, quickly identifies not the way he was after. Greg, as our South African experts, what are you making of conditions? What do you think these two are going to be looking to do? What sort of waves are they looking for?
Conditions are pristine. It's really straight, really ruler-aligned edges. It's fantastic. Yeah, this is the heat I'm looking really forward to. Well, I'm looking forward to all of them, but Ian Gouveia, 2024 champion, and Jordy Lawler on the stats page is the top scoring goofy footer so far in this event. So, yeah, averaging basically a 7.1 per counting wave right now. So quietly, we've spoken Jackson Bunch and a couple Dantas and a couple other names that he's actually leading that average at the moment for the goofies.
Speaking of goofies in fine fettle, Jarvis won our last heat, and he's standing by with Emma.
Jarvis, you are surfing so well, but I know that heat felt like it all came down to the last few minutes. You managed to drop that 8 and 7 in what I could be exaggerating, felt like 3 minutes.
Yeah, we both sort of had a scrappy start to that heat, so it kind of put the pressure on the back end of the heat, but I was stoked. There was a little flurry through the middle, and I got that 7 and 8, and then I kind of had priority for the back end of the heat, and I just tried to hold in off any sort of decent wave, yeah.
Nice, and I know that we got to catch up with Wade Carmichael during your heat. He was a little stressed in the beginning. What has your routine been with him actually over this event?
Yeah, this is my first time working with Wade. He's coming to all of the events this year, so it's super exciting. And I know we did a bit of work going into this event, and kind of just been keeping it super simple. Like obviously on my back end, just try to pick some good waves and 2 big square ups, which has been working pretty well so far.
Definitely been working, and someone who was sitting with Wade during your heat going full support was Joel, screaming on your 8-point ride. He's actually in the booth now. Do you want to give him a little hello?
Shout out to Jolie. Yeah, we've been good mates for a long time, and it's so sick on the Challenger, just having a good Aussie crew behind you. It's feels real good coming into that, yeah.
Nice, full support, the Aussie support, and yeah, good luck for the next round. Stoked to see you get through that one. Back to you guys in the studio.
Yeah, thanks, Emma. Well done to Jarvis. So he had a bit of time away with injury, but he looks like he's back ripping better than ever.
Yeah, I think he hurt himself around this time last year, and yeah, he took some time to really focus on his health and his injury. But yeah, he's looking good. As we see Geordie up and riding, pulling into a tube on a nice clean wave, and there's that connection I was talking about with the lip.
Fun looking waves out. Yeah, how awesome is that little tube ride tucking under there, nice and clean, gets the finish as well. It's the type of conditions that make you want to go surfing. It's that's going to be the best start here. We see Ian Gouveia with a couple of small scores, and there it starts to load that first nice round number for Jordan.
Yeah, had a long look at that wave, quickly realised it was going to be a fast one. Did well not to go. Don't think there's a lot on offer there, but his previous effort, 5.17 for Jordan Lawler, so gets the first legit score locked in. That'll feel good for him. Lost about 9 minutes of this heat, and that's the only meaningful wave we've really seen ridden. So a decent start to him. He'll look to climb as well. Ian Gouveia will look to get involved with priority now. Might just have a good look, make sure he connects with something of quality. Joe, we've been sort of gushing all week about how beautiful it is over here. Ballito's an amazing place, but having said that, it was somewhere that you were hoping not to be this year in the master plan, but you come in to back yourself up. Just tell us a little bit about your experiences on the CT and how it's gone for you and some of your key learnings so far.
Yeah, this is my second year on the CT, and I haven't had the best start to the year, but I thought I might as well come and do this event and go to the US Open and just try to get some heats under my surfing. And I'm stoked to have surfed a couple of heats here. I would have obviously liked to go in further, but yeah, it's nice to just get some rhythm going and start surfing some more heats. I haven't made many heats this year.
Yeah,
so.
you had a good year last year, a bit trickier this year. What is that to do with the format being different or just the way things have gone for you? What is different about this year, do you feel?
Obviously, yeah, the format's a bit different this year in comparison to last year. You start with that straight knockout round, which is pretty tough. It was nice last year to get some warm-ups, but yeah, it's just, I feel like the level is just incredible. Like everyone you come up against is just at such a high level where you just gotta, it's either you do really well or you don't. So it's pretty tricky.
All right, up and riding, here goes Jordan Lawler. Good looking wave. Under the priority of Gouveia was deep and he'll hook one, but it is a wave that'll run real quick. So just kind of a speed turn rather than a real big whack in the lip for him. But it will be another count and score, and it'll put a little bit of pressure on Gouveia. He's got some decisions to make. Sitting there with the prio. Let's see how he goes about using that. What do we make of that last wave of Geordie?
Yeah, it's going to be a throwaway wave. It's, as I mentioned, it's ruler-edged lines coming in to the Dolphin Coast this morning. As we see him click that one up, that one just shuts down. So you still got to find those waves with a bit of a tapering wall, so you get a bit of space to move. Wave selection again is going to be key because you want the set waves, but you also want a bit of space to move on them. So yeah, it just came in at a 2.33. Jordan will definitely be looking at throwing that one away. And just looking at these conditions, that offshore wind's pretty tough. And Joel, you obviously and your brother Huey are air specialists. Didn't you win the Stab High this year as well?
Yeah, I won at the end of last year.
End of last year. So, you went into the nines, the highest score of the competition with that crazy air rotation. I love how you almost went for the grab and you went you pulled your hand away and just had that crazy landing. Where I'm getting to with this is, do you train for, and don't feel bad how you answer this because it's a truthful answer. Are you guys naturally talented, or do you actually train for these maneuvers? Do you jump off your roof or something and try and land like a cat, or is it fairly like a natural talent?
To be honest, I guess I was like really intrigued in airs, and I was inspired by a lot of like surfers at such a young age. Like I was inspired by John and like a lot of the Brazilian surfers like Gabriel and Felipe, and from a young age I just kind of started trying them, and my older brothers were really good at them as well, and they gave me some tips and they helped me out with like learning how to do it. And we're also like, our whole family was really into skating, so we like spent a lot of time at the skate park, and I feel like being on a skateboard or a surfboard and trying airs, I reckon correlates really well. So I guess that's kind of where the training came in, but it always was like because I liked doing it and it was fun. And when I started landing more, it was just like being open to like trying new things and falling off and not being scared of like, falling off, I guess, which kind of made me learn like how to approach different sections. And I guess that's just kind of where it came from.
I think, and that's quite an important thing as well, because it's that fearless approach when you come to extreme sports is exactly this. Watch this replay, the 9 points, Joel Vaughan in studio with us, absolutely perfect landing. I mean, that must have felt incredible. Let's see another angle of it. You see how he went for that grab and pulled away. I love that. And just technically, when we look at what judges look for, first of all, maximum speed, and then the judges will look for how much height there is, and Joel gets massive height. They look at the rotation, huge rotation. Was there a grab? Almost, but no. And of course, the landing perfect and riding out nice and clean. So getting back to that, you actually did do lots of training, because a lot of skate work, a lot of technical work, as we see live action.
Just grabbing the rail, pig dogging Ian Gouveia, and unable to find an exit there. You saw him try and get one big pump in just before he grabbed that rail and got real low. The wave ran away. It's going to be tough out here, those backhand tubes in these conditions. It looks like that hollow section does tighten up and speed up. It's going to be difficult to come out. If you do get yourself deep enough for it to be a big score, it looks like it's going to be tough to come out of there. So he'll have to think on. Not a great use of his priority. Well, another look here, Joel.
Yeah, Ian's a really, really good barrel rider. I watched him last year in pipe, and I think he got third. And I'm pretty sure he had like a fair few stitches in his knee. I think he hit the reef before the event last year, and he went on to get third and was getting so barreled. So he knows what he's looking for, and that one just didn't really play out.
Yeah, just on that air conversation as well, something else kind of interesting. I guess maybe 10, 15 years ago, you had like surfers doing massive airs, and it was kind of in movie parts and stuff like that. And then you had the tour guys, and it was a different thing. Now, like the airs people are doing in heats on tour, that is kind of the cutting edge. I mean, that is where we're seeing like the biggest stuff go down. It's quite crazy to see that. Wow, speaking of big barrel here from Gouveia, he is traveling. Well, there's those tube skills you were talking about, Joel. He did so well there.
How close was he there? There was almost that little doggy door. It was that close. That would have been a massive score.
Yeah, that would have been a really big score if he'd managed to get out in front of it there.
Oh, he'll just be kicking himself that it wasn't a split second longer for him to sneak out under the doggy door. Let's check the replay, Joel.
Yeah, he was right underneath the lip as he took off, and you see it spit, and just as it closed out, he didn't manage to get out in front of it. But that would have been a huge score, I think.
Yeah, it's a little bit, technically it's a little bit more difficult trying to come out under the doggy door on the backhand than the forehand. Sort of, you got to release the rail and get that little tuck in under, where I think forehand you can use, it's sort of a bit easier to sneak out under it, eh?
Yeah, for sure. I feel like front side, if someone was on the front side, it would have been easier to pump and drive through that bit and then lean on their heel edge and just kind of get out in front of it. As we see Ian up again.
Gouveia giving it a crack, so he is getting busy. He's going to get a throwaway prior to that. It'll be a one. It'll be a pretty good looking one from where he was, the vision that he had, looking out of that pretty thick tube on his backhand, but not wasting too much time. Getting another wave and just trying to put something on the board. I think this is a good move from him. Get busy, because this heat can quite easily just fly past, and you're pulling into closeouts, eating up time off the clock, paddling back out. So he'll post something on the scoreboards, a little bit more legit, but as yet to really fire up. Meanwhile, Jordan Lawler on the peak, on the prow. Here's another look. This is what just happened for Ian.
Yeah, so Ian goes for that one big hit. So probably the biggest turn of the heat so far. We did see Jordan get that tube ride with a finishing turn, but that was the biggest single maneuver of the heat. And I like the fact that he's reset so quickly after not making that tube. He would have been like, you know, you can't ponder on that the whole heat, and he would have thought there was definitely an opportunity for a crazy score there, and it didn't happen. He's just reset and decided, let's get some points on the board here early.
Right about 17 minutes on the clock here. Jordan Lawler with a narrow lead at the moment. Wait for that last number for Ian Gouveia to drop in. This one has yet to really come to life. More live action from Ballito in pumping conditions when we return.
Welcome to KwaZulu-Natal, the destination for all seasons. Nestled on the breathtaking north coast of the Zulu Kingdom, this vibrant town offers something for everyone. KwaZulu-Natal boasts several beaches that have been awarded the prestigious blue flag, guaranteeing cleanliness and safety for all visitors. Our inland region offers a world of adventure. Get your adrenaline pumping with thrilling activities like ziplining, hiking and off-road biking surrounded by the natural beauty of KwaZulu-Natal's landscapes. Kids will love our animal farm, getting up close and personal with friendly animals. Immerse yourself in history as you explore the rich heritage and legacy of great leaders like King Shaka and Chief Albert Lutuli. Conveniently located just a short drive from King Shaka International Airport and Durban International Conventional Center, making it easily accessible for both local and international delegates, with an abundance of world-class accommodation facilities, dining options and attractions nearby, you can truly make the most of your time in this magnificent region. KwaZulu-Natal, the heartbeat of the North Coast.
Welcome back to the Ballito Pro presented by O'Neill. I cannot wait to say it again, but this is the middle of winter. It is such a dream. It's the middle of our school holidays, which is why the beaches are packed every single day. We have tons of people coming from inland, learning about surfing actually for the first time. So this is such a great event for our whole KwaZulu region. We have the whole surf industry literally explode after this. Kids frothing, learning to surf, some of the bullies too. We love this event, and yeah, we're so stoked to be here. We've got a huge day of surfing ahead. We've got tons of action on the beach. We've actually got a Bafana and surf tag team too. So it's a really, really good day to get down to the Ballito Pro. And if you're not here, tune in live. Back to you guys.
Love it. Thanks, Emma. Enjoying yourself on the beach here in Ballito. A great morning's action. Couple of heats already underway. This one a little bit of a slow burn thus far. It is the Australian Lawler with priority and the lead. Not a big one at the moment. Bit of a fight back from Gouveia. 4.33 for him. He's rallied a bit. He's had a couple of duds, hasn't he? And he'll feel like he's a little bit more involved. Hang on. Here's a left. Ooh.
Looking to go left is Ian Gouveia. That is how he won the event in 2024. So he's trying to bring that back into his repertoire here and go, maybe this will work again for me. But going pretty high on that, and
yeah,
a little bit of a westerly wind, so he's going into that wind. Maybe it's something he premeditated before the heat, looking at some of those lefts.
Live action, here we go, Lawler. He's patient off the bottom, and then he does real well to get up vert. But he gets basically clobbered by the lip line and down. So after waiting a while, he blinked eventually and went on a wave that was a pretty quick one, actually. They're pretty zippy out there at the moment. And just trying to find that one section to hit. You can see just a little frustration because I think he'll feel he could have pulled that turn down, got himself another decent mid-range, maybe slightly better number, and put himself a bit further ahead. What happened here, Joel?
Yeah, the wave was just kind of too stretched out, I think. It didn't really allow him to take his time and get up it. It kind of shut down too quickly.
He did most of the hard work there, looked like. Meanwhile, live action, Gouveia hit off the top. Will he get a second section? Whoa. He will. Well done. There's a combo. And he has been knocking on the door for a while, sort of speculative with his wave selection that time. A little bit of cooperation from the wave, allowing him to combo up the backhand turn. So this could be an interesting number. And he needs a 3.18 to go to the lead, but we won't think about that kind of score too much at the moment. Let's think about overall scale. This was decent.
Yeah, he set that first turn up and did really well to get up in the lip and sort of drift underneath that lip, get the board facing the beach, managing to put a lot of pressure on the tail for that landing, and really strong surfing from Ian. That's I think that's going to be the best number of the heat so far.
The heat's going to turn. He's going to get the score he needs. And just it's interesting that just so quickly, Jordan Lawler with that turn almost pulled it, falls off, and then pretty much next wave right behind Ian Gouveia. If you are Geordie Lawler in this situation, and we just saw him get a little rattled there, how hard is it not to let that play on your mind? As you sit out the back now, maybe you're going to sit for a while and kind of think about, you're going to hear the score read out, you're now in second place. How hard is it just to kind of focus on surfing a good wave and start to think about, I really need to make this round, this heat?
Yeah, that's something that I've been trying to focus on a lot lately, and I think, honestly, it's just like trying to let go of the decisions that has been made and just trying to focus on what he can do now. And like, he's sitting out there with priority. He only needs a 5.5 and dropped a 6.3 on that last wave. So it's not the biggest score ever. So he's still really in the heat. I think he just needs to really focus on his wave selection, try to pick one of those more tapered waves where it allows him to get up into the lip a couple times, and I think he'll be fine.
Yeah, on that note, from a coaching perspective, if you draw a timeline of a heat, maybe Owen Wright got that excellent heat score in Fiji that one year, and there's been a couple of others, but even that, you probably find he made mistakes somewhere in that heat. So if you do a timeline of a heat, no one, even guys that come with 2 excellent scores, maybe I made a little mistake here or there. So if you do a timeline, you can go, okay, I started well, I messed up on that second wave. I lost priority over here at 10 minutes to go, and you do a detailed timeline, you're going to find mistakes. But often if you go, okay, there's a 9.5, what happened before that 9.5? Sometimes a mistake could lead to you getting a 9.5. So you can't ponder on mistakes because it could lead to a good fortune, actually. So it's good to keep a level head. Something goes wrong, reset, back on the horse straight away.
Yeah, when you say you've been working on that kind of stuff, what's your coaching setup? Who are you working with? Are you just doing it yourself? Tell us a little bit about that side of it, because there's been so much focus on that lately.
Yeah, I've been working with my dad throughout the start of the year, and Jay Thompson in a couple of events as well. Here I was working with Pete from Surfing Australia, and yeah, I've just been trying to focus on what I can control and surfing as well as I can, and I don't know, I'm just trying to keep it simple and do as well as I can, to be honest.
All right, here we go. Jordan Lawler. Good first turn. Just shrouding in a beautiful bowl and gets a nice combo. You can see what it means to him as well. That would have felt really nice. A big connection. He got hold of that, tore a chunk out of the lip line with that first turn, and then straight into the bottom turn and up there again. So very much back at this now. The requirement to go back to first, 5.5. What are we thinking?
Yeah, so Jordan really sets up that first maneuver and connects so well with that second turn. So lots of spray. He's positioned those turns really well. I love how he placed that last maneuver. Had a bit of time to go extrovert on it as well. He's needing a 5.5. I think it's easily the 5.5 and possibly even attacking the highest number of the heat. Maybe a slightly smaller wave that hung up on the sort of rock ledge a little bit. But I like the draw on it, and I really like the read from Jordan on that wave.
Does seem like they are identifying some of these slightly smaller ones, maybe the bigger ones at the moment, just running a little quick across the bank. So both decided they want to get combos done. Some of these smaller ones with a slightly better angle. Wait for this number to come in, an important one for Jordan Lawler. Under 8 minutes to go in this heat now. He's still on the prowl. He'll still look to build. That's just the 4th wave he's ridden. By contrast, you've had 7 in for Gouveia. As we've said, a former champ out here, and he'll want to rekindle some of that mojo, that relationship he's had with this spot in the next 7.5 minutes or so. He might be challenged in terms of who's leading this heat when the score comes through. We'll see. Let's have another look at it here.
So, yeah, I really like this wave. The score's coming in a bit low, though, to be honest. Lower than I thought. And probably because maybe a smaller wave. The turns were good. And as I mentioned, it did like sort of hug the rocks. It didn't come across the judges. There wasn't a lot of distance. The judges often like a wave that comes across them and the turns are straight in front of their face. That often does add more points. That one, not the requirement, and a 4.87. But I did think he attacked that lip quite well. Maybe the wave a touch small.
Still in second place, the Australian Lawler at the moment. 5-5 is that number. It'll remain there. Ian Gouveia, priority and the lead. We'll just follow Geordie over towards the rock. So the kind of apex of the peak, a little further outside. He'll shadow him for a while. 6.5. He'll still be looking to add to his numbers, Ian Gouveia, but he can do that from first priority, which will give him first dibs on whatever comes through. He might let his opponent go something that looks a little straight or even a little soft and try and make the choice cuts. Let's see how we go in terms of action throughout the rest of this one. Just those smaller waves have been the ones that have been peeling more, but you do feel, particularly with that bomb that Ian Gouveia got, where he got deeply barreled. If you can find something like that, maybe a really special score is out there for these surfers. We'll have a paddle here. We're going to see some interest shown by Jordan Lawler. Ian Gouveia lets him go. Big backhand hit. Uses those strong legs. Great elasticity from him. Acrobatic to land that in a heavy, heavy section. We've seen a lot of people go down there. That impressed you, Greg Emsley?
Yeah, that was really critical. I mean, you look at degree of difficulty in the critical part of the wave. That is absolutely nuts. So vertical, and that landing was super heavy. I think there's going to be points there. Looking at Ian Gouveia, not a great start to this heat, but literally the 4.33 and the 6.33 came in the space of like about 2.5 minutes. So one wave led to another. Could this be the rhythm that Jordan finds here? Just keep surfing, keep finding those waves. You want to find those opportunities.
What are you saying, Joel? You think judges are going to like that?
Yeah, I think so. They showed on Ian's 4.3 that they like the big critical sections, and I think Geordie's wave was a bit bigger and a bit steeper, and he really connected well with the lip there. So I reckon it could easily push up into that 5.5 range. I think the wave before may have let him down with the height, but the surfing was right there. Yeah, I feel like Geordie, he's given himself an opportunity to at least to get up there and get into first place, and Ian let him go, and yeah, we'll have to wait and see for the scores.
Yeah, so as you mentioned, solid section, and I love how he got vertical in the lip and brought his board right there all the way back under him, like actually turned his tail right around and then just disappeared on that heavy landing.
Yeah, he hammered it, didn't he?
Oh,
I mean,
yeah.
Kind of was a closeout. What do we think of that decision from Ian Gouveia to let him go?
It looked, I mean, I think Ian, I feel like he had to let him go. It felt like the wave, the wave wasn't that good. It was a closeout. It was the surfing that was very good on the wave.
Yeah. Scores in 5-6 for Jordan Lawler. Goes back to first place. This heat is so tight. Look how close those numbers are. Ian Gouveia now with a chance. So let's see how he goes. Doesn't need a huge number himself. It is a pretty low one, actually. 4.44. He does have the high score in, so doesn't need a lot. And I just wonder how that'll affect his decision-making. Well, I won't have to die wondering because he's up and going now. Bang! Really incisive, sharp hit, and he just demonstrates that he's riding out of it as well. A little comedic aspect to that, which we don't mind. It was a similar sort of, that was another real quick one, a similar kind of turn, really.
Yeah, it was a similar sort of section to Geordie's last one, and a similar turn. I think Geordie got up and through the lip a little bit more, whereas we'll have a look at Ian's now. He kind of glided along the lip line. He was stoked with it. So he's only got a better of 4.33 and needs a 4.4 to advance. So I think it's going to come in pretty close.
I feel there was a little bit less control from Ian than Jordan on the heavy finish. Ian's wave sort of bounced him a little bit more at the end, and
adds to the drama though.
It does.
We like drama, don't we?
We do.
I mean, in a good way.
But he needs a 4.44. Let's just have another look at this.
Let's have a butchers.
Yeah, because the judges are going to obviously dissect it, and they're going to watch it in every angle. So sets up, connects with the lip line, heavy landing. See, just there that, it was almost a little bit loss of control. That's the only thing I can see wrong with it. Right there, just, battled where Jordan sort of had control a bit quicker, but really splitting hairs. But yeah.
Classic ding-dong battle here. The lead is seesawing. Ian Gouveia, past champ at Ballito, 4.77. Back to first. Really enjoying this tussle. Such a close heat. They're going wave for wave at the moment, getting really similar kind of waves and just trying to outsurf each other with the opportunities that come, making decisions either with priority or without. Now, Jordan Lawler's requirement, it's not huge, but 5.51 feels a lot more significant than that number that Ian was just chasing down, but he's only got 90 seconds as well, so he can't be too selective. And he's making a move here. Where's he going, Greg?
Well, I think there's a couple bumps heading closer towards the rocks. He's identified something. I think he might just have an opportunity in the last minute. And, wow, these guys really have gone wave for wave here. It's been an exciting heat. Hopefully these ones don't disappear on him. But definitely a few bumps out there with a minute to go. Ian Gouveia could actually find something wide as well.
Inside the final minute here, a really entertaining heat, a sort of slow start, and then it caught fire really when they started exchanging waves and scores and just taking the lead from each other. It was kind of like an arm wrestle. And you just see Ian Gouveia now getting involved, having a look at a left. Interesting decision. It's not really a left, it's more of a straight hander, and he'll just ride the white water and sort of look around, slightly baffled. He'll be making his way in here. I don't think there's time to get back out the back. So he's on the inside. He's done his surfing. Is it good enough to get him through and get him to quarters? Under 20 seconds for Jordan Lawler here. What's going through his mind, Joel?
Well, he did it on the last wave. He got the 5.5 that he needed, so he knows what he's looking for. I think he's just wondering how much time was left, and there's only 5 seconds left, and doesn't really look like there's much coming for him.
Oh, it'll be disappointment for Jordan Lawler. Has been outstanding with his scores throughout the rounds here, and he just really ran out of waves on this occasion. Not quite busy enough. Just the 5 waves ridden in 35 minutes. I'm sure that'll be part of his debrief, and he looks back on this one. Got to say, Ian Gouveia, well done. He rallied pretty hard. He kind of took his knocks a little bit, a couple of closeout tubes, and we were thinking about that tactic. It wasn't really working out for him. He went back to the turns, and he turned the heat a couple of times, and that's the sort of form you can be in when you're a past champ out here. He's through the quarterfinals. He'll be absolutely delighted with that.
And that was good competing, because Ian would have looked around and seen that one maneuver from Joel and gone, and then when he needed the 4.6 at the time, he thought, well, if I just do one big hammer, it's got to be close to a 4.6, and he surfed for the judges right there and got the 4.77. So really good competing at the end of that heat.
Yeah, Joel, thanks for coming in. It's been really good breaking it down with you. What's the plan for the rest of the year? What are the goals for you back on the CT? Obviously, Tahiti coming up next. You must be looking forward to getting some barrels over there.
Yeah, pretty excited to go get some big barrels in Tahiti, and going to the US Open before that, and just like to go and have some fun there. And then
that's a wave that could suit you as well.
Yeah, I'm pretty excited to go back to America and surf there, and yeah, hopefully make a few heats in Tahiti as well.
Love it, mate. Best of luck with the rest of the season. We're going to go to a break here. When we come back, we'll keep rolling with round of 16 action for the men. More live from beautiful Ballito right after this.
This new generation never goes outside. This new generation is lazy. This new generation needs to wake up. Wake up.
The 2026 Ballito Pro presented by O'Neill is brought to you by KwaZulu-Natal Municipality, official host and title sponsor partner of the Ballito Pro presented by O'Neill. By O'Neill, official presenting sponsor of the Ballito Pro. And by Corona Cero, made with 100% natural ingredients.
We love coming down to the beach every single day. This wave has not disappointed once so far this waiting period. We do have the round of 16 heat number 4 in the lineup. We had a really tight matchup in that last heat, so excited to see if this one goes through that same storyline. My name is Jessie Starling. I'm joined in the booth by Paul Evans and Greg Emsley. Guys, just a quick moment. You both look exceptional today. These O'Neill collared shirts are... Just want a little round of applause for the two of you. Did you plan this? Was this planned?
We dress like this every day.
Oh, sorry. My bad.
Yeah.
My bad.
So, but it is planned. You got to look good, right?
Yeah,
and,
absolutely.
And you too, Jess. You're looking
Thank you,
fantastic.
guys.
But you do
Thank
look
you.
good every day.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
We sometimes are a touch scruffy at times.
Agreed.
But today we decided to really wash up and make ourselves look good.
And Paul, heartbreaking loss for England last night. Are you with us today? Are you still a little bit sad?
Mostly bitter.
Yeah.
Yeah, just bitter, angry.
Yeah.
I'm lashing out a little bit.
Yeah, that's all right. I won't take it personally.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm trying to, obviously keep the language. It's a family show and
It
stuff,
is.
but
It
yeah,
is PG.
I'm rattled. I can't lie.
To be fair, I'm rattled too. I really wanted England to win. Sad for my family heritage. I'm sad for you, but let's go Spain, I want to say, in the soccer. Anyway, let's talk about some surfing.
Yeah.
We have Cole Houshman.
What's wrong with Argentina?
Nothing. Argentina's great, but I wanted England to win, so it's a little bit sad.
Messi's the GOAT.
Anyways, we're going to get into some surfing, not soccer here. Cole Houshman in the red, Mihimana Bray in the blue. Two of the, you'd have to say, the most powerful surfers on the Challenger Series, Paul.
Yeah, I'm seeing some thigh, I'm seeing some glute. Both of these two are heavy hitters on those backhand turns particularly. Cole Houshman, we know all about all the power that he's got, but Mihimana for a number of years, I mean, you think surfers from Tahiti, we know he's going to be amazing at pack and choose, but actually a bit of a beach break wizard. He's been outstanding in Europe, qualifying through there, and he's really good on those beach breaks. A lot of the Tahitian surfers come over to France really young, do juniors in France. He's very well versed in the beach breaks as well. He's a pretty intense competitor. We haven't seen the best of him I think for a season or two. I thought a couple of years ago he had a really good moment. I think he looks like, from what we've seen so far on this, he's back to his best.
So let's not forget about Papara as well. I mean, there are lots of training over there as well in the beach breaks.
Yeah, definitely. It can be sometimes slightly unfair to compare two surfers, but Cowley, obviously one of those first, for a while there, first Tahitians after a bit of a break to really take control of that men's qualification on the championship tour. I mean, he really does have such an exceptional repertoire. And Mihimana Bray, you'd have to say, when you actually compare the two between Cowley and himself, pretty level, Paul.
Yeah, definitely seen similarities there, absolutely. And I think, you look at these, mainly these rights as well, and how you can go like super tight in that pocket. And we talked about how powerful the lip is here and the bounce and how strong the wave is, but I think if you bring your own physical strength as well, obviously you need to time it right, but you can kind of out-muscle some of these sections. I think like both of these guys are two of the people that could do something that you think like maybe they didn't have the right to actually make that turn, but they're that strong, they can just pull it off.
You also think about the French coaching corners and how much, how much knowledge they got there. Quietly, Heriter and Natufa, 2 times ISA World Open champion.
Wow.
I mean, that's like, you got to know how to compete to get those titles. So heat strategies, etc. And of course, who's here in Mihi's corner is Hira.
Oh, wow. That's really cool. Cole Houshman, he's traveling with the crew from America, obviously Crosby, Jet, Jake Marshall's here as well, but working with Matt Myers, who was the coach that got him onto the championship tour when those two worked together a few years ago. That's when we saw Cole go back-to-back major wins on the Challenger Series. So potentially tapping back into a recipe for success for Cole here, Paul.
Yeah, I think also by now the experience that he's gained, I think he'll have his game plan very much dialed in inside his own mind as well. I think, You know, obviously the coaching important for him, but I think just he knows his own game. He knows what his strengths are. He knows the kind of ways he's looking for. I think also you look at this, maybe sort of like the anxiety levels of some surfers before heats. Cole just seems very measured in his approach. It doesn't seem like he's loading too much pressure on himself, and I think that's when you're going to surf with more freedom as well. So let's see it.
Yeah, he's a past winner here as well. So just trying to channel a little bit of that magic he found here in 2023. Mihimana Bray. Obviously, we saw a couple of barrels in that last heat as well from Ian, who, my goodness, turned that heat round quite quickly. I was thinking he's gone well off the game plan here, but to shift your mindset so quickly, Greg, and get back on track in the way that he did, you can really see that CT caliber from Ian Gavea.
Yeah, it's hugely important, and so often, if you look at the score lines when you go through these heats and you look at the sort of green lines of the two counting waves, even if there's multiple waves ridden, those two green lines often end up very close to each other. Sort of one wave can lead you into the rhythm of another wave. So it's very important that if something goes wrong, you get back on quickly and you try and find that score.
Well,
it may lead to another one.
Right on cue, he's with our girl Emma on the glass, Ian Gavea.
Thank you, Jesse. I'm down on the beach, like you said, but with our 2024 Ballito Pro winner, you've had incredible results here. I know you love Ballito, but that heat did feel a little bit like wave for wave, wave for wave.
Yeah, I know. Back in 2024, I was doing way better in the heats. Was not stressful like have been on this event, but yeah, I've been doing my best. I arrived in Ballito this year like 10 days before the comp and going to the gym every day and like have a really good routine. So yeah, it's been amazing. Stoked to be on the quarters. It's a really good result to start the year, and yeah, let's go.
It's an incredible result, and I know obviously with Ballito being a bit of a special place, I'm sure you've got lots of family and friends watching every heat. Do you want to give them a little bit of love in Portuguese?
Yeah, it's a bit early in Brazil, but maybe they are awake. But valeu todo mundo aí que tá no Brasil, acordado de madrugada, assistindo. A gente tá nas quartas, amarradão, e vamos nessa.
Well, thank you, Ian. We're looking forward to seeing you in the next round. I'm sure you're going to rest up and get pumped for tomorrow. We look like we've got great waves again, but we'll send it back to you guys in the studio.
Thank you, Emma. Yeah, Ian, a real family man as well. Does a lot of this for just to support his family and to show and prove to his little girl that, you know, he is this really cool dad who's surfing on some of the world's highest stages. And we've seen a lot of power channeled from that parent power, mum power, dad power. I mean, think of Connor O'Leary, of course, Carissa Moore, what she's doing this year. And it's so cool to see that starting to really filter in so much more, Paul.
Yeah, I just love his vibe. Like as a person, like if you had to go on like a boat trip from anyone from the CS, Ian Gavea all day long.
Yes.
I mean, even if you're not scoring, there's like loads of other boats there, and you kind of might start to get a bit like he'd just be super stoked every day, like really positive.
Who else would be on your boat trip?
Not just us two.
Just Ian.
Yeah, it's just.
Did Greg and I get a look in or not at all?
We could maybe do a couple of nights in Bali, and then I'll be like, we're just going to go and check out some other spots.
Yeah, no worries. No, that's fine. Greg and I were going to go on our own surf trip anyway.
We'll probably do a dinner at least.
Yeah, sweet.
Probably.
No, it's fine.
But again, it comes to good parenting. His dad as well, Fabio, good mate of mine on tour, just always smiling. What a great surfer, what a cool guy. And Ian's got those genes. I was surfing bog, probably the best bog I've ever had in my life before the contest. Just Ian and the guys were just getting so barreled, and Ian was just so cool to talk to. And I was sitting out there, and the wave came, and he's like, "Are you going, Greg?" I said, "No, you're up." He says, "No, out of respect, you always up. You're older." I said, "No, well, I can't do that. You go." But that's the type of.
No one went.
Yeah,
what
the wave went unridden. Some little grommet on the inside had the wave of his life.
Did neither of you go that wave?
No, we're still discussing whose wave it is.
You go. No, you go. No, you go.
It was, yeah. But I mean, that's the type of guy he is. And I honestly think Lucas Alvera got it and he got barreled up. We both did miss it, to be honest.
Oh my God, that's hilarious. I love that though, because he really is, does show just how kind he is. He wants everyone to have the best, and obviously I don't know Fabio at all, but do you see a lot of similarities between the two of them?
Definitely. They've got the same humorism. They're always smiling and just really genuine, kind people.
You can see Matty Myers on the beach, Rio Wider in his corner as well for Cole Hausman. So Anon Matsuoka there too, just trying to support it and encourage Cole. We're looking to almost 15 minutes into this heat. No one having caught a wave. And Cole, who was moments ago right up near the rock where Mihimana is, has broken away, Paul.
Yeah, what was all that about? They were kind of like on top of each other, right next to that rock there for a while. And now that seems to have just separated a bit. Myers just furiously scrawling something down, making a note of some kind. Looks like Cole Hausman just drifting a little bit back towards that position now, but really starting to think about getting this heat started. No priority, no scores, not much surfing.
No, there's not. We're coming close to 15 minutes in, but let's take a look at what the rest of the year has to offer for the Challenger Series. So right now, of course, we are in Ballito. Next up is Huntington, so really back-to-back these two events, and then a bit of a break, which I love to see, give some of the competitors a reset before we head over to São Sebastião in Brazil. And then those two events really back-to-back. We go from number 3 to number 4 in Ericeira over in Portugal, the only point break that we have there. And then we go back home to my part of the world in Australia, Newcastle. And that's going to be next year, right before the Championship Tour season kicks off for 2027. So we're going to have that really similar dramatic end to the Challenger Series season like we saw earlier this year, Greg.
Yeah, that's like, it's quite a big gap between those two events. You think you've got sort of Christmas and everything in between. By the time you get to Newcastle at the end, everyone will be on new boards, new fitness. It's going to be quite a game changer.
Let's see some surfing in this heat. Finally, we're going to get a wave for Cole Hausman. So we're not going to have a restart in this. We were getting so close to potentially having that. So restarts in 35-minute heats do come in that 20-minute mark, so 15 minutes rather than 10 in a 30-minute heat. But with Cole taking that wave, we are locked into finishing this heat with the time that we have. And a nice wave too, Paul.
Yeah, I think measured is the approach there from Cole. Think about what he's got in the tank and how hard he pushed relative to that. I think he just thought, after all of that time of inactivity, what you don't want to do, he found himself an opportunity, push too hard and just get it a little wrong, fall off. So you can see he sets this up really nicely. Good read on it. But nice setup turn with a bit of power. He just pushes there. I mean, for most people, that's a great turn. For him, that's kind of measured. That's pulled back. But it's going to be a decent number for him to kick off, actually.
Yeah, there was a weird little shake in his board at the end of that first turn, which maybe just slightly put him off his guard going into that second one. But he does really muscle through just all of his turns, 6-5. And we've seen time and time again, Greg, if you started off with a score in the 6 or above, you're happily keeping that going into the rest of the heat.
I love that. I reckon it's both surfers were probably thinking we're going to get a restart here. But if you can get a 6-5, like 20 seconds before the restart, what a bonus, because you're sitting with a score and your competitor hasn't had a score. It's like, I got one, sorry buddy, you've got 0 on the score line, and you can seriously build a lot of pressure with that. The other note is Cole sort of started slowly in this event, around a 64. He only had an 11.1 heat total, which is very low for him. But then yesterday in the round of 32, he came back strong. He had a 14.6 heat total. So he's building in the right direction, and he's going to look to carry on building. Where Mihi started his round of 64 with a 12.64 heat total, and yesterday just getting an 8.84 heat total to get to advance. So it was a bit of a slow heat, but it's never a great feeling when your score line's sort of moving in the wrong direction. So Mihi's going to have to really answer back here, and he's going to have to start heading in the right direction on that scoreline for sure.
Yeah, just on that, it was funny you mentioned that. I was having a look through to see what the average heat score was for our champions each year we've come here over the last few years. Luke Thompson, it was 12.56, so you'd say that's actually a relatively lower heat score total for a champion. Ian Gavea, 13.53, 13.97 was Cole's average heat total the year he won here, so only needed to average about 13 points, but nice to see him pushing a little bit harder this year with 14 plus in that last one. Just the one wave so far in this heat. We're waiting for this one to really start to stand up. And Mihimana answer back to Cole's start here with that 6-5. We're going to go to a quick break and come back right after this.
This is peak summer vibes here. That is a launch.
The U.S. Open's like the mecca of all of Orange County.
The pier is absolutely packed. The beach, standing room only.
Deep. A new world champion. And when it's on, nothing comes close.
Loving the look of this gorgeous coastline that we have here, and we've been just relishing in this incredible weather too down here in Ballito. Cannot believe that this is winter time. We are in the round of 16 heat number 4. This one's starting off relatively slow, only one wave, and we're 20 minutes into this heat now. So 6-5 for Cole Hausman. Mickey Mana-Bray still looking to open up his campaign. Paul, never mind, I'm going to get back to that in a second. Let's see what Cole does on this wave here. It's a steeper looking bowl, nothing interesting. He's just going to have to pull through the back. But you mentioned Mickey Mana going to France, really young in his career, surfing some of the beach breaks over there to get the reps up. How similar are the beach breaks in France to Willard Beach here?
Yeah, I think there's sort of a lot of similarities in quite a lot of places. I mean, everyone has got a wave like this somewhere near them that's kind of consistent, can be heavy, you know, a few closeouts. I think something that everyone will be pretty familiar with, but there are definitely quite a lot of similarities. Close to shore, it has that same sort of feel. It just feels a bit odd for us because it's warm and yet it gets sort of dark early. So that's different. But here goes me, Mana.
Let's see what he can do. First wave of this heat. Great looking first turn. So much water coming out the back. He's going to connect for his third section there. Is it complete? It looks it. It might be, but maybe not overly convincing. But 3 really good turns for Mickey Mana here, Greg.
Yeah, I really like how he started this heat. Maybe a smaller wave, but it had a run on it, and he had the 3-turn combos, which you're not seeing a lot of today. The first maneuver, though, watch this. Watch the verticalness. Wow. Watch the spray for days. Sets up, carves it back to the whitewater, and then connects with the lip again. I think it's a ride out there. You know, it did hit the sort of deep water there, so there wasn't too much further he could have ridden out on that wave. But definitely putting himself straight back in this heat. I think that first maneuver alone has got points on it.
Yeah, you'd say probably the best turn of the heat, Paul.
First turn was sick, and I thought after he did that, he was just careful to just nurse a little bit the next two. What he didn't want to do then. He knew he'd kind of done the work in terms of most of the score that he was going to get had already come. The wave was going soft. Second one, a bit more carvy. It just kind of offered up the board for the third. Really, really smart, kind of on-wave decisions for him, just to sort of manage his ride, and a really crucial one. Not a lot happening. Greg said his opponent got a wave just before when there would have been a restart, which he might have been preparing for, and all of a sudden you don't have a lot of time and you're chasing a number, and you know, more time ticked away, didn't get involved. I thought that was a really, really crucial moment.
Yeah, we just saw Charlie Crivon on the beach. He's starting to get ready for his matchup against Jake Marshall. So 2 really smooth surfers, and Charlie putting on his Instagram story the other day, the goal is simple. Qualify for the championship tour. Just keeping it nice and just putting it all out there, Paul.
I mean, he's not here to make up the numbers, is he?
No, definitely not. Cole Hausman looking to defend his spot on the championship tour here. Great looking wave, good tempo, and a solid finishing turn for Cole Hausman. He's going to throw an arm up to his mates at the beach. So 2 surfers getting two really nice waves. And this is going to be almost an answer back to Mihimana, because Cole would have watched that from behind, seen the spray from that first turn. So Cole showing some class, Greg.
Yeah, houses. Watch this. Absolutely massive. Sets up huge first turn. Comes around, sets up critically. Spray so big in the air and a massive finish. I'm 100% this is going excellent. And for our viewers, they've got to understand, when you're on the beach or even where the judges are, when Cole takes off on a wave, he is so big. Those turns are so much bigger than what they look on the screen. It's in your face. It's just like, wow, you're looking up at these massive turns with spray for days. His turns do look bigger than anyone else for me.
Yeah, absolutely. The amount of spray that he disperses is ridiculous. It's crazy to think. You see how powerful he is, and then you put him on the championship tour, and then people match him. So just really goes to show of how quickly that power surfing is really starting to progress on all levels of professional surfing. So scores still to lock in for Mihimana. I'm not too worried for him at this point, Paul, because that last wave did show shades of really good surfing, and then it seems like he's going to answer back to Cole.
Yeah, I'm sort of slightly concerned for him, because he did really well with that wave, and you think, okay, momentum back with him, and then all of a sudden, all of that momentum kind of gets stolen by Cole, who, I tell you what, in terms of
exactly that. It's going to be, because they haven't put the score in for him yet. It's actually, whatever they were thinking is probably going to be a bit lower now.
In terms of technique as well, like before you even get up to the lip, the bottom turn, the way he kind of flares that bottom turn out, makes a little extra room. It's just unbelievable. For you wonder how the mechanics of a big man been able to surf those waves with so much authority and power. It's amazing to see it.
My goodness. 8-8-3 for the last of Cole Houshman. So well and truly has a solid lead now. Then you look to Mihimana's scoreline. 5-8-3 for his first wave. Let's remember he got that around about the 14-minute mark. So he's essentially surfing a 14-minute heat. He needs a 9-5, Greg, which is definitely doable, but a little bit daunting. This is the last one of Cole, though.
Yeah, so that first turn was huge, combos it up with a massive turn, and just seamlessly connects that third turn. Just so well put together. And an 8-8-3, I mean, to get, he's needing that 9-5. He's got to do better what Cole's just done on that. And there's not going to be much better surfing than that out there today, in my opinion.
Yeah, that 8-8-3 was definitely something special. Someone who watched it with her own two eyes in the flesh is Emma, and she's out and about.
I'm out and about, but not just out and about. I am in the Red Bull best seats in the house. Red Bull is a huge supporter of this event. We are so grateful as South Africans to have their support so that we can put this event on. They obviously support our athletes in the athlete area, which is as kidded as it gets. I'm always jealous looking at all the little extras they have. But this is the Red Bull best seats in the house. It's like VIP access to some lucky Red Bull fans. And rumor has it that towards the end of the event, so for this really important Finals Day event, they are going to be giving out a few more free tickets, and you get to sit up here like me, looking down at all the plebs on the sand and enjoying the view with the sun in our face, drinks behind us. It's so good. And if you can't get down to the beach, tune in back live with you guys.
Please sit and enjoy the Red Bull best seat of the house for a while there, Emma. That looks like the perfect spot. The sun is shining. Like we mentioned, really fun waves and high quality competition. 8-8-3 for Cole Houshman. It's not going to feel good to know you need a 9-5. Mihimana gets a nice first turn. He's slightly late to that second one and goes bigger on the third. So still looking cool, calm and collected. Was just chasing that wave from the start though, Paul.
Yeah, he was scrapping a little bit there, wasn't he? I think he's a little bit rattled now. By the time he paddles back out, this is going to be really tough for him. Just going back on Cole as well. The other thing that's impressive about that number is he hadn't really done anything in this heat. He got the 6-5 in, but he's been sitting still for a long time to be able to just come and smash that. And then this is the reply. He had to get involved, Mihimana, but you can see that wave. It's non-cooperative. That section runs away. He has to kind of adjust his line. I mean, he does really well to surf it from behind. Cole Houshman would have just seemed like spray, but he never really got into that similar rhythm from Cole. It's straight off the bottom into the top. He had to kind of join up the dots a bit, and it's going to impact the score.
Obviously, we know Cole is a CT surfer. He's won 2 events. He's won Brazil. He's won Bells, and it is one of those ones where it is like, oh, why is he having such a bad year? But then on the other side, you look at Mihimana, and the goal essentially is to qualify for the championship tour. How do you see him, if he gets to that qualification spot, Greg, fitting in on the CT? Do you see him being able to keep up with the crop that we have there?
Yeah, it's look, he's going to be a major threat, especially in the home waters of Tahiti. Spots like Fiji is going to be insanely good. Pipe all those heavy waves, and then of course he's got the big backhand turns. He gets really vertical, so that's going to suit the right-handers as well. So Paul's told us that he does a lot of work in the beach breaks, so he'll definitely fit in with the crop. And don't forget, once you get to the championship tour level, that's where you really start to improve. You actually have to lift your game, and wherever he is right now, he'll lift his game probably 30% on top of that, just by getting there.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to seeing Mihimana potentially rise to that challenge, and I agree. I do see him being one of those guys who could keep up with the talent there. We look at how well that power backside surfing has been playing out for people so far this year. It's definitely paying off for Cole Houshman here in this heat. I mean, this is just incredible. He's 6'5" to start off, Paul.
Yeah, it started off pretty strong with this. We thought this was kind of a measured approach. I think that was smart as well. There weren't a lot of waves on offer. He made sure he did that nice and neat and tidy. This is the 5-8-3. And at this stage, you think he'd game on here. This is going to be an even heat. They're going to trade waves. This could come really, really close. Since then, it's been a little bit kind of one way, and it's because of this guy. So powerful, so strong, so much authority, and just brilliant technique, really, is what it comes down to. The wave's great too, but to be able to fit these turns in, to hit it that hard, and he knew it as well. At this stage, he knew that was going to be an excellent number.
Yeah, there's definitely a feeling of getting to the end of the wave, similar to what Cole did there, and knowing that it's going to go big. So Cole Houshman really holding down this heat here. It's forcing our Tahitian surfer to need a 9.5. Is this the answer back that he's chasing? Vert in that first section here. Can see a lot of foam to deal with. Moving up towards the rocks though, Greg, I don't hate that idea of giving himself some space and putting himself on some of those steeper right-handers.
Yeah, it's just when you look at Cole's 8.83, it was a beautiful wave. It was a big wave. It had a lovely blue, clean wall for those massive turns. So Mihimana is not going to match that if his waves have a bit of that frothy white on it. As we see this recap, I mean, these turns are just huge. This is his first wave, actually. No, this is the 8.83. And just how big those turns were in the green wall. And then Mihimana's wave just had a bit too much froth on, and it wasn't as easy to surf.
It feels really hard to chase out there this morning, just the way the conditions are. There's longer lulls between the quality waves, and there's a bit of fool's gold out there as well. I think you can get lured into some soft ones that come inside and then run quick and close out. They're always going to keep your score down anytime you're chasing any kind of solid number, but 9.5, I think this is going to be really tough for Mihimana.
Especially with 3 minutes to go. I mean, there definitely is a point that we always talk about in heats where someone is chasing, where you think, okay, maybe it's doable in 2 waves. This is Cole on this last one. It's just going to be a single down the line turn. Mihimana, though, you really want to see him click and get an opportunity, especially when he's doing big single hits like that, Greg.
Yeah, it's going to be tough for him. I mean, let's be honest here. Cole Houshman is improving every heat. His last heat total was, he started with an 11-point heat total, then into 14 points. He's now on a 15 heat total. Cole shouldn't be here at this event, but he is. And sadly for his competitors, I think he's going to teach them a lesson in this event.
Sounds ominous.
Yeah, well, I mean, look, he's incredible. He's an absolutely incredible surfer, and he's 1 year before. He's
CT class, and that obviously he is a CT surfer, and he's the type that you look at who is in this Challenger Series event and just really hope that he has an incredible run in the back half of the season because of just how talented he is. But you think of where we're going to next: Tahiti, Fiji, Trestles, and then Portugal. They're the next 4 events before we hit that reduced field for Cloud9 and Abu Dhabi.
And he hasn't even hit his strides in those breaks yet, in my opinion, too.
I agree. I feel like they could be really good opportunities for him to actually start getting some momentum, Paul.
Yeah, well, I got a question for Emsley, actually. So how do you beat someone like that? Yameen Mani coming up against someone with a bit of a weapon. He's got probably a technique that's superior to pretty much everyone. So how do you beat him? Just find better ways? What's the master plan?
Just talk to him the whole heat.
Right.
I don't know.
Give him a bit of chat.
You've got to do something. And, yeah, I guess you've got to really look at their strategy. Well, first of all, how do you stop him from going on waves? Because, you know, any wave he gets, he's going to hammer. The only way you can beat him is make sure you're on much better waves than him and surf out of your skin.
Can you rattle him? Get up in his grill a little bit? Is that an option?
I don't think so.
I think everyone's rattleable. Is that a word?
Yeah, it is now.
But he's pretty calm, and, you know, especially, you know, surfing against CT competitors and winning against them. It's going to, you know, he's got so much experience now. Very quickly, he'll be extremely hard to rattle. So the answer is no.
The answer is no. 1 minute to go in this heat. Mihimana needing a 9.5. It is really nightmare material here, needing basically a near perfect score. Cole Hausman has the lead and priority. He's unrattleable, as Greg says. So Cole's going to take this first wave of the set. Not much is going to happen. So good sell. Now advantage Mihimana. He's going to have an opportunity out the back here. This is a set wave, but looking a little bit deep, Paul.
Yeah, he basically needs a 10. So,
Yeah.
I mean, that wave, maybe, if you'd just gone for a big backhand tube right there, I mean, that's the kind of thing he needs to do. There's not much point in doing a couple of sort of regulation turns and getting a 6 when he needed 9.5. So that might have been exactly the sort of thing. I mean, we're mind surfing that way, but it looked hollow. It stayed open for a while.
I think that was maybe a little opportunity there that was lost, but he was a bit deep and maybe would have been late under that lip. But, you know, with no time on the clock, I think he could have had a go.
Has to go this.
Yeah, a bit more energy. It's going to be a foamy wave just based on that last set. So it's not going to be that clean green face that we're looking at. There's that first connection here for Mihimana. It's just the one. And that is time for this heat. So Cole Hausman really just flexing his CT stamina, how well he can surf these waves, and also how well he can surf up these waves too. You can see he really backed his ability. He was on the best wave of the heat, but even that 6.5, a lot of other people would have seen that and maybe not have achieved 6.5 points on that. So Cole surfing a really great heat, and he's definitely one to watch in the quarterfinals, Paul.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, even coming into the event, you know, you're looking at the big names in the CT, and his name is kind of standing out. Maybe like a little bit of a raised eyebrow that he's even over here. You have to go back and check the rankings on the CT and go, oh, yeah, okay. But, yeah, definitely a heavy, heavy favourite.
Yeah, Cole Hausman keeping the flag flying for our Championship Tour surfers in this Challenger Series event. We've got another one coming up in that next heat with Jake Marshall. He's taking on the Frenchman, Charlie Crivon. It's going to be Giggs and Kai for the call. Don't go anywhere.
Beautiful Ballito, the east coast of South Africa, the World Surf League's Challenger Series at this beautiful KwaZulu-Natal region. Just another beautiful winter's day, so they say, but it is a beach day with that warm tropical feel as the world's best surfers are in town to contest the opening challenger of the series. And just beautiful beach scenes here. Gigs alongside Kai for the call. Kai, a place you call home, the beautiful KwaZulu-Natal region. And surf fans just loving everything in and around the Ballito Pro.
Well, what's not to love? Just such a beautiful morning out there. It's really light little tuft of offshore. It's warming up. Everyone's on the beach. I think this is about the fullest the beach has been the whole week this early. And why wouldn't you want to be here? Middle of winter. Made the call to the Cape Townians down on the southern end of Southern Africa last night. It's cold, it's rainy, freezing temperatures. We're just enjoying the summer life up here.
We are. It is winter in the southern hemisphere, but it is a summer feel here in beautiful Ballito as you just see the views of this amazing coastline. Lots of coves and bays, tons of various waves and lineups for the local surfers and of course our visiting professionals to enjoy. That stretch going all the way up to Sharkers Rock, the history of that area through to Salt Rock and beyond. The new Club Med in the coastline as well, with a massive tourist flag to fly, a gateway to the Big Five. Of course, the game park's just a short drive away.
Yeah, come up closer to my hometown of Umtunzini, the nature areas start, and then you get, of course, Greater St. Lucia Wetland and Cape Vidal UNESCO World Heritage Sites, and then moving into sort of the Gekloe Basin, start getting to those big parks like Gekloe and Umfolozi and some of the best private game reserves on the face of the planet. So it's a really, really cool spot to come visit.
Of course, Pinda as well, and so many other beautiful things in the African bush to discover. Of course, so the Indian Ocean lapping onto the shores here, the warm waters of this Dolphin Coast, the KwaZulu-Natal region, and lots of energy has been with the swell pattern. Our partners at Surfline just right on cue with so much east swell still pounding into the lineup here as we work our way through the round of 16. It is a good morning as we continue coverage here. It is the round before the quarterfinals, and well, Charlie Quivrant is out in the lineup. Is featured in a championship tour level quarterfinal before. Jake Marshall, now there's somebody that knows the championship tour jersey. He is here working his way through now both the championship tour and this year the Challenger Series. But let's get stuck into some nuts and bolts surfing.
Yeah, Charlie, nice first turn. That wave, you can see the tides dropping now, just bottoming him out on him. He's used to the French beach breaks, so I think Ballito feels pretty comfortable for him. I'm just glad to see him in the lineup. He was actually one of those surfers who got damaged yesterday. Took stitches on both sides of his head. When ice bumped into him, he had blood pouring out. So glad he got stitched up and he's back in the lineup.
Back in the lineup is the 30-year-old Frenchman. Of course, out of Royan in France. He grew up in that very competitive region, working the European qualifying series junior tours from an early age. He's been in the jersey for around 10 years now, maybe a little more, as he tries to find his way to a result. Yet will be a best ever. Last year, 25th year in Ballito in the Challenger Series jersey, and he's already going better than that. The worst he can do now is an equal 9th as we reach the round before the quarterfinals. Flip side of the script is Jake Marshall, the 27-year-old out of Encinitas, California. Currently sitting 23rd on the championship tour. So that is in that dangerous cutoff for next year's qualification. And we'll see how he fares. A fair start with a 9th at Bells for the first stop, then plagued with a series of 17ths, a 9th, his other best result, just a 9th on the Gold Coast at the Bonzoy Gold Coast Pro. We know Jake Marshall in the jersey can bring us highlight moments, but right now he'll be focusing on the job at hand at the Challenger Series stop in Ballito. Lovely ripping turn there. There's an energy to his surfing in 2026 that perhaps is not reflecting on his rankings right now, but This is going to be a high voltage exchange here. Charlie Quivrant will just fly by here looking for his own opportunity to stamp a score. And both surfers getting two very strong maneuvers respectively. And we get an opening exchange to talk about.
Yeah, Charlie, only the 283 on that opener for the single turn, but that was a good exchange. Both waves running down the bank. Felt like Charlie had to do a little bit more work to get to the second tad. But let's watch this one from Jake. Really nice looking bowl here. Beautiful bottom turn, wraps it around. That was an absolutely gorgeous first turn, and then getting the crack up into the lip. And then Charlie, maybe the slightly bigger of the two waves. Nice high line carve. Really had to start putting the gas down though to get down the line. And doing very well to get up and over on the second turn. Maybe just give a slight tilt of the head to Jake Marshall on the first wave though.
Well, just after 10 a.m. local time here in Ballito. And certainly signs of that tide falling out here. We think of those opening heats this morning, Kai, in the fuller conditions. A lot of closeouts. Waves, I feel, are finding the sandbar a little more now as we're just a little over an hour until the low tide mark. And definitely some stretched out peelers. And a reasonable exchange to get this heat number 5 underway. Saw a couple of great scores coming out of the lineup. Care of that powerful backhand of championship tour surfing level from Cole Hauschman. Let's go down and hear from him.
Cole, wow, you really pulled out all your CT experience there to really put the squeeze on, using all those years of experience on the tour, your 2 CT wins to get the win in that heat.
Yeah, that was, it's always good to get to the man-on-man heats and kind of simplifies everything. And yeah, Marshall just got an 8.5, so it's we're staying together, so that's super sick. But yeah, I don't know, that was a fun heat. It kind of, I was getting a little worried at the start because we were just battling deep and like missed a couple like really good waves, and then finally I was like, you know what, I just want to surf. I don't want it to get down to like a couple minutes left and I need like a 4 or something. So I just tried to get the ball rolling. I went wide and kind of lucked into a wave, and then that kind of just put me in rhythm for the heat. It went a little slow, but the waves are still firing. So
that win lines you up against Ian Gouveia now in the quarterfinal stage of competition. It's going to be the battle of the Goofies. How do things look now for next rounds?
Yeah, it's exciting. Ian's a great competitor. We already had one heat yesterday, and yeah, I think we both won this event, so it'll be a good matchup. And yeah, a couple Goofies. Hopefully the waves stay up and the conditions are clean, and looking forward to it.
And then Cole, lastly, as a previous event winner, that event win actually set you up that year to qualify for the WCT. Do you feel any extra pressure as a previous winner coming into the event, or do you use it as motivation into these type of heats?
Yeah, I wouldn't say pressure like for the win, but definitely some motivation, just knowing that I've done it before in the past, and I'm inching my way to want to do it again, you know. So yeah, for me it just feels good to make some heats and kind of find my rhythm, and yeah, stoked. I mean, now it's kind of quarters, semis, and you kind of eyeing down the finals. So that'll be what my goal is. So yeah, I'm stoked.
Well, you're looking razor sharp out there. Your backhand looking deadly here in Ballito, and we wish you all the best in that quarterfinal matchup. Back to you, Giggs.
Yeah, thanks. Razor sharp surfing, as Mark Frew says there. Big heat score of 15.33 as he moves through to the quarterfinals. And perhaps another win in Ballito on the cards for Cole Hauschman.
Yeah, it's definitely on the cards. Luckily for Mike, we've got a chiropractor on site. I think his neck might need a little bit of a work over there. You could just see how big Cole Hauschman is, and it's incredible to see the performances he puts into the lineup. This is the 8.5, and just watch this bottom turn. Just absolutely nails the carve and then whoops it up into the lip. Really good surfing from Jake Marshall.
Very on point, powerful driving turns in the critical section of the wave. No questions. One judge went as high as a 9 for 2 forehand turns there. So just speaking to the amplitude of what Jake Marshall's doing in the lineup here.
Yeah, and it's we've had a morning of 8s, and mostly for goofy footers. So nice to see a natural footer putting their hand up and really attacking the lip line. I think also just that first turn, the bottom turn, top turn combo was just so fluid and so much power in the actual carve, but without losing his momentum on the rail. And the judges just rewarding that really good surfing.
Well, he has that championship tour jersey for the year. As we mentioned right now, just sitting down in 23rd, starting to look to the Challenger Series as the backup plan for the remainder of the season. And Jake Marshall back in Ballito. We haven't seen him here for quite a while. Think back to his Challenger Series campaigns. We go all the way back to 2021. US Open final with Griffin Colapinto, getting that runner-up. But of course, qualifying quickly through the system to the Championship Tour. And then last year, what a run in the Championship Tour rankings. Finished 14th. Got a number of 5th places. Let's have a look at the 8.5 because this is CT level surfing.
Very clean. On the bottom turn, you just see how much power he put into that wrap. Really impressive. And there was no sort of downtime from there to getting back up into the lip either for turn number 2. So just really clean, powerful, critical surfing.
Well, folks back home in the North San Diego County will be cheering Jake Marshall on here as he visits South Africa for the first stop on the Challenger Series schedule for the year. Of course, Jake will be in familiar territory in a few weeks' time. He'll be back home and he'll take a quick drive up and partake in the US Open of surfing as well. So let's have a look at that schedule for the season ahead. Here we are in Ballito, and what an opening event it is turning out to be in 2026. Huntington Beach, the US Open just a few weeks away. And then that new location of São Sebastião in Brazil. That's going to be a fun one as we see a different location for the Challenger Series in Brazil.
Yeah, we've been asking around. Josh Kerr telling us that it is actually a highly contestable beach break. Been trying to track down some of the Brazilian surfers and get a little bit more intel on that event for you guys. But we'll definitely look forward to a fresh venue in Brazil. It feels like it's been very Saquarema heavy of late.
Well, Ericeira, the right-handers of a Ribeira de Ilhas to the north of Lisbon. Again, a consistent spot on the Challenger Series. Fantastic to see it again. And then, of course, we'll bring the Challenger Series to an exciting finish in the early part of 2027. Back to Newcastle, as we did in the season earlier this year, to establish the top 10 on the men's and the top 6 on the women's. And of course, here, this is the first stop here in Ballito. It's the round of 16. It's day 5 of competition. A massive field of 80 surfers at the start 4 days ago have been treated to solid overhead waves through the duration of the event. And we have blazed through the format of the opening challenger, and we are just in the round now before the quarterfinals. Of course, on the women's side, got through the round of 16 yesterday. We're down to just 8 women remaining on that side of competition, and it's just a couple of heats now to establish all of our men's quarterfinalists.
And what exciting quarters we're looking forward to. And of course, whoever goes through this heat is going to be coming up against the last heat of the day in this round, which is Mateus Erdy versus Jackson Bunch, which is going to be an absolutely dynamic heat. And of course, for Jake Marshall, interesting little look ahead is if he can get through to the semis, he might be meeting up with his roommate, Cole Hausman.
Yeah, we'll see how this all unfolds here in Ballito. Either way, it's high voltage surfing as we get to the more pointy end of the flow chart. This heat, just a couple of slower moments in it. We had a bit of a slowish start and then a great exchange, which went heavily in favor of Jake Marshall with the 8.5 versus Charlie Quivrant's 3.5. Of course, slightly older 30-year-old Charlie Quivrant, as we mentioned, just growing up in the entire European qualification series picture, a consistent campaigner. Of course, always a sparring partner with names like Maxine Huskino, Gatti and Delahaye. We had great results here a couple of years back. And we'll see where Charlie Quivrant goes with his campaign here in Ballito. Already a personal best by getting to this round of 16. And that is a nice 2-turn combo of his own, and he likes that. He'll just keep the energy moving with a great exchange here. That one just falls apart at the end for Jake Marshall. And advantage Charlie Quivrant in that exchange.
Yeah, exchange number 2 definitely going for the Frenchman, and some great surfing. Both of these guys are looking really good, Gigs. Like, you can see that they're feeling confident, they're feeling good on their equipment. The first turn from Jake was wonderful, but his wave ran away from him. But just watch this one, comes around, big frontside carve back into the power, and then came around the section, timed this so well. That was a really heavy section, so did super well to make the turn. Loved the first turn, jabs it, and just that wave was a little bit fast for him, didn't get it down. So certainly advantage Charlie on the second exchange, and going to look forward to seeing what those scores come in with.
Well, Jake Marshall just having to tighten up that 2-turn combo there. And either way, there'll still be a lot of recognition of the ripping power in the top turn of that opening maneuver of Jake Marshall. But nice 2-turn combination from Charlie Quivrant. Start getting those lower scores out of his current counting top 2, which you do see right now in the top of screen. So for now, we'll wave goodbye to 2.83. And nice pace there from both of our surfers. We're talking about the breeding pool of Charlie Quivrant. Just remembering those names like Maxine and Gatien, and of course Marco Mignot, also in that French regional. All these kids growing up from the junior series together. Jean Duru, who can forget his performances both in the then qualification series, and great visits from Jean Duru over the years here at Ballito. Of course, Jorgen Kuzenet, respect to him for the numbers that he fell out in a very high-end heat, less than half a point separating first through fourth. High voltage surfing from Jorgen Kuzenet as well. So the French are certainly flying the flag here, and they'll do that with a 7.5 in that exchange. So Quivrant, respectable number here as he takes that to a lead here at the halfway mark.
Yeah, like you say, it's actually taking him out front because he had the 3.5 as a backup. We are still waiting for that 1-turn score for Jake Marshall. But this is why he got the 7.5, just good, solid frontside surfing, really nice wrap. A lot of the points coming right here, though. That is a heaving section, and he did so well to get up and over. And the judges will be having a good long look at that wave of Jake Marshall, because the first turn was nice, but obviously didn't get the second.
Judges are pondering that big turn for Jake Marshall. We'll allow them to do their work, and we'll be back after the break to continue the action here from beautiful Ballito in South Africa. It is the World Surf League's Challenger Series.
Welcome to KwaZulu-Natal, the destination for all seasons. Nestled on the breathtaking north coast of the Zulu Kingdom, this vibrant town offers something for everyone. KwaZulu-Natal boasts several beaches that have been awarded the prestigious blue flag, guaranteeing cleanliness and safety for all visitors. Our inland region offers a world of adventure. Get your adrenaline pumping with thrilling activities like ziplining, hiking and off-road biking surrounded by the natural beauty of KwaZulu-Natal's landscapes. Kids will love our animal farm, getting up close and personal with friendly animals. Immerse yourself in history as you explore the rich heritage and legacy of great leaders like King Shaka and Chief Albert Luthuli. Conveniently located just a short drive from King Shaka International Airport and Durban International Conventional Center, making it easily accessible for both local and international delegates, with an abundance of world-class accommodation facilities, dining options and attractions nearby, you can truly make the most of your time in this magnificent region. KwaZulu-Natal, the heartbeat of the North Coast.
Welcome back to the Ballito Pro. We're in the beautiful KwaZulu region of KZN. As you can see, it's sunshine, the ocean, the beach is packed, and it's the middle of winter in the school holidays here in July. KwaZulu-Natal, located on the east coast of South Africa in the KZN region, and the Ballito Pro, a major economic driver for this region. It brings lots of tourists, it brings competitors and visitors from all over the world. And we got the best surfing anywhere in the world in the water today. In the previous heat, we had a World Championship Tour surfer, Cole Harshman. He's won 2 CT events and he's through to the quarterfinals. And then we got Jake Marshall in the water now, also a WCT surfer. So the standard of surfing is high in one of the tourism hotspots of South Africa, the KwaZulu-Natal region. Back to you, Gigs.
Thanks, Mike. Just in and amongst it there, Mike. You're just loving the vibe at the beach, and of course surf fans around the world plugging in for championship tour level surfing here in the Challenger Series brackets.
Yeah, and you just look at that pan of the beach, you see all the different flags, how many brands are getting behind this event every year, all the people behind the scenes. Colette and her team, of course, just doing such a good job over the years with this event. And, you know, Gigs, you and I always just look forward to coming back here. It's fantastic. This was during the break. Charlie, a nice little speed hack off the top again, had to come around the corner to get turn number 2, and then drives a nice little carve to finish off. Came in at a 4.5, so he did improve, but needing a 4.58, so just a little bit short. And you know, we were talking about the French surfers. I think they feel so at home here in Ballito, having grown up in big heaving beach breaks. It's sort of a similar power band, similar kinds of waves, nice big rights, and that's why you see so often the French surfers having good runs here.
Yeah, absolutely. A lot of similarities with the strong beach break conditions here. Think of Hossegor and the other regions, of course, Lakanu and the various west-facing beaches there. And of course, it's the opposite story. We are east-facing here, but very similar with the sandbars. And certainly a lot of the Europeans, you think of the Spanish, you think of the Portuguese as well, who all know those contest drills in the French scenario. But right now, pretty tight heat on paper, 12.07 over a 12. Jake Marshall still with a 3.57 in his scoreline. Charlie Crevant surfed his heart out for a 4.5, which was just short of the requirement of a 4.58. So this will be a fun 10.5 minutes to go.
Yeah, looking at the 3.5 and the 4.5 for Charlie, both very similar waves. Got a nice first turn, but had to kind of cut it short as the wave sort of rifled down the bank, and then had to do a bit of work to get out to the end sections to get some more work done. He needs to find another wave like the 7.5, 2 big turns. He's going to force Jake into this one.
Well, let's have a look. Jake Marshall, heat leader. 2-turn combo, a little bit late there, just a disconnection as he exited that descending lip. Still a lot of energy in the lineup here. It was a big talking point yesterday and the day before, is how hard the waves were breaking. We've seen a lot of equipment, a lot of surfers going to their step-ups as well through the rounds on the way to this round of 16. What are we thinking, Kai?
Again, just cutting that first turn a little short because of the section, and then got up late on the second. I think he can count his blessings there. That was could have been a really bad landing. He was right off his weight, and the foot still caught the rail as he went down, and that could have been an ankle for sure.
Well, a 3.57 in the scoreline. Might be a little discussion of the decimals here, because that first turn perhaps might just nudge his scorecard slightly ahead. Waiting for a judge's opinion on that. Clock keeps moving, approaching the 9-minute mark. But as we mentioned, talking to that 3.57 backup score, it's just going to be short. I thought it might just be on the cusp of it, 3.43, Kai. So no change to the situation, but Quivrant now with the priority.
Yeah, that scenario played into Charlie's hands for sure. He's got the priority now. That's exactly what he wanted. Just under 9 minutes on the clock. He's got some time. He can really hunt the lineup now and look for a quality wave. The thing is, we've seen some good waves. We've seen some big scores through the round already. So, but if we think back, a couple of the heats had very slow starts. It only was like the halfway mark that things lit up. So Charlie's going to be hoping that that sort of pathway stays open and that we get a nice flurry of waves and he's able to really improve on that 4.5. He's carrying the 7.5, good score, but he's going to need to get a similar ranging score to really put some pressure on Jake. Also, just looking at the ocean, I'm seeing a little bit of a ruffle now, Gigs, so winds maybe just slightly changing. The land breeze has kind of lost its momentum and it's backing off. But I know the forecast for today and tomorrow and Saturday are all very light winds, so I don't think it's going to affect us too much.
Beautiful beach scenes here in Ballito as we get hot surfing out of the lineup. Jake Marshall single turn there. Again, just doing everything he can just to nudge that 3.57 out and bring a replacement score. You spoke about heats this morning. Ryan Canalo getting 11.87 for his opening heat of the morning's win. Jarvis Earl then really set the pace with a 15-point ride, the best of his, an 8 and a 7. And of course, Ian Gouveia. That was the little bit of a troubled heat, the Gouveia versus Geordie Lawler. That one went a little bit slow. Single maneuver for Jake. What are we thinking?
Well, it came straight in as a 4. The judges didn't hang about on it, so slight improvement.
A little over 7 minutes to go here in the lineup, an 8.5 in the scorecard for Jake Marshall. Just thinking of all the other highlights, of course, the previous heat, 8.83, a massive number from Cole Hauschman. Backed it up with a 6.5, so 15.33. That's where some of the heat wins have been at on the scorecard this morning. For now, the requirement goes up just a touch, Kai. Jake Marshall with that single turn. A bit of a free fall out of the lip. Judges found a little bit extra in that. And he'll replace the 3.43 with a 4. So a new requirement, 5.01 now for our surfer with priority. Still very, very close.
Heart-stopping moments equate to scores. That's been pretty much the story of the event so far. Those surfers that are willing to put the risk in are getting well rewarded. So just the one turn, but getting a 4 does increase the gap a little bit. 5.01, I don't think Charlie is going to be too worried about the sort of the numbers there. It's not a massive requirement. He's already got a 7.5, so he knows what he needs to do. But we've seen a couple of surfers get let down in the last few heats. Like you said, the ocean can go through those sort of little slow periods. So he's going to be hoping that they at least get 2-3 more sets before the end of the heat.
Well, talking of the ocean, it is 10:30 local time here on the east coast of South Africa. That low tide just around half an hour out, a little past 11 a.m. this morning, will see us hit the bottom of the tide graph. And then perhaps maybe a little bit more consistency as the tide turned over. You made mention of this sort of southerly brush of wind. I think that is going to set in for the afternoon. And certainly will keep the lineup fairly clean. We'll see how hard that wind starts to blow and how it affects the call as far as the heats that we get done today. Of course, we are on track here to complete the round of 16 as we tee up the quarterfinalists on the men's side. That was already done yesterday, down to the final 8 on the women's side of the draw. And we're slipping under the 5-minute mark here. And Jake Marshall, scorecard open again, just doing everything he can to nudge the numbers along.
Yeah, and it's an interesting scenario we find ourselves in because we've had such a flow to this event. There's been so many waves. This was just caught right now. This little inside bowl, lovely whip to start off and then comes straight up into the lip again. Could well be an improvement on the 4.0. But because we've had such a run of swell, we've really flown through the event. And what we sit with now is at the end of this round, you've pretty much just got the quarters on both sides for the ladies and the men. So we've got 2 full days ahead of us. The low tide does shift a bit later into the morning, so we'll probably see slightly later starts. But the wind forecast is really good. The swell swings a bit more to the southwest. So we've got options, Gigs. We've got lots of options.
Well, beautiful scenes here in Ballito, that light breeze down at the beach. Let's go down and visit Mark Frew. What have you got for us?
Thank you, Giggs. I'm down here on the beach with the water safety manager for the event, Grayson Love. And Grayson, we've got the SMG Yamaha jet ski that's been provided by SMG Yamaha. SMG are serious about water safety and they've provided the ski for us for the event. What ski is this, Grayson?
Yeah, Hi, Mike. Yeah, it's an 1100 Yamaha, generously provided by SMG. They've sponsored the event on numerous occasions over the last couple of years. They've sponsored this thing for the last 3 or 4 years. We've got 2 of them on the beach. One is on the water at all times. The second one is always on standby in case we need for ski assist or any other issues we have out at sea. Third one we have is also a Yamaha, also provided by SMG but owned by KDM. They also supply KDM with all their jet skis and all their requirements for water safety.
Great job you guys are doing, Grayson. I know you've had quite a few call-outs this event because of that heavy surf that we've had the last couple of days, and I've seen you guys scrambling. I've seen so much going down, but you guys have done such a great job without any sort of incident. The skis also come with a sled at the back, eh?
Yeah, absolutely. Every ski is equipped with the mat, the sled on the back for easy pickups of any athletes for whatever reasons. We always have a swimmer on the back to help with just grabbing guys out of the water if we need it. We use our discretion when it comes to what type of rescue we're going to do, whether we're going to actually deploy the ski to lift the patient out of the water or whether we're just arriving on time with the ski. But yeah, they're a great help. Cannot do water safety without the proper equipment. That jet ski is the main equipment. Around here you can see we've got rescue boards and fins for the swimmers, box lines, all the normal standard lifeguarding equipment as well, yeah.
So big thanks to SMG Yamaha for providing it. Then one last quick one. I see there's a big vehicle further down the beach. Tell us about that and how that fits in just quickly, Grayson.
Yep, that's one of the SMG flagship vehicles. Ineos Grenadier Quartermaster double cab, gets all our equipment down to the beach thanks to SMG.
Awesome stuff. Back to you, Giggs.
Thanks, Mike. Out in the lineup, we've slipped down to under 90 seconds on the clock. Meanwhile, judges brought a 5.33 in for the 2-turn combo of Jake Marshall, who, under the priority of Charlie Quivrant, has just put a slightly bigger requirement of a 6.34 onto him. And just like that, we're down to 1 minute to go. But Jake Marshall's just nudged it all the way. A few minutes back, he had a 12.07. Then he replaced a score and he replaced it again. So a little bit of distance now on the scorecard as we go into the last minute.
Yeah, Jake, and under priority too, just improving his situation. Now 6.34 for Charlie. I must say, every time we see that jet ski, I can see Giggsy just light up. He loves doing water safety.
Yeah, I wonder if we can commentate off the back of the ski. Might try one year. Either way, let's have a look at the effort from a 6.34 requirement. Quivrant's going to go to the left. Big hammer. And that could feel like a step towards the score. That was a big meaty wave. You see how it's run into, almost shock waving off the rocks there as the clock is pretty much going to be done. Was that a clutch moment? Does that switch the heat? I don't know what the surf fans are thinking. Of course, it is in the hands of the judges. What are we thinking here in the booth?
Well, it's an interesting one, Giggs, because, I mean, we've been seeing the goofies all week. It's been a talking point, doing those big backhand hammers. We talk about how much more projection and aggression you can put into the swing, into that oncoming lip. Let's watch this one, because now Charlie going left. Big bottom turn, huge section, and he really did have a good crack at it, and that was a heaving oncoming section. So, sure, it could be close, but it looks like the score came in and just not enough.
Yeah, a little bit of a weird crease in the lip line there, and it is going to be an official result. That man on screen, Jake Marshall, is going to get the best of the heat number 5 in the round of 16, and he is on his way to the quarterfinals. Great results there, an official one on paper now, 8.5 and a 5.33 for the heat win. Jake Marshall continues here at the Ballito Pro. Stay with us. We have more surfing after the break.
This new generation never goes outside. This new generation is lazy. This new generation needs to wake up. Wake up.
By KwaZulu-Natal Municipality, official host and title sponsor partner of the Ballito Pro presented by O'Neill. By O'Neill, official presenting sponsor of the Ballito Pro. And by Corona Cero, made with 100% natural ingredients.
Welcome back to the show. It is the World Surf League's Challenger Series coming to you direct from beautiful Ballito on the east coast of South Africa. We are into a big day 5 of competition as we narrow the men's field down. The round of 16 will be establishing the quarterfinalists. As you join us mid-morning here, Gigsaliers alongside the World Junior Champion from a few seasons back, Jarvis Earl, who's back in the jersey this year. Kai Linda along with us. And Jarvis, you're into the quarterfinals. How's that feeling for you?
Oh, yeah, it's feeling really good. I've been coming to Ballito for a few years now and always kind of struggled to figure it out. And this year I feel like I've figured it out. And, yeah, I'm looking forward to the quarterfinals.
Well, on-point surfing from this man. You went into the excellent category there. A little bit of a slower start to that heat, but then you just whacked out some big numbers there for us.
Yeah, it was kind of pretty high tide this morning, so the water slowly started draining off, and I feel like midway through that heat it really turned on, and I managed to crack a couple on my backhand, so frothing.
And working with Wade Carmichael and the Aussie crew as well, so lots of support for you here.
Yeah, Surfing Oz sent over Wade Carmichael and Peter Reese Duncan, so it's been good working with them, and then having the Aussie crew behind me, it's cool, yeah.
We are establishing quarterfinalists. We love it, and we trust that you will enjoy the next heat as we move into heat 6 of the morning. Jackson Bunch, there's a nice name that we can talk about. Both of them with CT experience, lost to break down. And this will be a fun heat to call, Kai.
Well, if I had to pick a heat this morning, I obviously would have picked Jarvis's. But on paper, Jackson Bunch versus Matthias Hurdy. Jackson's just been on a tear lately, like really good backhand surfing. And for me, I mean, Matthias, you really always going to expect fireworks.
Yeah, this is super exciting heat on paper. Obviously, being a goofy footer, I love watching Jackson Bunch. And then Matthias, he's got a crazy air game as well. So super excited for this one.
Well, just 22 years of age, Jackson Bunch. We got to see him get a run at the championship tour last year, of course, with the cut in place. Had to say goodbye to the high level of the sport after that mid-season cut after Margaret River. But here he is in the jersey in 2026 in the Challenger Series, looking for a run through the 5 stops. Of course, Jarvis, you're going to do the full run on the Challenger this year. You say you're figuring Ballito out, and you've had a few good results out of the US Open of yourself, so going to that with a positive mindset.
Yeah, I was feeling real good coming into this leg. Like last year I came off a pretty big knee injury, so it took a lot of work to get back to where I am now, and like I feel like I'm finally at a place where I'm feeling confident in my knee and feeling 100% again. So I was just really excited to be back surfing, competing, and Ballito US Open, it's pretty enjoyable leg. Like I always love coming over here, eating steak, surfing waves, just staying right on the beachfront with all the boys. And then, yeah, I've had some good results in the US in the past, so really looking forward to getting over there as well.
Just thinking about the schedule this year, obviously we know most of the legs, Ericeira, Newcastle. I mean, I'm sure you've surfed plenty heats out at Newcastle over the years. But a new venue for Brazil, you know much about it?
I don't know a whole lot about it, to be honest, but I'm pretty sure it's town close to where Medina grew up, which is cool. But I always enjoy going to new places, so it should be exciting. I'm sure there'll be some fun waves, and it's very much like a beach break tour this year, so I think just that makes it really exciting. Going to be high performance, airs, turns, bit of everything.
And now when you're looking at sort of a new venue like Sao Sebastião, you haven't been there. Well, I mean, to be honest, most of the tour hasn't been there. They last had a contest there way back in the day. Is that the kind of place where you'd look at the dates and maybe just try get out a little bit earlier just to go get a feel for it?
100%, and just with Brazil being on the complete opposite side of the world from Australia, there's a lot of jet lag, a lot of travel, so I think getting there early is going to be your friend. Get a read on the wave early before the crowd gets there, so yeah, that'll be my plan for sure.
Well, of course, the full schedule on your screen. We are in Ballito at the moment. Huntington Beach up next for the US Open. The new location of Brazil, a discussion. Those right-handers of Ribeira de Ilhas in Ericeira. That'll be fun. And then back to Newcastle. You've visited the Ericeira region before?
Yeah, I've been to Ericeira a couple towns. Portugal is a super cool country, and there's a lot of fun waves in that area, actually. So I always enjoy that trip. Ribeira itself is a difficult wave to figure out, but obviously been there a couple times, so I think that's a bit of an advantage for sure.
And I'm just looking at this picture. It's so nice to have the drone shot. For the last few days with that bigger, punchier swell, we've seen a lot of action further down the beach, but now the last few heats we're seeing the guys really push up to that rock pinnacle, sort of the top of the point. Bit of an interesting sort of move.
Yeah, I think like with this more peakier swell right up next to the rocks is where you get the best chance to sort of chip in and get two big turns. Down the beach there is some big closeout sections, but it feels a bit straighter, so I like the boys sitting up the top.
Well, it is low tide here in Ballito, and it was a little bit of a trickier heat for Jake Marshall, but he did get the win. Let's go down and hear some thoughts from him.
Thank you, Giggs. Jake, that was a great heat win. It's a big transition for you CT surfers to get through those 4-man heats into the 2-man heats, and now your CT experience shines through big time.
For sure. I mean, this is what we've been, I've been on the tour for like 5 years now, surfing a lot of man-on-man heats. So this is kind of like, I guess, like where we feel the most comfortable and where we have the most reps. So now that we're into this side of the draw, like it definitely feels a bit more natural and kind of just getting back to what we usually do.
You've been to Ballito about 4 times over the years. How do the conditions today and this event so far compare to how you've experienced it before?
I'd say this event, like all around, is probably the best one. Like the last time I was here in 23, we had one like amazing day where the waves were just like super good. But I mean, it's been pumping every day I've been here. Like I don't think there's been one bad day since we even showed up. Like even for the local QS, it was just firing. So been like a super fun wave trip. Honestly, some of the best waves I've surfed in heats all year, like even with the CTs. So it's just been really fun to get some good waves in my heats and do some fun surfing.
You and your good friend Carl Hashman are staying together just a couple of bays up the strip. Whatever you guys are eating, your routine, whatever you're doing, it's working because you're both through.
For sure, it's been working good. Like we all kind of came into this event just like a little bit like, like we gotta like go do this event, and we're just like not doing good. And now we're like getting the ball rolling, having fun, like having a super good confidence. Cool, like when the guys you're staying with are doing really good. And yeah, so we're having a lot of fun and we're on a good program and we're feeling really confident. So we're on opposite sides of the draw, so we've kind of been saying like, all right, let's keep going and meet up in this final. And yeah, that's the goal.
That's so rad. So we hope that we see that kind of final. That would be so epic to see. Good luck for your next round. A quarterfinal, you're into a really good result in Ballito so far. Back to you, Giggs.
Yeah, thanks, Mike. Good stuff there from Jake Marshall. Just saying how comfortable he's feeling, and what I take from that interview, both of you guys, is world-class surfing on offer here in Ballito this year.
Yeah, world-class surfing, pumping waves, eating steaks. It's a good time, eh?
Yeah, it's super fun. I think also it's really cool this year without there being the cut-on tour. Like you see a lot more of the CT crew coming and doing the Challenger Series events, and sort of just brings the event up to another level. So that's been really cool, this event.
It's always great to hear the thoughts of surfers that have found the top of the sport in the World Junior framework, that World Junior Championships. So how did that affect sort of your mindset, and did you come out of that into the next season with a lot of expectation upon you?
Yeah, I feel like I definitely had a lot of expectation, pressure me, like winning the World Junior Championships pretty young, being on the Challenger Series 18 years old. Obviously believed in myself, but had a bit of a rough shot the first couple years on the Challenger, and yeah, I think just with my injury, it gave me a lot of time to reset, focus on some other things, and now I'm feeling like I'm ready to step it up and qualify for the World Tour, so that'll be my big goal for this year, so it's pretty exciting.
And we're going to pull back the tapes here, Jarvis, while we've got you in the booth. We're just watching lines approaching here. Do we get an opening wave? The answer is no. So we'll pull up some tapes. Jarvis, you've been in the lineup. Your heats this morning, 8s and a 7 in the lineup. Have you had a look at these yourself just yet?
I saw a couple of the highlights on Instagram, but this is the first time I'm properly watching them, to be honest.
Okay, talk us through.
Yeah, so basically I had a bit of a rough start to the heat, a couple falls, but both me and Ian were having a bit of a shocker, so I just reset. A little flurry came through the middle part of the heat, and that's when I got those 2 scores, and I was pretty psyched. Then I could kind of control the heat towards the back end, put a bit of pressure on Ian, seeing he needed a mid-8, and yeah, it all worked out perfectly for me in the end.
Pretty crazy too, because we talk about how like surfing is such a rhythmic sort of activity, and slow start, much like this heat now, nothing really going for either of you. You catch that one little wave, suddenly you click 2 dots, feeling a bit better, and I mean you dropped 3 scores I think within 5 minutes, like bang bang bang.
Yeah, I think just knowing that neither of us really had a good start, it kind of just gave me a chance to reset and sort of be like, all right, I've got a 20-minute heat now instead of a 35. And then once I did that and just went back to what I've been doing the last couple heats, that's when I started getting my scores.
Yeah, well, great stuff. You're into that quarterfinals. You're going to take on Ryan Canalo. He's been surfing pretty on point as a young Brazilian star. A little bit younger than you, but he's been on form here in Ballito. How are you feeling about that?
Yeah, good. I've surfed actually against Ryan a fair few times over the years. I think he's maybe a year or 2 younger than me, not sure. So it'll be an exciting battle. It's good to see like a little younger matchup, so I'm looking forward to it.
Battle of the youth, love it. Ryan's kind of filled out a bit too. I mean, we've seen him here in South Africa for a good few years, and he was a tiny little grom when he first came out here, but he's a bit of a unit these days.
Yeah, he towers over me. He's probably got a fair few inches on me, I'd say, but yeah, it should be an exciting battle. He's definitely a really good surfer. You don't see him fall off too often, so I'll have to clean up a couple of those mistakes at the start of my last heat and make sure I'm on point for that next one.
Great stuff. As the voice of Jarvis Earl here in the booth with us. Just turning our focus to the heat here momentarily. I mean, we are moving along with nothing on the scorecards. I think we're going to see a heat restart here, perhaps. We haven't had one.
I was about to say the same thing. We must be close to that time, and we haven't even really had a strong paddle yet that I've seen. I saw Mateus kind of maybe have a sniff at a wave. It's a tough one, hey, Jarvis, because the head judge is obviously going to look at the lineup, and if he thinks there was scoring potential, it's not going to happen. I think we're going to be saved by the bell here, though. This looks like the first paddle of the heat.
Well, we're almost queuing this in,
oh,
and that will count. And so we'll start the priority rotations. And Mateus Hurdy just fighting and battling for that inside domination there, but it is not going to feature on the scorecard in any way. And so we hit the 20-minute mark. So, wow, we burnt up 15 minutes here.
Have you had many heat restarts?
Honestly, I think I've only had one in my time. It was actually against my mate, Lennox Smith, in a Kiwi. It was a pretty classic matchup, but we ended up having a restart. That's the only one I can think of. But yeah, the boys chewing up a bit of the time. There goes Mateus, just a nice one-turner. But they're pretty much surfing a 20-minute heat now, which I'm sure will be an exciting back end to this one.
Well, we got to see some of Lennox Smith in the Challenger this year. Certainly also really just surfing on point. We loved what he was bringing to the table. What background stories you got on Lennox for us?
Yeah, I've known him forever, pretty much. We're the same age, so just grew up surfing, traveling against each other. This is his first year on the Challenger, so it's pretty cool. I'm sure I'll be traveling with him a bit this year, and yeah, it's just cool having a mate on tour. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, your hometown, Cronulla, always a cool story to talk about in the history of surfing. Of course, very obviously we'll reference Mark Okilupo, but of late, Connor O'Leary certainly just flying that Cronulla flag as well for your hometown.
Yeah, it's pretty funny. Like, all the good surfers who have come out of Cronulla in the past have been goofy footers, so there's a fair few role models I looked up to, like Oki, Connor O'Leary, Kirk Flintoff, Andy King, Richard Dog Marsh, like all those boys goofy footers. So yeah, it's cool.
Yeah, we love those stories. And just as we take the story back to the lineup here, nothing on the scorecards yet for Jackson Bunch with priority, but we're starting to see Matthias Hurdy just getting a little jittery, just trying to get some numbers moving on his scorecard of his own. Really nothing coming together. You saw him trying to approach and go straight to the air. We know that is his strength. And perhaps we'll see more of that. But right now, really not a lot to hang the hat on for the story.
Yeah, it's been a bit of a really slow heat, but I don't know. I kind of think I've seen quite a few waves go through unridden as well. I think these two maybe just got caught up in the hargy-bargy of like trying to really push that priority and get in control of the heat. So maybe Matthias has got a good idea, just start catching waves.
Well, that's always a good idea, catching waves. We're going to sit back and take a quick break. We'll continue with the action from Ballito straight after that.
This is peak summer vibes here. That is a launch.
The U.S. Open's like the mecca of all of Orange County.
The pier is absolutely packed. The beach, standing room only.
Deep. A new world champion. And when it's on, nothing comes close.
Welcome back to the show. The win of Jarvis Earl back in California, number of seasons back, on point surfing from the young Australian to get a win over Levi Slauson in that final, getting past names like Oscar Berry and Alan Cleland as well in the draw. And Jarvis with us in the booth. How good did all of this feel?
Yeah, it felt pretty good. I was a couple years ago now. I think I've packed on a few kilos since then. But I remember just rocking up in Cali and seeing the swell and just fun lefts, and as a goofy footer I just really enjoyed that whole event.
Must have been quite interesting as well for this event because you're in California. Levi Slauson obviously was like the hometown hero. Sometimes it can be a little intimidating going against those hometown boys.
Yeah, it definitely can be. Like, he definitely had a big crew down there supporting him, but I think that just fired me up, and I had a good Aussie team behind me, as you can see, so we had our little cheer squad, and yeah, it was really cool.
Oh, great memories there for Jarvis Earl. That World Junior win in 2022. And here he is in the studio and in the quarterfinals of the Ballito Pro in 2026. We trust that you're enjoying the show with us as you see the beautiful sights and sounds of the region here, the KwaZulu-Natal And just a huge tip of the hat to the KwaZulu-Natal municipality for their vision in really positioning Ballito in a global discussion by backing the Challenger Series here. And we love coming here every year. And meanwhile, at break, a couple of numbers starting to come to us. What are we thinking, Kai?
Jeez, that was a first turn of note, and then a heaving section. You did so well to make that second turn. The left's suddenly coming back under consideration again. Then Mateus went right. Good-looking ball, building up a lot of speed here. Comes off the bottom. Big power hack. And looking for the closer. Whips it over the top. So decent score there, but I think Jackson probably going to get the nod there. That was pretty critical surfing.
Yeah, I thought Jackson might sniff out a few of those lefts, and he has, and there was 2 pretty critical turns on that wave, so I'm sure that'll be, has it dropped in a 7.5, so that's a really good start for Jackson. And then Mateus on that right, 2 good hits, but a bit of a smaller wave, so I think it won't be quite as good as Jackson's.
Well, Jackson Bunch, still 22 years of age. He's had that run in the championship tour level back in 2024. He'll want to get back to all of that. And just watching Mateus Hurdy, current championship tour surfer, who's had a little bit of a slower start at the higher level of the sport. And he's trying to gear himself here, the 25-year-old from Florianopolis, is Santa Catalina, in that beautiful region of Brazil. As I say, he'll be wanting to get into some gears here. He did start well with a 5th at the Bonzoy Gold Coast Pro, but other than that, really just a string of 17th and throwaway results. Sees Mateus Hurdy here. He's currently down at 28th on the championship tour. So all focus on the Challenger Series ahead. And of course, this man, Taj Lindblad, has worked his way into some kind of contention in Ballito this year. He'll take on World Junior Champion Dane Henry. That is going to be a high voltage heat coming to us next. And of course, Taj will be wanting to emulate the successes that his sister is experiencing at the high level. And we'll see for another exciting heat. Right now, this one, gentlemen, being a little bit slow and sluggish. The 7.5 is still the only score on the scorecard for Jackson Bunch as we're hitting the 11.5-minute mark. Mateus Hurdy really hasn't garnered too much in the lineup either. So perhaps just the ocean folding over now with that low tide change as we move on to 11 a.m. local time.
Yeah, the low tide's definitely going to affect it. And I think every day we've seen sort of that 40 minutes over the dead low swing over. It does get a little bit sort of frumpy. I mean, Jackson Bunch's support crew have been sweating bullets 20 minutes into the heat without a wave, but found that left, got the 7.5, so he'll be feeling a lot better about life. But you can't really take your finger, he's going to pull priority on this one too.
Well, a blocking strategy perhaps, but either way he'll want to turn this into some points. Just gets that spin and twist, but no completion. So hands the priority to Mateus Hurdy, who is... well, just that one pointer will switch the lead for now, perhaps a psychological game, but more the blocking tactic out in the lineup. Certainly all these little moving parts make a big difference, but this will be an incomplete.
Yeah, threw the tail up so nicely, and then I think he knew it was kind of bending away from him a little bit, so I thought he'd try something a little bit aggressive there, but my feeling is he knew that was a throwaway probably from the moment he went up into the lip. Here goes Mateus.
Well, using the priority, that was a wave choice there, and just that decision perhaps very questionable. Wasn't exactly a great-looking wave in the lineup, and certainly got a feeling he might just get that priority back. He is very close to the primary takeoff area there, but right now the clock's down to 10 minutes, and this has been a little bit of a weird story to tell here in the heat number 6 as we're trying to find our quarterfinalists.
Yeah, and we know Mateus has got the air game, so at some point he's going to start feeling pressurized in this situation and probably look to go there. The conditions are pretty good for the airs right now. But Jarvis, Jackson Bunch is no slouch in the air. I mean, I was watching the new series of Surf 100 and he did one of the biggest punts I've ever seen in my life.
Yeah, I've been watching that series as well, actually. It's pretty exciting, and Jackson's just been smashing those challenges. He's been ripping. So, yeah, a couple of mistakes actually from the boys with those wave selections in my opinion, but I think Jackson was just eager to back up that 7.5, and now the ball's back in his court with priority, so be exciting to see what he does next.
We love it. Jarvis Earl in the studio, having a ton of fun, touching on various subjects. Of course, a quarterfinal ahead for you, Jarvis. And not sure if we're going to go to that far in the draw today. Are waiting for the calls for the schedule. But right now, low tide conditions, still a beautiful day here in Ballito. So we'll get more surfing for you. This is under the priority. Mateus Hurdy, that was a lovely sting along the lip line there, just kind of grinded it. And now onto the inside section. Low tide, you'll slam into an oncoming section. Transition to big, heavy hits on the outside from Jackson Bunch. And let's go down to Mark Frew.
Down on the Red Bull Athletes area, got the American crew cheering, and the rest of his Hawaiian support crew for Jackson Bunch. You can hear them going crazy after that last ride. It's a real battle out there between these two surfers. Cade, how did that last wave look?
It was good. I think it was smart. Get the second wave, put some more pressure on Mateus, so it's good.
So they cheering. Shion, how's the heats panning out for Jackson out there?
Yeah, Jackson's going pretty good right now. Got Mateus in a little corner. So yeah, let's see how it goes. But I think he might get a little 5. Getting Mateus needing another score. But, yeah.
So back to you, Gigs. It's all happening down here in the Red Bull Athlete Zone, and every time one of the surfers gets a wave, their fellow compatriots are just going crazy. So let's wait for these scores to come in and see where it positions Jackson and Mateus in this heat.
Of course, Eli Hanneman, Josh Moniz, everybody behind Jackson Bunch here in the Challenger Series campaign of 2026. They'll be wanting to get back to that championship to a level that he got to experience last year. And let's have a look at where the scores go, as judges owe both of our surfers numbers.
Well, Mateus needed this wave. It was a really important wave. He held it together. First turn was good. A little check turn for the second, but I like the closer there. And then Jackson took off behind him. Beautiful whip off the top. But the second turn was the money, right up into the section. Nice aggressive surfing. So he's going to probably have a slightly upper hand on that exchange, Jarvis.
Yeah, I think we've got a heat in our hands. Mateus connected really well with the first and last turn there, and then Jackson, he had more of a setup turn and a big square up to finish. So be interesting to see where Jackson's score comes in, and then I think we'll have a pretty exciting end to this heat.
Kind of been saying the whole week in the booth, this wave does tend to suit the goofy footers, but let's see what this natural footer can get down the line for us. Oh, just buried the nose there. So I was saying is we've kind of been calling it like the bowl here this year, especially with the sandbank how it is, and we've had that little bit of south-southeast in the swell. It's been quite a tight little bowl, and it seems to like force the natural footers a little bit more out onto the shoulder, where you guys on your backhand are able to really drive vertical into the pocket.
Yeah, I think if you can really pick those nice pockety, good paced waves, it's nice to be on your backside. It gives you opportunity to just get those nice vertical hits. Obviously, the natural footers also have the advantage of being able to generate scores on those trickier waves, but on the good ones, I think being on your backhand is a pretty big advantage at the moment.
Well, waiting for that number 4 Jackson Bunch. We think of Jarvis Earls' scores, 2-turn combos for the 7s and 8s, that one in the same part of the beach. Where's the score going, Kai?
Well, they're having a good think on it. That was a really solid second turn. It was a bit of a heaver of a section too, so he did well just to get out of it. And now back into action.
Well, live as Jackson Bunch continues the momentum. Just a single maneuver opportunity as we slip under the 5-minute mark. So backlogged for 2 numbers now. That man on screen, the young 22-year-old out of Maui, in the Hawaiian Island change. That previous score, 717, is going to fit right into where he wants it to. So a pair of 7s. The situation changes. It puts Hurdy down into a fairly steep requirement. And of course, that last wave of Jackson Bunch, I don't think will feature in his top 2. So now Hurdy, 884 requirement for the championship to a surfer. That is a big number to chase, but you know that he has the the full armament to attack a scoreline like that. He's going to have to put himself under a bit of pressure now.
Yeah, he's kind of woken up on that last one, a 5.83. Unfortunately, just 2 7s now for Jackson, and that metronomic sort of backhand, he really does go beyond 12 o'clock. It's crazy how much he can pull the board up through his hips like that. And I mean, just look at the surfing from Jackson. He took 20 minutes to get going, then laid into this left-hander. Big, heavy closeout turn, got the 7.5. Then we're probably going to see Mateus coming in. Found a good wave finally. Good whip off the top. Just kind of went a little bit soft on him here, and that's why the score was a little lower. I like the closeout turn though. And then watch Jackson here. Bit of a setup turn, but still nice rail work. But just look how hard he attacks the lip on the backhand. It's really committed surfing. And that's why he's out in front. 717, 75, 884 requirement now. But if we all know one thing in this world, with 3 minutes to go, a bit of pressure on his shoulders, Mateus has got the arsenal to pull that score.
Well, vertical attack from Mateus Hurdy, who's got a big set of numbers to chase here. Combination down the line. He'll just free fall, land on the back foot there. As we go under the 3-minute mark, you might think that he may want to do this in 2 moving parts there. An 884, perhaps we're not going to see that. But beautiful vertical approach to that first maneuver. And we'll bring you that replay shortly as we clock is already down to 2.5 to go.
Well, in the meantime, Jackson with another left. Almost thought he was going to get barreled there. He goes for the big air. We were just saying he's got a massive punt in his bag of tricks. And then Mateus took off on this one. He really had to fight to get into that wave. Nice little vertical hit to start. The wave had a little bit of a weird bend on it, but still managed to surf it well and get probably another score under the belt. It's certainly not going to be an 884. But 2 minutes to go now, Jarvis. Mateus, we kind of want to see him take off and just go for one of his free surf maneuvers. He's got an 884 in the bag.
Yeah, he's chasing down a huge score here, but it's nothing that he's not capable of. He's got a pretty deep bag of tricks, and he might have chipped away a little bit at that 884 with that last one, so we'll see where that score drops in. But I think the time's his enemy here. He's going to have to get going, especially with Jackson with priority just sticking to him like glue.
Well, that's exactly the situation here as we hit the 90 seconds remaining mark. Mateus Hurdy, a 5.5, so really not really nudging the scorecard down much. Remains an 884 requirement. So it's going to be a big Hail Mary that's required, and he's going to have to do it under the priority of Jackson Bunch. And you can see there, both surfers almost in a little hug there, almost scrumming on the takeoff zone. Clock is ticking. 1 minute to go, Kai.
Now, you're the perfect person to give us this insight. 1 minute to go, you need a huge score. In your free surfs, you know you can pull those maneuvers pretty much on demand. I mean, Mateus 2 afternoons ago did 4 of the biggest airs I've seen all week, back to back, just like that. But now you've got that pressure of being sort of just 1 minute away from a quarterfinal at a Challenger Series. What's going through your head?
Yeah, there's definitely a lot of things coming into the mind, but you sort of just got to block everything out, try scan the ocean for any sort of little bit of opportunity. It's obviously going to be hard because you sort of need 2 opportunities with Jackson having priority over him, but sort of just got to focus on what you can do to give yourself a chance to get that score. But I think this one's looking like he may run out of time.
Well, time is the discussion here, and the clock is counting down. Beach announcers will be shouting out 10 seconds to go, and this one looks like it's going to finish as we see the scores top left of screen. 884 requirement for Mateus Hurdy is going to look like he will accept a 9th place finish here in Ballito for the first Challenger Series of the event. It's an official result. Jackson Bunch, the 7.5717, has managed the heat well, and he is on the way to the quarterfinals here in 2026. Someone else that's on the way to the quarterfinals, Jarvis Earl, you'll be thinking about that quarterfinal number 1. And of course, it's been fun having you in the booth here, and surf fans everywhere just wishing you the best.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to that next quarter, and thanks for having me in the booth. It's fun.
Yeah, absolutely. You got your security with you. Well, we'll call in the new team for the call. Watch the next heat coming. Dane Henry, Taj Lindblad. Stay with us. It's the Ballito Pro from South Africa.
The 2026 Ballito Pro presented by O'Neill is brought to you by KwaZulu-Natal Municipality, official host and title sponsor partner of the Ballito Pro presented by O'Neill. By O'Neill, official presenting sponsor of the Ballito Pro. By Corona Cero, made with 100% natural ingredients. And by SMG Yamaha, the official vehicle and water safety partner of the Ballito Pro presented by O'Neill.
The fun continues at Ballito. An entertaining morning, and expect more of that with a great heat hitting the water. Evans, Starling, Emsley, how are we?
Good. I just got caught out vibing to the music. I was just nodding my head a little bit, but I'm good. I'm great. Surf has been fun. That was cool last heat too. Took a while to get into it, but drama at the end. So
I'm a bit devoed.
Oh, okay. Tell me why.
Oh, I really didn't want to see my man Mateus go out.
Ah, yes, of course. To be fair, I'm devoed for Mateus as well, but I'm stoked for Jackson. He's surfing really well. He's also keeping the dream for the Goofy Footers alive. They have been dominating today.
Yeah, the Goofies have looked really good. We've got a couple Goofies still coming up in the next few heats, but yeah, I think what the Goofies are doing well is just connecting so well with that lip, being able to get a bit more vertical and critical, especially on those opening turns, and also on those backhand rotations. You can throw so much spray, and it looks really impressive.
Have a look at this matchup here. Dane Henry, Taj Lindblad. So two rising stars, one from Australia, one from the US. Dane Henry with that World Junior title early in the year. He's very much on the rise. During the break, Lindblad getting involved.
Yeah, just a bit of a closeout. So some small scores locked in early for both of our competitors. Dane with a couple of 0.5s. He has a 0.2 as well. Let's see what his attempts look like just going down on a turn there for Dane. So rare to see him fall on those maneuvers for Dane, but he is our current reigning World Junior champion. We had him in the booth the other day as well, and it's so cool to just pick his brain. He's had such an incredible year. He has so many accolades to his name, but he's still so humble, especially when you talk to him in here. So Dane, there's a lot of hype and talk around him to qualify this year. Stab put an article out saying he's one of the two guys they expect to qualify, along with Dimitri Poulos. So let's see if he can live up to that. Did you write that one, Paul? You are a very talented writer.
Done.
Wow.
Did you not know that?
No, I didn't.
He's not a bad writer.
He's an incredible writer.
Yeah.
Is your podcast out yet?
You know why he is such a good writer as well? He's very knowledgeable, is my friend Paul Tank Evans.
The Tank.
And he also does a lot of reading.
Yeah.
You know, I nearly missed getting into the studio now, not to give secrets away.
Please.
You know this beautiful dress outfit that he's got? It's in between the breaks, he takes it off.
Put it in the trouser press.
And he goes and sits in the sand and reads his book like, one of our inland visitors, and soaks up the sun. I've got to go and tap him and go, hey, we've got a bit of work to do.
I thought you were looking quite bronzed.
It's the yin with the yang, you know?
Yeah,
You've got to have a little bit
I hear
of column A, a little bit of column B.
Yep.
Keep it fresh.
Yeah.
And then just come back in for some very high performance surfing. I got a question for you guys. I told you earlier about my Fantasy Challenger Series boat trip. You can't have Evans. You can't have Gouveia. Who are you having on your boat trip?
Ooh, this is really tricky.
You can't have the judges either. I'll just say that now because I know you probably would have had them as well. So who do you like?
You were going for Ian because you thought he'd just be really great company.
He's a laugh.
Yeah, so I probably have to go with Oscar Berry. He's great company.
Okay.
Am I only allowed to choose one person?
No, as many as you like.
Okay. Ellie Harrison as well. She's great company.
It doesn't have to only be Australians.
No, I'm getting there.
Okay.
Greg, just give me a moment. You two might have got to look in until you gave me some attitude just then. My goodness. No. Who else? Yeah, I'd like to get to know Alice Barton. Maybe she could come on my boat trip as well.
Okay.
Yeah.
Couple more spots available. You can think on. Slee, who are you bringing?
Yeah, I'm going to keep it fairly tight. I want to go on and ask...
Elite.
Yeah, and also I quite like the catamarans. We were talking about that yesterday. Nice and stable. So you don't want too big, maybe a 52-foot cat.
Ooh, that's quite big.
Is
that's
it?
Yeah, that's solid. Yeah.
Yeah, but I want like nice spacious rooms, right?
Yeah.
I hear you.
And maybe a crew of like 6 to 8 surfers at the most.
Yeah.
I don't know. Let's take Dane Henry. Let's take Taj.
I'd take Geordie Lawler. Great company as well.
Who else? You two guys can come on my trip.
Oh, thank goodness. I was waiting for that.
You guys are super fun.
Lindblad here, good looking wave for him. The American punches one hard, flares out the tail, and then just kind of frozen in that position as the board drops down and keeps going down. So unable to stick that. I love the intent to have a little look at the rudders. They're all still there, I think. And he'll look to go and do more of that. But he knows he's going to have to be a heavy hitter in this. He'd be assuming that Henry's going to post big numbers. Trying to do the same. I love the aggression from him.
Yeah, me too. He's definitely had that style of surfing all throughout this event where he's going for those really big connections on these chunky looking sections. So it's a sizey wave. Goes in. You can see that tail completely drifting. But with those two back arms hanging back behind him, that would have made it really hard for him to get the energy back over his front foot to get the completion there. So Taj, though, he is foot all the way down on the accelerator. He does not half-ass these heats. So Taj Lindblad, I already love the energy he's bringing. I know Sawyer would probably be watching and hoping that he's going to start his year with potentially a quarterfinal.
Yeah, this is looking at the scoreline. Both surfers have got small decimals, and they're both thinking along the same lines. They're just going to throw absolutely everything at every section because that's what both these surfers bring, and whoever does that and completes them is going to win the heat, and I think we're in for an absolute show here.
Yeah, back on the boat trip really quickly. You guys could come on my boat. I reckon we'd have a fun time.
Maybe we would want to. I'm just
you
saying,
definitely would.
How Davo do you guys, when you rock up at what you think is a secret spot, your guide is like, oh, I know a wave, no one else. And you get there, Evans and Gouveia already out there. Just ripping. Gutted.
That's all right, because Emsley and I would have surfed it even better the day before, and you guys had heard about it after the thought.
Probably our second surf of the day as well.
Yeah. That's awkward.
So coming into this round, Dane Henry was leading the heat averages with an average of 14.35 heat average and per wave 7.07.
Oh, wow.
Average, that's pretty solid.
Speaking of good scores, Jackson Bunch got a couple in the last heat. Let's go and have a chat with him. He's with Emma.
Thank you, Paul. Jackson, you're keeping the goofy dream alive out there. This is a really, really great result for you.
Yeah, I mean, there's not a lot of Challenger Series events, so you really have to make the most of what we have, and really lucky to just have some really good waves these last few days, and yeah, I'm excited to see what tomorrow has.
Nice. So are we. What really stood out last year is we had like a massive Brazilian crew up in the athlete zone, but this year it feels like there's such a big American, Hawaiian team support. How good is that when you know, on the road and at an event like this?
Yeah, I mean, surfing's such an individual sport, and you can see it with the Brazilians and the Australians. They really group up together, and I mean, the results show. A lot of them do so well, and it's really cool to have a lot of the American and Hawaiian guys back here, and just our group is really strong. So, yeah, just really stoked to keep it going, and yeah, on to the next.
On to the next. I definitely agree. We all better together, but rest up, and we're so looking forward to seeing you tomorrow in the quarters. Back to you guys.
Yeah, thanks, Sammy. Looks great, doesn't he, Jackson Bunch? Really, really sharp out here. I still feel haven't quite seen his best, which is ominous. Let's go Dane Henry now. Off the bottom hard, carves a hook in a pocket. This one will stand up nicely, and he'll tag it into a lip line, just chops that arm and the tail release. And then finally a finishing turn as well for him. A little shake of the head as well. And that's his first legit wave ridden, really. There's just a couple of throwaways before that. Bit of a settler there for Henry.
Yeah, this is a really interesting heat when you look at advantages and disadvantages for both of these surfers. When you match the two on just traditional on-the-face surfing and power, Taj definitely has the advantage on Dane. But this is still incredible surfing. Really smooth first carve. You can see hung up a little bit on that second jam, and that's not going to be a completed third turn. But yeah, when it goes for rail, Taj has that little bit of extra weight and extra muscle behind him, where his calves do have a slight more impact than Dane's. But then you look at the make rate of Dane Henry's aerial game, and what we've seen in this event already, that is well beyond his power play here. So Dane's a really smart competitor, and I wouldn't be surprised if we started to see him take to the air pretty soon.
He's going to go again here. Good looking bowl, and he gives that a thwack. Just the one turn. Nice and extended, though. Up into that lip line. He belts it. Controls out the landing, and he'll poke his way back through. A little bit of sort of rip bowl energy out there now, Greg.
I was thinking exactly the same thing. That previous wave from Dane looked like a full rip bowl. So that's the water rushing out from Bather's area. So it gets the one big hit. But that will come and go. It sort of breathes, and I think through the heat that will settle. One thing I did notice from the height of our flats that we're staying in is the surf. The line of the swells coming in is not as straight as it was this morning. It was really ruler edge straight. It looked like corduroy lines coming in. Now it's kind of started to break itself up a little bit, which I don't think is a bad thing. It's going to give our surfers a little bit more time on peakier waves to connect with the lip. Another thing I've taken note of is Dane Henry's alertness. Every wave that comes, how quickly he turns, and just there, for instance, he's so alert on everything that's going on around him.
Right on cue on the backhand. What's he going to do here? He goes for the punt, rotates, almost maybe slightly over rotates. He'll just kick that one away, but exactly as Greg Emsley was saying there, he's so open to opportunities. And I guess when your repertoire is that good, anything's an opportunity for Dane Henry.
Yeah, this is what he was talking about yesterday. Just he caught a lot of waves in his heat, and he made moments for himself, which is really impressive. And he spoke to backing his ability, and it's being able to create moments like this on essentially what was a closeout. That wave only had one section on it. He went for the full rotation, and you could see was just slightly leaning over his back there, which didn't help with his landing. But Dane is that kind of guy who has X factor. He can put his best foot forward on a wave and do the unexpected, quite like you saw in that last one. And that's why the surf world is falling in love with him. Think about all those guys who have had X factor in previous years or still are on the Championship Tour or Challenger Series, and you fall in love with that personality and that excitement to see what they're going to do on that next wave. I mean, John, he's kind of one of the guys who has the most X factor about his surfing, because he's never quite sure what he's going to do. And Dane spoke to him yesterday saying he wants to be that guy, and you can see he really channels that in his competitive surfing.
Taj Lindblad now, live action from him. Nice looking wave, hits one off the top. It stays hit for a while too, and then gathers himself, just slides out a snap, and still swinging in here. Pushes with the back foot, once again tagging it. Very well done indeed. Just belting sections, coiled aggression from him. And he's quick with the reflexes. throwing loads of spray, a lot of spark to that ride, keeping the energy up throughout. They managed that one really, really well. Let's see where the numbers go. A couple of 4s in for Henry, so he's had a little flurry of activity, but he hasn't gone mad scoreboard-wise. Where do we think this is going to go, Greg?
Yeah, this is good wave selection. Whacks that first one. The power base, so strong, deep off the bottom again. Spray, nice and strong off the top, and then really rips into that last turn. Gets a variety, gets a sting on it. So to me, that's the best score of the heat. He waited for it, used the priority very well. Taj, yeah, very sound in this heat and making good decisions. A little bit more patient than Dane, and selecting the best wave as well there.
Yeah, when you think back to Dane's 4.5, he got 2 turns on that wave, and Taj definitely has a little bit more juice on it. There was power in those turns, especially that first one. He connected so well, and it's something similar that both him and Sawyer have in their surfing is how quick they pivot their board once they're at the top of that turn. They really have a quick whip from that board going up at 12 to pushing back down to 6. So, yeah, 2 points of separation, and Taj showing that power we were talking about earlier.
Good numbers in for the Americans. 6.5 for Taj Lindblad. Solid for him. We'll have a little look around, and he'll consider his options. 18.5 now. Just the one score really locked in for him. His backup's real low, so let's ignore that number for now. It's not really the situation that we're surfing towards at the moment. Plenty of time to see Dane Henry fire up here. He's just started to go through the gears a little bit. He hasn't really got hold of one as yet. We know his radar has been deadly, though, in finding these juicy sections. We'll definitely back him to do that in the time remaining. But right now, rather than be busy and be active, as we were talking about, and make those quick decisions, it's more like, I'm going to find a bit of quality. Let's see how he responds to priority.
Yeah, I love seeing Dane push back in a corner, because that's usually when you start to see these really explosive airs come out of the works. And Dane, like I mentioned earlier, just has such a massive repertoire. So this is where you do get a little bit excited, because you know he's going to try and push that bar even higher on that next wave. He spoke to wanting to really show what he can do in aerial surfing in a rushie and break the norm for that. So Dane doing incredible stuff already, but Taj, I love the fact that he wasn't phased at all. Obviously, there was no major scores put on the board, but stuck to his own game plan and really did execute on that last wave. So there's a lot of hype about Dane Henry, a lot. People are talking about him all over the world, and Taj, maybe with a point to prove, to be like, hey, talk about me too. And that was definitely a way to get our attention on that 6.5.
Dane Henry's got the ultimate sports car. It's got crazy acceleration. It's got many functions. It's got a seriously big gearbox with lots of gears. It's got a sports mode. And right now he'll find that the mode that he wants on the next wave. His previous wave incomplete, which the odds tell me that Dane on his next wave will settle it down and get his best score, because he just knows how to do that. And he's not gonna go around the, well, he might, because he does go all or nothing, but he backs himself to go big. But he's gonna go pretty much full speed around the next corner, but it will be he's gonna make the corner. He's gonna pull it off.
What's it like on fuel consumption? Is he getting really good miles to the gallon, or what?
No.
Okay.
No, it's not there for fuel consumption. It's there for speed.
Okay.
It's a proper sports car.
Just
16 on the clock here. Dane Henry in the lead in this one, but it is the high score of the American, Taj Lindblad. So slight advantage to him, even though he's in second. Time for a quick break. We'll have action from Ballito pretty soon.
Welcome to KwaZulu-Natal, the destination for all seasons. Nestled on the breathtaking north coast of the Zulu Kingdom, this vibrant town offers something for everyone. KwaZulu-Natal boasts several beaches that have been awarded the prestigious Blue Flag, guaranteeing cleanliness and safety for all visitors. Our inland region offers a world of adventure. Get your adrenaline pumping with thrilling activities like ziplining, hiking and off-road biking surrounded by the natural beauty of KwaZulu-Natal's landscapes. Kids will love our animal farm, getting up close and personal with friendly animals. Immerse yourself in history as you explore the rich heritage and legacy of great leaders like King Shaka and Chief Albert Lutuli. Conveniently located just a short drive from King Shaka International Airport and Durban International Conventional Center, making it easily accessible for both local and international delegates, with an abundance of world-class accommodation facilities, dining options and attractions nearby, you can truly make the most of your time in this magnificent region. KwaZulu-Natal, the heartbeat of the North Coast.
The 2026 Ballito Pro presented by O'Neill is brought to you by KwaZulu-Natal Municipality, official host and title sponsor partner of the Ballito Pro presented by O'Neill. By O'Neill, official presenting sponsor of the Ballito Pro. And by Corona Cero, made with 100% natural ingredients.
Welcome back to the action here. We'll fly above the beautiful Dolphin Coast, KwaZulu-Natal Municipality Ballito Pro, presented by O'Neill 2026. Having a look at the clock. 13 and a half left for a heat, which promised us loads, and we're starting to see some of that be delivered. The action is hotting up, scores heading in the right direction as well. Dane Henry at the moment in a very narrow lead, and that's going to come under threat. Meanwhile, he ain't hanging around. Dane Henry straight into one, pushing hard off the top. Really opens up with that turn. A great combo. Brilliant surfing from Dane Henry. Talk about maximizing the scoring opportunity of a wave. I love the way he really opened up there. And as you can see with him on the inside, a little movement on the scoreboard. A big number dropping in for Taj Lindblad as well. So this one getting really exciting. This is the wave that just got ridden by the American.
Yeah, excellent score for Taj. Goes into it on that first turn. It's going to be a two-turner really late to that second section. And that has, honestly, he's been timing that so well, getting there later than what you think is possible and still getting the ride out. So judges, yeah, loving that one.
Massive number for Lindblad, 833. But we got a number to drop in for Dane Henry as well. Another two-turn combo. How good does that feel for Taj though, Greg?
Oh, that was huge. That first turn was absolutely monster. But how quickly did Dane Henry answer back? You know, you always say don't watch the other competitor, but I reckon Dane had a glimpse of what happened, and he definitely surfed that next wave to try and match that. He went for those two huge turns as well. So it's going to be interesting to see where the score comes in from Dane. I also think it's going to be a really big number.
Under that 12-minute mark, we're waiting for a score to come in for Dane Henry. I think we might have another number to drop, actually. A score's come through, but I think it was previous to last. So he does get an improvement. He gets a 5-5. It's his high score, but I think that's a wave before the one that we just watched because he absolutely tore into that. And we're expecting a healthy number for him.
Yeah, so check at this. That first turn also absolutely hammers and gets the combo. So that's going to be Dane's best wave for sure. Also, that first maneuver pushed so hard. He couldn't have pushed any harder on that maneuver. Watch this. Absolutely lays into it and then up to that lip nice and late. And yeah, I think it's two strong turns. So we'll see how we can compare that to Taj's 833.
JJ, what are you thinking?
I'm not sure it compares to Taj's 833.
Well, I think Taj's first turn on that 833 was crazy, the amount of spray, the power in that first maneuver alone.
Yeah, Dane's was good. Don't get me wrong. Dane's last wave was good. I loved that first turn. It's
a point lower though.
It was juicy. Yeah,
that compares. It's less than a point difference.
Yes,
that's right up there.
Yeah, I personally really prefer Taj's a lot more. I thought it had a lot more grunt to it. And I'm a massive fan of Dane Henry surfing. I just thought that the package of both those turns from Taj probably had a little bit more. So let's take a look at them again, because this is where we really get to break it down to see all those finite details that do separate these scores. So Taj, massive first turn. You can see gets there, and that was a really big second turn. I would say that the second turn holds more weight than Dane Henry's second turn. Slightly bigger wave for Taj as well. And then Dane, this is cool. Kicks those fins out the back, gets there late. yeah, even watching them back, I still prefer Taj's. So did the judges. That is where the scores came in. I just thought Taj has probably had a little bit more distance between Dane's 7-5. But that's all right. I'm happy to feel that way.
No, I think I think you broke it down spot on, and I think the scoreline is actually spot on as well. I'm happy with it.
I love that you're happy with that, Greg. Makes me happy.
We can now move on.
Henry on the inside on the left here, having a look, realises it's not going to connect with that one. It'll run away. Chasing down 7-3-4. So you talked about him being put in a corner. And at the moment, it's not a crazy situation for him by any means at all. He's already got a score higher than the one that he needs, but 7-3-4. I love the way the Americans apply pressure here, though. He hasn't ridden that many waves. So just had 2 throwaways, and then it's just 2 proper waves, and they've been his scores, basically. So he hasn't had to do much, made good choices, and he's looking very strong indeed.
Yeah, a 7-3-4 is not a major requirement for Dane Henry, not with just how versatile he is as a surfer. Let's see what he can do here.
Dane Henry, once again, sort of similar to that last left that he had a look at, and expect him to keep doing this under the priority of Taj Lindblad. I'll look for a closeout, try and do that backhand full rotation. Let's see how he goes about doing that. Other options available for him, of course, to go right. He's got some weaponry on the forehand too. Lindblad will just cover him in the lineup a bit as well. Make sure he's in the right position. 8.5. This is going to be intriguing.
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing, Paul. This is going to be really interesting because Taj, in theory, has a healthy lead. A 7-3-4 for your competitor is a solid requirement. But when your competitor is Dane Henry, that's when things change a little bit. So Taj actually does need to be really careful here because Dane's ability to convert not so good waves into good scores is out of this world. It's some of the best that we've seen so far in this event. So Taj really does have quite a hard task of shadowing Dane, making sure, A, he's not on the good waves, but also not on the maybe okay waves that he can surf into a 7-3-4. So that is a really hard job for Taj Lindblad, but he's looking pretty solid in his decisions right now.
Greg, question for you. Who would you rather be? Lindblad's in the lead. Who's in a better position?
Can we go to the next question?
We can, when you've answered this one. That's how questions work.
Well, I'd rather have the lead. Always, scoreboard pressure's always an advantage. I'd rather have the lead, which means Dane's probably going to get the score on the next wave. But, I'd rather have the lead. And not only does Taj have the lead, he's got first priority as well, which is a massive weapon right now. But saying that, the following of this heat must be massive. Taj has a huge following. Dane has a huge following, of course. It's nice to be neutral from South Africa and sit back and watch it. I think this is like one of those heats on paper that everyone wants to watch. It's going to be fireworks.
Yeah,
and already that scoreline's massive from both these guys, and we've got 6.5 minutes to go.
Looking at the future of surfing really here, aren't we, in this seat? A lot of names in these Challenger Series have been in the mix for a while. These two definitely newer. Taj Lindblad, he's been getting, we talked about the hyper Dane Henry, but I think a lot of props for Taj as well coming from that American crew. They've all been singing his praises, and this is why really surfing like this.
Yeah, I'm a massive fan of Taj Lindblad, and the more people I talk to, the more people tell me how nice of a guy he is as well. He does have a really big reputation of being a good person in water and on land, which is just another attribute to him, but his competitive surfing has grown so much over the last couple of years, and he's definitely made a statement. But Dane Henry on this one, Greg.
Yeah, it's just, the 2 waves in a row from Dane and Taj were super standouts in this heat. And as you mentioned, Taj he's one of those surfers, for me, I love it because he's just got such a power base, and I love the rail work, and what a cool surfing family as well. It's just so cool to see. And both Sawyer and Taj and burst on the scene pretty quickly, haven't they? And they're real standouts.
Yes, Sawyer just getting her first ever win on the championship tour over in Brazil, which must have felt incredible to finally crack that code. She'd made a couple of finals. She'd had some stellar performances this year, and she has been really consistent in that conversation of being in the title race this year. And then with that win in Brazil, it definitely puts her well and truly in that conversation. So Sawyer definitely finding the most consistency we've ever seen from her on the CT this year. And Taj, he's such an invested brother in her career, and it's so cool to see how much those two push each other.
Oh, hello. Lindblad with priority here. He's deeper and he'll use it. Bit of a meaty first section. Builds up the speed. He'll punt really tail high and almost lands that. Maybe just a touch upright and just couldn't compress and pull it down. All right, Dane Henry. A layback hammer on a bowly section, and he'll hit the closeout and he'll go above it. And he'll go, blows the tail and cannot get the landing done. So a fall on the inside for him.
Dane looked like he had to reset after that turn. His feet were like sort of out of position or something, and which is not something you often see him from him. He normally goes straight. He transitions from one turn to the next really quickly, and just there he lost it slightly. But where would this score have gone for Taj? This was so close to a make. Massive. I think that would have been like the highest number of competition, and he had his board facing the beach, so it was right there. And then just on this turn, there was just a little bit of foot movement there. You saw him not being in the sweet spot, and he felt that straight away and lost a bit of drive.
You could tell that last wave was well on its way to, for Dane, was well on its way to being the number. That first turn was a lot bigger than what we saw from his first turn on that 7.5. He's going again here.
Here we go. We'll punt again, and he'll kick that one away as well. Just kind of boned that one out midway through, but didn't quite have the spin.
Quick moment for Taj's there. I didn't know he could do that. That was massive. That was one of the loftiest airs we've seen in this competition, and he landed on his spin. You could see just at the end, unfortunately getting knocked off, but this would have been a really high score. Look at where he was landing there. So critical as that wave is coming down, but with that, it meant all that weight going on the back of the tail there and pushing that board well and truly underwater, and Dane off the back, unfortunately. So Dane Henry still chasing that 7.34. Again, we touch on Taj being in a tricky spot because as the clock winds down, you can see Dane becoming more and more driven to get that number.
It's going to come down to waves here, isn't it? But Dane Henry in a bit of trouble here. 2.5 on the clock. 7.34 is still the number that's eluded him. And Taj Lindblad with that big 8.33. At the moment, that's good enough just to keep Dane Henry at arm's length. There you can see the difference in how busy these two have been. Now that's really come down to situations with priority. Who's got it, which has mostly been Taj Lindblad. So Dane Henry's been chasing, and he's also been chasing the score. So he's been speculating. Now let's just see some energy out the back. Couple of lines coming through. 2 minutes on the clock. Looking at this, Greg. Looks like we're going to get some more waves. Get here in time. What are we expecting from, well, both of these really, but Dane Henry in particular? What does he need to do?
Let's give both of our surfers a lovely wave each to finish this heat off on and put on a great show for our viewers, because that will be what we really want to finish off this heat properly. A nice, fair, even playing field. As you see on screen,
Jim Hogan.
Jimmy Hogan there. He's doing a bit of directing. So I've spent a bit of time talking to Jimmy, but here we go. Opportunity arises.
Dane Henry, we know what he's going to do here. He'll go to the air again. A similar kind of rotation where just didn't get that much of the spin done. So he goes in the air pretty high, but he's kind of stops spinning and just comes down hard on the flats. Has to kick it away. He'll try and pop out in a different part of the lineup. You can see Taj Lindblad is absolutely motoring over to try and cover him. A minute, we've still got waves here. Let's see how we go down. We were expecting fireworks. We're seeing that.
Oh my God.
This is intense, JJ.
Yeah, look how quick Taj is kicking to get over to Dane Henry. And fair enough, he's such a lethal competitor. Any opportunity he can get, he is able to get a score on. So Taj just really trying to get across to Dane Henry. And Dane, I've never seen him not make so many airs consistently. He has such a high make rate. Maybe this is the wave.
Here he goes on the backhand now, looking for a ramp. He'll go backhand rotation. It's big. He gets it done, but he goes down really hard again, not finding those soft landings to accommodate him in that transition out of the air. And he will go down, and he will go out of competition here. And Dane Henry, well, he gave it loads. You can see just how many waves he's caught, how many airs he's done, but he couldn't stick one of those big ones. And it's congratulations to Taj Lindblad, who surfed a smart heat. Didn't have to give too much of himself across as well. Didn't have to ride too many waves. He did what he needed to do. He controlled things with priority, and he's good value for the win.
Yeah, it definitely is. He's one of those dark horses for me this event. This has been a result that, with his talent, you're not surprised, but with just how hard the Challenger Series is and this being really his first rodeo here, I wasn't sure how he was going to go, but quarterfinals for Taj is amazing.
Great result for him. He'll be stoked to stay alive in competition here. Time for a quick commercial break. Another great look. Brazilian clash. Stay tuned for that.
This new generation never goes outside. This new generation is lazy. This new generation needs to wake up. Wake up.
Multiple champions returning to competition in this year's Ballito Pro, but 2024, the win did belong to Ian Gavea, who put on an incredible performance. Some of the biggest backside hacks we've seen, went to the air, was landing incredible air reverses as well. There was a lot of energy in this win, but Greg, we love the backside performance of Ian.
Oh, yeah, he put on such a show in 2024, and the best thing about Ian, he was loving every moment of it. He was surfing with so much fun. He really got the crowd behind him because of the enjoyment of these airs, and you can just see that he enjoyed every moment, and probably one of the best victory speeches I've heard as well. It was really cool. So I think he imitated his dad in a speech, and really, honoring his father, who's a legend. Surfing still really good, is Fabio, and a good mate of mine from the old tour days.
Yeah, well, good news is we've got Ian Gavea in the booth right now. This is perfect. Ian, how are you? Welcome in.
Yeah, guys, thank you. Stoked to be here.
Yeah, we just going through that highlight reel, that must have brought back some pretty happy emotions.
Yeah, that was an awesome event. I was super stoked on that one, and yeah.
It's a pretty interesting place. We've seen a lot of times throughout this event, some people get the hang of this wave and other people struggle with it, but you have a really special connection with Ballito.
Yeah, it's been 13 years coming here, so at some point I gotta have this connection.
Yeah, of course, of course. So in this heat, it is the last heat of the round of 16. Wesley Dantes taking on David Silva. This is an all-Brazilian affair. Ian, two of your mates. Can you give us some insight into both Wesley and David?
Yeah, this is such a really good heat. David Silva with his backhand. And Wesley, backhand and airs. I cannot see what these guys going to do on this heat.
Yeah, what was, did you get to chat to Wesley after his buzzer beater performance the other afternoon?
Yeah, he was like, he was psyched. He was like, I did everything wrong, but I knew if I had one chance, I can make the score, and he just did it. He's a beast.
Mother Nature was definitely on his side then as well. Every time we see the breakdown of that air rev that he went for, the board completely disengaging with his feet, Greg, but the wind pushing it back towards him.
Oh, it was just incredible. And just to have that opportunity in the dying minute of that heat and pull it off, King Dante, as they call him. It's only he could do that in that situation.
Yeah, he's definitely one of those guys who is surfing above and beyond what I thought he would. Obviously, the Challenger Series is really hard. Paul, Greg and I spoke about it in that last heat. Taj Lindblad, it's his first year here, so sometimes it's easy to get caught up in that. Wesley, not having too many major results on the Challengers, but this is a great start for him.
Yeah, for sure. I think he's well prepared this time, and he's coming from a really, really good year at the regionals. He did, I don't know, he won so many regionals, and he's in really, really good form. And I think he won one of the guys to be watching this year.
Yeah, I'm loving the excitingness that he's already bringing to this year's Challenger Series campaign. There's obviously a fun-looking schedule this year as well, and one of them is back home in Brazil. That's a new stop that we're going to, though, this year in Brazil. It is in São Sebastião. Can you give us a little insight into that wave and what we can expect for this year's Challenger Series there?
Yeah, I'm so stoked to be able to compete in Maresias, São Sebastião. It's where I live.
Perfect.
It is Maresias,
yeah,
right?
I've been living there for 12 years now, and it's such a good place. Epic waves, and it will be nice to be competing and laying on my own bed, sleeping, taking my daughters to the school, and doing the normal routine, and be able to do the challenge series there.
Oh, best of both worlds. We've got the Huntington Beach as the next stop, and then obviously to Ericeira after Brazil, and then back to Newcastle for stop number 5 of the Challenger Series. Other than Brazil and Ballito, because we know you love those two, how do you feel about those other 3 events?
Yeah, I love all these events. You know, pretty much all of them are really like with good story, and Hamilton US Open, it's the one that most, like, everyone I think would like to win at some point. The US Open, too many history, and Ribeira as well, Newcastle. So, yeah.
Should be good.
Yeah.
It's a good-looking year, and obviously we also have a couple international QSs that you can throw your hat in the ring as well. So, Greg, this season, it's exciting. I love 5 events. I feel like we start to see everyone push the level a little bit more in this slightly shorter season.
Absolutely, and of course we got the QS 6000s that get added to the mix. So, it's a little bit more than the 5, obviously, because there's a bit more practice time as well with more events. And yeah, we see live action. Oh, wow.
Wow, Wesley, going back to what got him the clutch win in his last performance, just showing us he's got an amazing repertoire of airs. Now, David, this backhand is so good to watch. Solid connection. 2 really different ways of surfing this wave, Greg, but I love both of those waves.
Yeah, so just having a look at Wesley, I mean, going to his strength straight away, going to that air, completing it. And David Silva, has there been much discussion about David Silva's backhand turn? We know it's powerful, we know it's strong, but has anyone got as perfect a spray line? Have you seen how? It's like a peacock splaying its feathers. It's perfectly round and it's big. It's like a big. So sometimes people hit spray and it shoots straight up, but his is all the way every time. It's like this beautiful.
Maybe Wesley brother Wiggly.
Wiggly had such a strong backhand.
But every turn that David does, they all have that perfect. It's not like one's different to the. They all have that perfectly round. You'll take note of it. It's quite interesting, and that's where power meets precision, right? Where you've got it in the right place. Check these replays. Setting up Wesley. Wow, he covers a lot of distance. It's so much drive on that. That came through as a 7, and then watch this, just the single turn, but watch the spray now, right there. It's just so big, so strong. So I love this heat on paper. Of course, Wesley out of Ubatuba, right? And David is from Guarujá. So two different regions, and both fairly mature in their surfing. David's 31 years old, Wesley's 28 years old, so both have had lots of competition experience behind them.
Yeah, 7-point ride, like you mentioned, Greg, for Wesley. David's going to come in as a 517, but for a single turn, you take a lot of confidence knowing you can break into the fives for just one maneuver, Ian.
Yeah, we always know that in conditions like that, with some big end sections, we can put on a good score in just one maneuver. And it's been like that, I think, since the first day. Everyone is getting scores with one really good maneuvers, and yeah, looks like some more waves coming.
Yeah, I'm excited to see who's going to pull the trigger on these next couple of waves starting to roll through. Wesley Dantes did get the nod in that last exchange of waves. Let's see what he can do. He's going to look left again. He has been sticking to these for the last couple of days. Throws that tail, jams it in the pocket. Unfortunately, completely coming away from him. But there hasn't really been anyone in competition so far that we've seen take as many lefts as Wesley in.
Yeah, you know what, Wesley, he has such a confidence on his performance in his surfing, and when he was younger, at some point he was telling, for us, if it's not to put a show, I don't even gonna pedal out, you know. He liked that. He liked to put a show, to do the best surfing that he can do in these crazy maneuvers.
Yeah, I'm really entertained, and essentially that is part of the role at the end of the day, is to be an entertainer. Someone who did that extremely well in the last heat was Taj Lindblad, who got the win over Dane Henry. That must feel amazing for him right now, Emma.
Thank you, Jessie. That was an incredible heat indeed. I feel like you surfed such a smart heat. You were patient, you were selective. Dane actually, I saw, caught 3 times the amount of waves as you.
Yeah, I mean, I got to be smart surfing against him. He's got, his skill level is so high. But yeah, when the man-on-man heats, I feel like it's kind of a chess game, because it's just, there's lots of opportunity, so you got to be on the 2 best waves, and that was my goal, and I don't know, I think I did it.
You did it really well. And I don't want to shame your sister, but apparently she didn't set her alarm for your last heat. Do you back her to have set it now?
She definitely didn't set it, but I wake up to see her heats, so I don't know.
Well, that was an incredible heat for her to go back on. Before you go, we have a very beautiful board next to us, and apparently you're a bit of a cowboy. Could you talk us through the spray and what you chose to ride today?
Yeah, it's an F1 by Matt Biolis. I just got it before I came, and my buddy Nick did this spray. I have horses at home, and I compete in team roping, so it's kind of I don't know, my horses are with me, I guess, horsepower.
Man of many talents. Well, we're looking forward to seeing you in the next round, and yeah, thanks for putting on a great performance. Back to you guys.
Team horse roping and competitive surfing. Have you ever seen that combo, Greg?
First time.
That is really cool. That is really cool. What I didn't even know that was a side of him that he had. So pretty sick.
And I was saying Dane Henry was the race car, but he's riding the Formula
One.
One.
He's got the F1. He got that all wrong, Greg. No, that board actually looked incredible. Can you tell us a little bit about the equipment for these 2 surfers, Ian? Obviously, David, usually on epoxies, right? Wow.
That would be amazing. Yeah, David's been using Slater design for a couple of years now, and he's always super connected to his equipment and always trying new things. In Wesley, he used silver surfboards, same as Italo, and he as well used for a long time this board. And Wesley, it's funny because he used such a big board. He normal board, it's a 6'4".
Wow.
So he's doing all these turns on a 6'4".
Wow, that's a major board.
Yeah.
that's a lot of foam under his feet.
But Wesley is a big guy.
Yeah.
So, I mean, the 6'4", but it feels like especially at this event, the guys and the girls have stepped their boards up a little bit. Just generally, it feels like the sizes have gone up. Maybe surfers are just got a bit bigger or something, but everyone seems to be riding slightly longer boards generally.
Yeah, and especially this year, this kind of condition, it's been with some power. The ocean have been quietly, for a long time, really, really like strong every day. Every single day we wake up and there's like solid waves. So, yeah.
And how strong is it out there? I mean, I've surfed with you a few times up and down the beach, and I've been fairly nervous a few times because it feels like the ocean's got so much energy, and I sort of think to myself, maybe I'm just getting older, I don't know, but it just feels like it's got like so much power. Are you guys feeling that? Is that the talk amongst the competitors?
The first day that I arrived a week ago, I don't know, there was such a big swell here, and I almost did the walk of shame because I had to do like 3 times to make it out, and it was only me and Lucas Silveira at this day, like trying to surf here, and it was solid.
Yeah, and that swell's just continued. It just hasn't lost its power. I mean, these waves still solid power out there.
Yeah, let's see how this power surfer handles it. Goes down on a chunky looking section. There's some of that energy in the ocean that we've just been talking about. Yeah, there's definitely been a lot of broken boards over the last week. A couple of people really feeling the wrath of the ocean, but today does seem slightly more manageable, Ian, with just a slight drop in swell.
Yeah, today probably it is the smallest day, but still like kind of solid.
Yeah.
And it's super shallow. The bank's super shallow, and so the wave gets really hollow. It's still difficult to land the maneuvers, and yeah.
As the South African coast, as we watch live action again, completes that.
Air master.
Yeah.
My goodness. Wesley Dantes, another air.
Yeah. So as the South African coast bends up northwards, the continental shelf comes a lot closer to the land. I think it's 30 kilometers 30 kilometers offshore. So it comes really close. So that deep water comes really close and then in onto the shallow bank here. That's why we have a lot of power along this Dolphin coast.
Yeah, great looking air reverse there from Wesley. When you look at Wesley or you stand next to him, he towers over me personally, but he doesn't strike you as the type of guy to be an air surfer. You think power when you're next to him, but really showing us some airs. David Silva now going for a full rotation on an attempt. This heat is a slow one, but there has been some moments. But Wesley really blowing my mind just with his aerial surfing this event so far, Ian.
Yeah, if you see him like in the competitors area or something, he's super quiet. He just like,
he is.
Yeah, he's so calm, and when he goes to the heat, to the water, he does stuff like that. And I was wondering, before David tried this air, everyone knows David about his backhand, but he's such a good guy in the airs as well. So I reckon he's gonna try some.
Pretty interesting, the distance between the two surfers right now too, Greg.
Yeah, so I know David can go to the air, but I mean, he's also that good on those backhand turns, right? Like, do you think he's being forced into the air a little bit now because he has Wesley?
I think this is playing on his mind, for sure. I think.
Because, I mean, he can get those, if he can get 2-turn combos, he'll easily match that 7 of Wesley.
Yeah, I just because maybe with this condition, with this more east swell, it's a little bit more closing out today. And so maybe the lefts are...
And just quickly on that note as well, there's a little bit of a southerly southwesterly wind blowing into the left, so it gives you that opportunity to launch into that wind and get that nice bit of drift and get that rotation.
And like for the backside there, he gotta wait for the really good wave.
Yeah, okay.
And for the left, any wave you can.
You got an opportunity.
Put there, yeah.
Well, the plot thickens. That last score locking in for Wesley at a 5-5. So now David Silva has to chase a 7-3-3. There's a little bit of energy coming our way here. Let's see if any of the surfers are going to take opportunity of what is rolling through the lineup. David Silva with priority, Wesley Dantes was second, but there's a lot of space between the two surfers. No one super interested in those last two waves, so this feels like a good time for us just to take a short break. A 7-3-3, the requirement for David Silva. Let's see if he can find it right after this.
summer vibes here. That is a launch.
The U.S. Open's like the mecca of all of Orange County.
The pier is absolutely packed. The beach, standing room only.
Deep. A new world champion. And when it's on, nothing comes close.
Welcome back to the Ballito Pro. It's a beautiful day here at Ballito. The surf is firing and the beach is packed. I'm down in the Corona bar, and guess who I found, guys? I found Mr. Ricky Basnett. If you don't know who Ricky is, Ricky won this event back in 2006. When Ricky won back then, it was the first time in 27 years that a South African had won the event. And Ricky, this is the 20th anniversary of your win this year.
I know, man. Can you believe it? Hey, it's like you blink and 2 decades are gone. But it's really cool. I try and make it down every year and come check it out, and it's pretty wild down here. Yes, I can't believe how many people are here, and the waves are flipping cooking as well. So it's a good day.
Ricky, you watched that last heat with Dane Henry and Taj Lindblad, and the guys were absolutely going for us. Tell us what you think of the level of surfing and type of airs you've seen here today. Would you say it's changed a lot since you won this event back 20 years ago?
Yeah, I think the cool thing these days is like you can do one massive turn and get a crazy score, you know. 20 years ago, it was like we were only kind of just starting to get into scoring those kind of moves. And yeah, Dana's like electric and raw, and I dig his surfing. I don't know if he actually made that last one, but yeah, cool to see him going for some of those mad, big closeout sections.
So Taj Lindblad actually landed up taking out the win. His sister actually won Brazil. So we've got some high caliber surfing families here at the Ballito Pro. Ricky, just a quick update for the fans and for everybody watching online. What are you up to at the moment?
These days I'm an artist, man. I shoot photos, I'm a street photographer, I'm an art director. I've got my brand Surf Club. I make boards and shit, and yeah, excuse me. Just having a jaw, man, enjoying life.
It's really great to have you down here, and Ricky, it's been a pleasure. Give us a little rundown also of how often you're getting in the water at the moment. You still surfing a lot?
Dude, yeah, every day, man. I try to get in the water. We've had a pretty incredible winter so far, and a couple days where we've just been standing in pits, so I'm stoked.
Oh, we're really glad to have you down here, Ricky. Enjoy the rest of the afternoon surfing. And 20 years ago, you won the Ballito Pro. Can you believe it? Awesome stuff. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Mike. Finding some big names out in the VIP area, which looked absolutely packed, by the way. The beach is really starting to get electric. Everyone's starting to flock down here. Just past that 12-minute mark, we do have some scores, some new numbers on the lineup here. 617 for David Silva. So this means that this 5-5 is getting a little bit nervy in the lineup of Wesley Dantes. There's that backhand of Wesley, though. We haven't seen that in play for, I want to say, maybe 2 days. He's been taken to the sky for the last couple of days. His brother with one of the best backhands we've ever seen in professional surfing. And Wesley seeming to have a really solid one too, Ian.
Yes, he's really similar to Wiggly's surfing. And yeah, I think if Wesley make the World Tour, some of the waves will fit his surfing.
David Silva here, Greg.
Yeah, David just connecting. There's that power. And you see, you know, you will see a replay from Wesley's last wave. David just throws so much more spray on his backhand on these turns. It's just really is big. Just goes incomplete on that one. Yeah, but the amount of spray is just incredible. And let's just watch this one of Wesley. He doesn't quite connect it perfectly, so there's not a lot of spray off those turns. Gets the finish a bit late in the lip, So in comparison, you just feel that David's backhand turns are placed a little bit better. Back to Wesley and, of course, Wiggly. We talk about Wiggly's backhand. Wiggly took a long time to qualify. It took many years to get into it. So Wesley's maybe following a similar sort of pattern. If he can get on there, I think he's going to be deadly.
Yeah, it's it's a war, the QS or Challenge Series or anything. You see so many good surfers that are not able to make it, and some surfers that doesn't have the most like incredible talent, but it's super like good competitor and make easy the world tour. It's just hard, and anyone like have your own time to make the world tour. And I think if Wesley make this year, he will be really, look at that.
Oh my gosh.
He'll be really good at the world tour, I reckon.
Yeah, almost landing a crazy full rotation there for Wesley Dantes. So he's had those first two scores for a while now. Here we go, David chasing a 6.34. You'd have to feel on that 4.6, his last wave, that first turn was so vicious. And then falling on the second, though, you'd have to think that with a make and maybe a final turn, that could have been on its way to the score, Ian.
Yeah, David is being so sharp. I reckon this, if he landed that second turn, that would be the score for sure. The first turn was amazing. And yeah, this heat, it's not over. We're going to have action till the end.
Ian, tell us, obviously you had some time on the championship tour last year. I'm going to get back to that. There's a couple of replays that we're going to roll through here, Greg.
Yeah, so let's just watch this one. How's the drive out of his board and the pop and the distance he covers on these aerials is just incredible. Incomplete on that one. And David sets up this one, pushes the tail, but with that tail drift, just gets left behind of the wave. So only finishes that, gets that one maneuver in, doesn't get to the finish. And we've still got a score still to come for Wesley as well.
Yeah, like I was saying, Ian, obviously last year we saw you have some time on the championship tour, big result over at Pipeline there as well. Things didn't go your way. You're back on the Challenger Series, but to have had that taste of the CT, how eager do you want to be back there?
Yeah, the tour is the best life as that a surfer can ask for. It's so nice to be surfing the best waves in the world and traveling and be able to be part the best 32 guys in the world. And I lived this life since I was in my mom's belly. I almost was born in Spain because my mom was traveling with my dad on the world tour, and with 8 months she was there still with me on the belly, and I almost born in San Sebastian.
Wow.
Yeah. So this has been my life forever, and to be able to be on tour and doing that with my kids as well, just as my dad did with me, it's awesome. And yes, I will try my best to be able to live one more year like that.
I don't doubt that you'll get back there. Your surfing is too good not to be on the CT. And just to touch on that really quickly, because I know this heat is winding down, we've seen a lot of parent power this year, obviously with Carissa Moore just having a baby, winning 2 CT events. Connor O'Leary as a dad is having an incredible year. Do you have parent power when you surf as well?
Yes, it was a big part of my career, this dad power, because the first time that I qualified was the year that I had my first daughter. So it brought a lot of, change in my life, and I was able to focus more on the competition, get this thing more serious, because I was doing that for now my family, my kid, and not for my own. So I took this way more serious, and I was able to qualify right away.
So good. It's really cool to see everyone taking that on this year, Greg.
It's a real thing. In South Africa, we call it Bali power.
Bali power.
It's very real, trust me.
I don't doubt it. I really don't. 2.5 minutes to go in this. Let's take a look at a heat recap here. So far, Wesley with this 7 being one of the major standouts here, Ian.
Yeah, we knew he was going to go to the air. The wind is good to the left, and he's super confident on that. And we knew as well that David would go to his backhand. And yeah, the heat's still right open.
Yeah, I love that second turn. That had so much spice in it, Greg.
Yeah, that was really critical and just so vertical. And we see this one from Wesley, just so quick with that rotation, manages to get that nose facing the beach. And I guess that's the strength and the power of him. He can really muscle that board around for the finish. The advantage of being such a strong lad and throwing that 6'4" surfboard with
That's
ease.
crazy. That is crazy. That board is so long and he's flying it through the air. Really interesting. We're past the 5-minute mark. If we look to the scoreboard, our scoreboard that we're looking at, there's waves to come through for both Wesley and David. This is where I find we start to see David. You can see he's starting to feel a little bit of pressure. And you know what's really interesting to me watching that heat recap is Wesley's winning this heat on 2 kind of average looking waves, and David's definitely had the better wave selection, just not executing completely here, Greg.
Yeah, exactly. And
whoa,
he's almost trying to go too big. And what Ian and I mentioned earlier, he's sort of surfing into Wesley's corner a little bit here. And there we go. That's a massive hit for Wesley. So yeah, that's the best backhand turn we've seen from Wes in this heat, in my opinion. And just, if I can just touch on something with Ian, you know, from my era growing up, your dad, Fabio, was a bit older than me. I was fortunate enough to surf against him many times. And but, you know, when I was growing up, Fabio and Flavio were the guys coming out of Brazil. They really started your guys' generation for me. I don't know if you know how big an impact they actually had. And coming to back then, which was the Gunston 500, they had a massive support here in South Africa, both of them, and they did really well, competed well, and everyone loved their styles and their new approach. It's probably bigger than you realize. It was really special having them here.
Yeah, they did such a big thing for Brazil. My dad, Flavio, even a couple more guys that were on the tour back in the days as well.
Yeah.
And yeah, for me, they all legends, and yeah, they started and we are continuing.
Yeah, they're absolute legends, and that was, you know, from my perspective, they were the 2 that led the pack initially, you know, and it was so awesome to see. And I mean, you guys have obviously got the Brazilian Storm, and it's just continuing. It's just amazing how, you know, the strength of Brazilian surfing. It's awesome to see.
Yeah, they're killing it on the CT rankings at the moment. There's just Brazilian flags everywhere in that top 10. Right now, though, 2 really talented Brazilians have 2 minutes 20 to fight out this battle here. Wesley Dantes has the lead, a 7 and a 5.5. That last air that we saw from him with the completion came through at a 5.43, so doesn't go into his top 2. So the requirement for David, still very reasonable, a 6.34. If we look back to a couple of his recent scores, they are in that 4 range. But like we keep mentioning, with a completion, you'd have to think David would probably be in the lead here, Ian.
Yeah, that was a really critical part of the heat. And as well, we don't see Wesley going too much close to David. It's leaving David, even David with priority now, but even before he was not like sitting on David. And I think he gotta start to play now some defense, and yeah, but we'll see. Still right open.
This is Wesley's 15th wave in this heat, which is crazy to think he's caught so many waves. Major air rev here for Wesley. He's going to get a second turn in 2, so one of his best performances so far, right down to the wire with just over 60 seconds, and he really is a showman, Ian.
He's a showman. If this guy make the tour, he's going to be really good for surfing.
Yeah.
He looks like the guy that doesn't want to get involved in a heat. Like, he just wants to go and surf. Like, he doesn't want to go and hassle. Or,
Yeah.
like, okay, you want to sit there? That's your peak.
That
I'm going down the beach.
that's-
Leave me to have my peak.
That's what
down
I
here.
told you. He likes to speak that. If he's not to put a show, I'm not even pedal out.
I actually really love that though, because how many guys do you see play to that typical rule book where, okay, I'm winning, there's a minute to go, I go sit with my competitor. But he had distance, like serious distance between him and David, and then just went and lofted into the sky. And you got to say that's probably better than the 5.5, Ian.
Probably, yeah.
And if you're a coach like me, I would
He's
say,
probably your
okay,
worst nightmare.
well, Wesley, you've got to sit next to the rock, get the right-handers there, the running ones.
Yeah.
Okay, sure, Greg, I'm going to the left.
I was telling that right before, and I was with my coach head here, like maybe he should be like closer, and boom, another score.
He's just on his own wavelength, and it's working for him because he's going to the quarterfinals. Wesley Dantes, a name that isn't one of those big names that we saw coming into this event. He really is holding that underdog spot. So this is that last wave here, Ian.
Wow, that was amazing. He lands all on the flat part so hard, and yeah, on a 6.4.
Yeah, crazy. That is wild. His score did go into his top two, so he finishes that heat with a 7.33, his best of the exchange so far. 14.33 is going to take him to that quarters. David Silva, unfortunately, we do lose him out of the draw, which is wild to think so early, just with how good those backhand hits are. But that is a completed round of 16 for the men's, which means we do have our quarterfinals set up here, Greg, which is very exciting because we're starting to get to the real pointy end of the draw. Take a look at those.
Wow.
Oh, there's someone I know in quarterfinal heat number 2. What a heat with Cole.
Yeah. Goofy foot matchup. That's going to be a crazy one. Can't wait. And then, of course, Ryan Canala, Jarvis all to start.
Sick. I like the look of quarter 3. I mean, Ian, obviously you have yours in quarter 2, but which ones are really standing out to you to being big matchups?
Yeah, I mean, this first one is really, really nice. You know, 2 young guys that have been working hard and they have potential to do well this year.
Yeah, we've got 2 really smooth surfers in Jake Marshall and Jackson Bunch in quarterfinal 3, and then quarterfinal 4 is all power. But Ian, this has been fun. This has been great. Thank you so much for coming in, and good luck for the rest of the event. Even a quarterfinals is definitely well on track to start in the year in a strong way.
Yeah, let's make our way back.
Yeah, so good.
You've done it before. You know what needs to be done.
Let's go.
I love it. I love it. Well, let's all step out. Let's welcome back in the dream team, Giggs and Kai, to call us through the women's quarterfinals action, which is underway right now. We'll be back right after this.
The 2026 Ballito Pro presented by O'Neill is brought to you by KwaZulu-Natal Municipality, official host and title sponsor partner of the Ballito Pro presented by O'Neill. By O'Neill, official presenting sponsor of the Ballito Pro, and by Corona Cero, made with 100% natural ingredients.
Welcome back to the show. It is beautiful South Africa for the World Surf League's Challenger Series, the first stop of 5 in an exciting calendar. It is a lunchtime here. It is beautiful sights and sounds here in Ballito. It is a midday greeting. Gig Saliers alongside Kai Linder for the call. What an exciting and entertaining round of 16 we've seen on the men's side. Of course, the day previous for the round of 16 on the women's. It gets us to quarterfinal times here at the Ballito Pro. And let's have a look at what lies ahead here. 8 women left in the draw. A couple of big heats there. That first one, Ariana Chowa, is going to take on an informed Sierra Kerr. Laura Ropp takes on Francisco Veselka, and an exciting bottom half of the draw as well, Kai.
Yeah, Sol Agre against Bella Kenworthy. Of course, Bella with a win out here before, and she's been looking back on that kind of form. Eden Wala, that young surfer, we were amazed yesterday by the quality of her surfing. So very exciting, and what an exciting end to the men's corners there. The big Mack truck just charging on through into the quarters for the men's.
Yeah, great stuff as we continue the show here. It is lunchtime greetings from beautiful Ballito in South Africa. Another fine winter's day that's cleverly disguised as a summer's day in the region of the KwaZulu-Natal. Trust that everyone is enjoying the show with us as we get stuck into the opening quarterfinal on the women's draw. And out in the lineup, Sierra Kerr and the older Ariana Chowa, almost a decade between them in ages. As far as experience goes, well, a late start for Ariana Chowa as well. Really no junior career to hang any experiences on. She came in as a late teenager for the first time at around age 19. Is the first time she pulled a singlet on.
Yeah, but she's caught up quickly. She's had some good results. Very polished surfer. Been enjoying watching her through the event, but she is coming up against a name that now really stands out in women's surfing. Sierra Kerr is one of that new sort of, I call them the momentum generation, because just really has been charging barrels, airs, and of course we're going to be looking at her film tonight with Red Bull called Nowadays. So look at this, the opener from Sierra. Whoa, that was a bit of a heaver of a section. She thought about it, but then decided to pull the plug. But yeah, she's at the forefront of the new generation, and she's been looking on good form.
She has been, and she'll revel in these conditions here in Ballito. So will Ariana Chowa, who has found one of the bigger numbers on the ladies' draw. Beautiful contribution to a second wave here. Sierra Kerr just slams it in the lip. You see the energy on tap here as we're in the low tide conditions here. Around 12:30 local time here, we'll see us run the quarterfinals into the afternoon here in beautiful Ballito. A big day 5 unfolding. Surf fans and coaches, friends, everyone at the beach invested. And certainly going to be very interesting heat to call, because, as you mentioned, Sierra Kerr just getting herself back to where we expect her to be with her trajectory in her career. But Ariana Chowa, I remember fetching a 9-point ride in the heats previous a few days back and showing no fear of her own in the Ballito lineup.
No, I've seen Ariana in some of the morning surfs through the week with some really big swell and just doing her rounds, doing her laps. This is what Sierra's kind of been bringing to the event so far. You know, we all think about airs and the progressive stuff, but she's been committing to those big aggressive turns into the lip. This was Ariana just having a look at that one, pulling through the back. But like I said, Ariana, every morning I've seen her up early down at Bog Bay, getting some waves in. So she's been doing the time.
Got a question. Do you think that Sierra Kerr had a completion there? Good question, because judges are taking a while on the score. It was a beautiful hit in the lip, but she kind of never really re-emerged from the white water. Just puzzling and making a discussion of it. What are we thinking here? Is this a make or not?
Let's watch this one. She goes right up into the lip. Heavy landing. She got sandwiched. Now, I give her the make on that for sure, but I'm not a judge. Doesn't look like they did. 137.
Yeah, well, that's a talking point. You kind of did see her nose of her board, saw the Red Bull logo sticking out there for a moment. But it was just a moment, and then there was a bit of convergence. I think maybe the judges wanted a little bit more affirmation, a little bit more of the exclamation mark at the end of that.
Well, it is quarterfinals of a Challenger Series, so they're going to raise the bar a little.
Well, our surfers will be raising the scores as well as we move into the final 8 on the women's side. Exciting heats coming at us this afternoon. And just talking to the conditions on hand here, we've gone an hour and a bit past the low tide here. That wind, it did kind of brush in, and it's just stayed steady here as we move towards the lunchtime mark in South Africa.
Yeah, a little bit of a southerly wind blowing. It's not a bad wind for Ballito because it's coming from behind the wave. And then, of course, when you look at the left-handers, it's up the face, so perfect for the airs and the progressive surfing, as Wesley Dantas showed us in that last men's heat. So very competitive out there. We saw some good scores. Wesley Dantas 14.33 heat total. That's telling me there's still scores to be had.
Sierra Kerr on screen, just questioning every wave moving through the lineup here in Ballito. Already a personal best at this first Challenger Series stop for both surfers, both Sierra Kerr and Ariane Achawa, getting as far in the draw as they have been. The worst that any of these surfers can do is finish an equal 5th now. And both surfers just in position here as the waves approach us. And while we are waiting for a little more action in the lineup, let's go down and chat with Mike Frew. Big Wesley Dantas just getting a massive number out of the lineup.
Wesley, wow. You had some massive numbers in the lineup there, as Gig said. Parabéns, that was a big win for you.
Thank you. The heat is, David's surf is good. Looking the waves, his left is good. He's looking the same afternoon, the big air is 8. And looking the waves today is good. The sun is good. Looking the heat, his big air is good. I like it. And I'm looking my heat is low. The waves is low. Better is good. Yes. You speak in Portuguese.
So to give you an opportunity for all the fans that have tuned in from around the world to support you, especially back home, give them a word in your own language. How'd that heat go?
Bateria difícil. David Silva é atleta muito bom, ex, né, WSL, ex da Elite. E eu sabia que poderia pegar as direitas boas, mas eu vi que as esquerdas estão com potencial para dar os aéreos e fazer as notas boas. Então, agradecer a WSL, agradecer a meus patrocinadores. Estamos nas quartas, vamos Brasil e vamos que vamos, focado no objetivo. Esse ano a gente vai estar na elite se Deus quiser. Thank you WSL, thank you for the opportunity, thank you my sponsor, HHR, Oakley, thank you Silver Surf, Tic Teco, thank you my family, thank you my girlfriend, thank you my friends, thank you Brazil. Yes, let's go, next heat.
Let's go indeed. So great heat win. Back to you, Giggs.
Yeah, thanks, Mark. Big Wesley Dantas is into the quarterfinals, and a huge credit to him as well, taking out a former winner, a former championship tour surfer in the name of David Silva. And meanwhile, how about this for a Nadia Aristaba impersonation, because he's a big turns.
Is good. That was a good wave, especially the first turn. Kind of tapered out on her a bit, but the first turn was solid. That's kind of what Ariana's been doing the whole event, is just really going for those big lip line maneuvers on the back end. She got the 5-5. It's a good start. I think Wesley Dantas is my new favorite surfer.
He's definitely really just lit up the low tide conditions here. Of course, just a tone of gratitude in both his conversation, his interview, and his body language. Just really humble in the lineup. What about Sierra Kerr?
Oh, just bogged the turn a little bit there. She's looking to get the tail up into the lip. She knows that's where the scores are right now. That's what the judges are looking for in the criteria, is those critical maneuvers. The conversation in most of our heats throughout the event has been that it is a little bit more tricky for the natural footers out here. The goofies are able to sort of really pivot off the back foot and just get a bit more vertical in the pocket, especially on those closeout turns. But Sierra's been one of the few natural footers through the event, just dropping those 8s and high scores by doing those big, heavy turns in the lips. So I think she's just got to kind of reset a little bit. She's still got plenty of time on the clock. Find one good wave and take it from there.
Still overhead conditions here in Ballito, day 5, and the swell continues to thump here for the opening Challenger Series event on the calendar. And just talking back to that 5.5 of Ariane Achawa, just tearing a page out of the playbook of Nadia Aristaba, her fellow countrywoman. Of course, both of them hail from that Basque area at the north end of the coast of Spain, and just a bunch of surfers. They're all feeding off what Nadia had achieved here last year for the win, and certainly bringing that momentum to the championship tour as well.
Yeah, it's a tight crew. There's like a bunch of guys and girls that have been traveling for like 2-3 seasons now from the Basque. They've got their coach, they've got their videographer and the photographer, and they've made a little team out of it, and it's bearing dividends, because one of them does well, it's going to lift the rest of the team. You know, we heard the conversation from Cole Hausman yesterday as well. You know, the Cali crew, 2-3 seasons across the CTs and the Challengers, traveling together, supporting each other. They're all mates, they surf together, they train together, and it does help.
And of course, a couple of Californians involved on the men's side of quarterfinal discussion as well. You mentioned Cole Hausman there, of course Jake Marshall, and Taj Lindblad in the discussion as well. Look at these beautiful waves as they march into Willard Beach here. Let's see if Sierra Kerr can get into some kind of rhythm. Nice hack in the top corner there. It'll be a counting score for now. But certainly a couple of closeouts as well for the ladies to try and pick in the lineup. That one looked like it was going to peel and run for a while, but closing down fairly quickly. Still on the very low tide conditions here.
Yeah, and we don't have that land breeze blowing anymore, which was maybe keeping them a bit more open this morning. Like this one though, takes off, big bowl out in front, really compressed into that turn, put that back tail down, and pretty aggressive front side turn. So I think that's, I mean, it's 100% going to be our best score so far, but I really like that turn.
Well, 19-year-old Sierra Kerr already so much in the discussion as far as her career ahead. Of course, a World Junior title way early on as a 16-year-old really elevated her to the future expectations for her. Of course, leaning on so much knowledge with Dad Josh Kerr on the beach. And don't get a better coach than a dad coach like Josh.
Yeah, got to be great having him in your corner. I mean, he even went on to finals last year, just having a party really, and traveling in the tour with the kids. So he's a great influence to have. And you know, looking at Sierra, you know, and another quarterfinalist, Bella Kenworthy, it's pretty rare that young surfers come onto the scene through not competing. They came onto the scene through sort of ladybirds and the stab high sort of stuff, and doing airs and being that first generation of young girls really pushing the limits of female surfing. And then they kind of transitioned into competitive surfing. So it was always going to be interesting to see if they could. You know, Katie Simmers, another one of that sort of party, she's really transitioned well. She went straight to the top, and I mean, now one of the standout surfers on the CT.
Yeah, Sierra Kerr, of course, being afforded wonderful opportunities, care of the knowledge, the insight of Josh Kerr. Let's just think back a season or two to both of them going over to Nias and scoring in the contest vests there in Nias. And just, yeah, so much still to come for Sierra Kerr. Of course, you're going to be talking about a lot about Sierra Kerr this evening. Let's go back and have a look at her success in the jersey at the World Junior level. Of course, exciting young surfer, and getting that win, well, way back then over Zoe Benedito for the World Junior title.
Yeah, and just a quality surfer. She's so comfortable on the board. You can see how she loves surfing her front side as well. And then, of course, can come with the radical stuff. She's got that on demand, and you know, just was on a roll, Gigs, and then, you know, her health let her down. She's had a bit of a struggle the last few months, so it's just really good to see her feeling stronger, back on tour, and I have no doubt she's going to get to the championship tour.
Well, already at the end of last year, showing signs of where she's meant to be, making that final again of the World Junior titles, just losing to Isla Huppets from Australia, but getting that runner-up as well, just bringing her back into full momentum and form. And score has come in for Sierra Kerr, 5-2-3 for the forehand approach. As we say, just that one maneuver, but enough right now to nudge a heat lead over Ariana Chawa. And just like that, we're moving into the second half of the heat. And as we allow more waves and opportunities our way in the first quarter final of the day at the Ballito Pro, let's take a quick break and we'll be back for more.
Welcome to KwaZulu-Natal, the destination for all seasons. Nestled on the breathtaking north coast of the Zulu Kingdom, this vibrant town offers something for everyone. KwaZulu-Natal boasts several beaches that have been awarded the prestigious blue flag, guaranteeing cleanliness and safety for all visitors. Our inland region offers a world of adventure. Get your adrenaline pumping with thrilling activities like ziplining, hiking and off-road biking surrounded by the natural beauty of KwaZulu-Natal's landscapes. Kids will love our animal farm, getting up close and personal with friendly animals. Immerse yourself in history as you explore the rich heritage and legacy of great leaders like King Shaka and Chief Albert Lutuli. Conveniently located just a short drive from King Shaka International Airport and Durban International Conventional Center, making it easily accessible for both local and international delegates, with an abundance of world-class accommodation facilities, dining options and attractions nearby, you can truly make the most of your time in this magnificent region. KwaZulu-Natal, the heartbeat of the North Coast.
Coming in, Ron. Welcome back to the Ballito Pro presented by O'Neill. We're here in the beautiful KwaZulu region of KZN on the east coast of South Africa. Can you believe this is the middle of winter in KwaZulu? This is what it looks like. The beaches are packed. The surfers are in the water. Everyone's watching. We've got international tourists from all over the world, and it's all happening at the Ballito Pro. This event is one of the major economic drivers for the region. It's the biggest single sporting event in KwaZulu every year. It provides incredible employment opportunities for the local community, and it brings so many international visitors from many destinations all over the world. Being the school holidays here in South Africa, of course, all the young kids come down, their families, and that's why we see so many people here in Ballito enjoying the Ballito Pro. So Gigs, I'm getting hot down here on the beach. How are you guys in the booth?
Yeah, we're cool, bro. We're cool. Mark, loving it. Look at the beaches, Kai. It's pumping down there as we love it to be. And of course, I know we both personally have been inundated with messages from all our friends around the colder parts of South Africa that they're planning to spend the winter here too next year. And hopefully we do as well, as we enjoying bringing you the show here from beautiful Ballito. During that little break, a couple more waves underway.
Yeah, Ariana coming with a bit of heat there. Got a little caught on the second turn, won't ride out of that, so that won't be a counter. Bit of a slower heat. We haven't seen too much action. Right now it is Ochoa in the lead with a 5-5 and a 2, but Sierra Kerr with that single maneuver turn, 5-2-3, only needing a 2-2-8 to advance, and got to think that she's thinking now, well, I got a 5-2-3. If I can go slightly bigger on a singular maneuver, I'm going to put Ariana under a hell of a lot of pressure. So right now, maybe changing game plans. The wind's not offshore. we have seen quite a lot of closeouts. But then also in that previous heat, seeing some big scores coming from the lefts. So maybe start shifting down the beach a bit.
Well, lots to discuss as we move through the quarterfinals this afternoon here in Ballito. Laura Rupp in heat preparation will take on Championship Tour surfer Kika Veselko. That's coming up next. But still just under 12 minutes to go out in the lineup. A very close affair on paper. This is now the battle of the backup scores. Both Ochoa and Kerr, very close scores to each other. 5-5 over the 5-2-3. So it really is about that second counting ride. And look at that last white water there, just to show the lineup in relation to the rock structures. Of course, in and around here, a lot of the paddle outs have been happening in the next beach over, and a lot of great free surfs as well. But for now, Sierra Kerr with that priority, a little over 11 on the clock.
Yeah, and Giggs, I can tell you from very personal experience, it might look like a nice easy paddle out at Bathers, but if you time that one wrong, you are going to cry. It is so shallow over there at that bank at the moment. And it might not look like it's very big on the screen right now, but I can tell you that there's still a lot of power left out in that ocean.
It's been a consistent Indian Ocean for the 2026 edition of the Ballito Pro. And it really has been so much fun calling all these heats. Having a look at both of our surfers huddled into now more the southern section of the beach. They're starting to move further over towards the rocks. Saw a lot of scores come out of there for the opening heats of the morning. Think of Ryan Canalo, Jarvis Earl. They were getting scores pushed up against the rock structure in the south end of the beach. Completely different to how we saw those numbers come from Wesley Dantes in that last round of 16 heat.
Yeah, and it's kind of been the story of the morning. It's people have just been shifting up and down the bank. We've seen a couple of heats move into the corner, then a couple go to the middle. So with that sort of southeast swell, it is a bit more broken up and variable. I feel like there's still that old southwest swell sort of just sitting underneath it all, and those are the ones that come up against the bricks there and run a little bit cleaner down the bank. But the predominant swell right now a bit more from the east.
Yep, all those technical aspects of it all come to play here as these swells crash onto the sandbars at Willard Beach. And a very reliable contest site it has been over the seasons. Both surfers just sizing up every opportunity in the lineup here as we slip down to 9 on the clock. And you were talking about perhaps a deeper south swell when the winds start coming out of the south, as this little coastal low is starting to just keep that southerly breeze blowing. You know that over the next day or two we'll start seeing signs of perhaps a bigger period in the swell and a change in the direction again. Could even have them crossing over in the lineup as soon as the second half of tomorrow. And of course we still have 2 full days ahead here to wrap up the Ballito Pro. So a lot of opportunity, a lot of window of time, and Travis Logie will know the area better than most. He'll know how to pick the best windows on the respective days.
Yeah, we've been told we're going into an El Nino again, and that's known for throwing weather patterns a little bit sort of sideways. I mean, to have 4 or 5 days of southeast swell at this time of year is just crazy. And then looking towards the long range forecast, even for next week, there is a straight east swell over Tuesday, Wednesday. So what's kind of happening is those usual big southwest patterns are coming up from the Atlantic, but they're getting pushed back in further up the coast.
Well, best seats in the house, care of Red Bull. And of course, you're going to be talking a lot about Sierra Kerr this evening with the Nowadays movie premiere happening right here in Ballito as well.
Yeah, come join me just now at Mozambique Restaurant. We're going to be at Mozambique. But it's going to be cool. I'm going to interview her just before the movie around 6:30-ish. And if you're in the neighborhood, come join us. Grab a cool feed at Mozambique and watch the new era of ladies surfing. We've been absolutely jonesing off the trailer, so I can't wait to watch the whole film.
Love the Red Bull teaser. Looking forward to that show. featuring, of course, Sierra Kerr amongst a whole bunch of top performers. World champion Molly Picklum featured in there, along with Caroline Marks and many others. That's going to be a fun show to watch.
Yeah, and it's pretty much just a postcard for the new progression of female surfing. It's come up in leaps and bounds in the last few seasons, and you know, like one of them is sitting out in the lineup now, Sierra Kerr. She's one of the stars of that film.
Well, right now she's just got to think about the next 6.5 minutes ahead. She's looking for something in that 5, 6, 7 point range just to knock this home. As we mentioned, personal best for both of them getting here to the quarterfinals. The worst that any of our two surfers will do is a equal 5th place finish. One of them will be moving to the semi-finals. And of course, we'll stage all of these quarters this afternoon. That next one coming up, Laura Robb taking on Francisca Veselka in the lineup. Going to be interesting to see how Francisca Veselka takes her form that she had on the Challenger Series last year. She opened up with that win in Newcastle. We'll see how she brings that sort of raw attitude, and maybe there's going to be a bit of instinctive kick to really dominate the Challenger Series again as she did last year.
Yeah, and I mean, both of them, if you look at your Challenger sort of pathway, you've got to get to the quarters. 5th is a counter, as we see her up and riding here.
Under the priority, just softer maneuver, trying her best to nudge a 2-point score out and replace it. Of course, both surfers, we mentioned the battle of the backup scores. Ariana Chowa, the best individual wave by a fraction, a 5.5 over Sierra Kerr's 5.23. But really, for now, a heat that is very vacant on second scores as we hit the 5-minute mark.
Yeah, looking to drop a 2, though. She'll definitely do that. And back to the conversation, you know, like, I think when you're on the Challenger, you've got to set your goal as stage 1 is get to the quarters. A 5th is a counter. You're going to keep that score over the season. Then if you get through the quarters, now you're looking to go all the way. You know, you want to get the win, but you definitely want to get that 5th. That's like your first goal.
Saw a lot of surfers consistent in the 5th and 9ths get to qualification.
This was a good one. I mean, she got up into the lip. Certainly thought she was going to get a bit of a score there, but the judges just weren't biting at all. They gave her a 1-1-3.
Well, soft number doesn't replace the 2-pointer. Let's have a look at that Challenger Series overview. Of course, you are with us here for the first event of 5. Ballito, then the US Open, over to Brazil, then Portugal, and then finishing in Newcastle. And of course, top 10 men and 6 women at the end of this whole thing. Best 4 results count.
Yeah, and a little curveball this year. There will be a new series of up to 6,000 QS internationals that will either sort of back up onto CS events or be held at like really quality venues, open to everyone, and you could take one of those results and top off instead of one of your bad CS results. So just making it a bit more of a wider playing field.
Yeah, 6,000 win would be equivalent to well, around a quarter-final at the Challenger Series level. So those are cool talking points, and looking forward to seeing how this Challenger Series unfolds in 2026 into early 2027. And of course, it all starts here in Ballito this year. As we're down to the first quarter-final, has 3 minutes remaining. It is a very tight affair. Priority with Sierra Kerr, who needs just a 2.28, and at some stage she's going to have to pull the trigger and get involved with picking out a wave. We've seen a couple of closeouts. We've seen a couple of sort of fuller waves. That last score of Ariana Chowa, a very soft score. And of course, out in the background, there are our dolphins just having a little swim by.
That's like a flotilla of dolphins, never mind a pod. Yo, look how many dolphins there are. That's why it's called the Dolphin Coast.
Let's have a look what Chowa can do to build a score. More speed on this one. That is a little bit more meaty. She likes the feeling of it. If anything, a little lateral across the lip, but nonetheless, she is going to replace the score now. A bigger requirement will come the way of Sierra Kerr, who is out in the lineup with priority. The clock continues to tick, and that one was under the priority of Sierra Kerr.
Yeah, you saw takeoff. She was always going towards the lip line here. Bottom turns straight up and over. Nice little floater over a critical section. You're going to have to see where the judges come with that. They threw me a bit on the last one. Comes in at a 3.0, so just a moderate improvement on the 2.
50% improvement. A 2 becomes a 3. So now it's just a 3-2-8 for Sierra Kerr in the lineup. We've slipped under the 2-minute mark. Sierra's going to have to get involved here. She's going to start scanning with some urgency now. Dolphins out the back definitely don't have urgency. This is their home, and they'll just be cruising by. It is lunchtime on their mind as well, as another massive pod of the bottlenose dolphin swims by. Beautiful waters here of the Indian Ocean on the KwaZulu-Natal coastline. Water temps warm, in and around 22 degrees centigrade. Of course, in the 80s Fahrenheit. It's warm. That breeze also at the midday mark where we are now is nice and warm. As we hit the 1-minute mark, where is Sierra Kerr in the lineup? Josh Kerr might be eating his cap right now as we slip inside that last minute. Seeing some sets moving through, that one going both left and right. You almost feel that this is the opportunity right here, right now for Sierra Kerr. If she wants to try and improve her number, she pulls her nose up at that as well. Just not liking the look or the feel of those waves moving into the zone here.
Well, she doesn't need much. I mean, it's a single turn. That's what she's looking for. So my feeling is even if it looks like a closeout, just go and get up into the lip. There is the possibility of getting that score. She's looking a little animated now. This could be the wave.
Well, clock watching here and a 3-2-8 requirement. Sierra Kerr, just a quick turn like that, trying to force the scoreboard. Think about the speed. I'm going to use this. I'll probably get crucified. The lack of speed into that turn. And you start questioning, is that near the 3-2-8 requirement? We saw a bigger, more open turn from Ariana Chow for a 3. So,
it was a heavy section. I'll give her that much. And she did well to ride out of it. But, yeah, 3-2-8. Ooh, I don't think so.
And she turned her nose up at a couple of waves just prior. The heat is now done. We are waiting for the score to land. We said about a personal best for both Ariana Chow and Sierra Kerr by getting to the quarterfinals. But it is going to be an official result. Last of Sierra Kerr comes in around the 2-point mark. It is not going to be enough at 2.23. And this lady will be beaming like a Cheshire cat. She has found good numbers on the way, but perhaps beyond her own personal expectations here in 2026. She is into the semi-finals of the Ballito Pro. And that is a big number and a big result for this young lady on screen. Ariana Chow.
Very good result. She would have been feeling a little bit under pressure with Sierra Kerr in the heat, but she just kept her calm, kept her smile on her dial, and she's through to the semi-finals.
She is. Sierra Kerr will finish with the 5th place finish here. We'll continue with the quarterfinals straight after the break.
This new generation never goes outside. This new generation is lazy. This new generation needs to wake up. Wake up.
Running wild in the streets,
beautiful KwaZulu-Natal on the east coast of South Africa. Just these beautiful scenes. It is a winter's day in the southern hemisphere, but it is beach tropical here in beautiful Ballito. The region just showing off for us here for the first Challenger Series event of the year. Place that Kai Linda next to me calls home. What a beautiful region.
Yeah, happy to call it home now after many years in the Western Eastern Cape. It's a lot warmer gigs, I can tell you that much for free. Blue water, great fishing, great golf courses, and of course a short hop, skip and a jump to one of my favorite places, Mozambique.
Well, that Mozambique current just feeding this blue water, beautiful visibility, warm temperatures. And of course it is that warm current that just brings a warm tropical type of bubble to this KwaZulu-Natal region, especially this time of year. Welcome to the quarterfinals. It's quarterfinal number 2 now out in the lineup. Laura Ropp, the young Brazilian, will take on Francisco Vaselka from Portugal. Gixeliers alongside Kai Linda for the callers. You join us for coverage of quarter number 2. Of course, we will complete the round here this afternoon. And we are cutting the field down. We'll have 4 women left in the draw in a mid-afternoon when it all wraps up. And Laura Ropp and Francisco Vaselka will want to be part of finals day.
Yeah, both of these two highly competitive young ladies. We obviously had Kika in the studio yesterday, and she's deadly serious. So it's going to be a good battle. It's going to be, I think, about who can find those big single maneuvers now. I don't think we're going to see too many runners. And also the conditions just a little bit more difficult. So find the big turns, find the big impacts, find those lip lines and get the scores in.
Well, it is the Challenger Series. Of course, Francisco Vaselka started last year's Challenger with the win in Newcastle. She blazed through a series of results to see her in the Championship Tour jersey in 2026. Started that with a 9th at Bells, a 9th in Western Australia, and really not much to back it up. Of course, the experience of a World Junior champion back when Jarvis Earl won his World Junior as well. And we'll look for how she navigates here. As we say, she has won a Challenger Series event before. She's regular into the quarterfinals. On the flip side, a younger Laura Ropp, just 20 years of age. Kika Vaselka, 23 years of age. So a little bit younger is her Brazilian opponent in the red. From Pico de Cruz, Florianopolis. Just starting to get her momentum and her campaigns underway. Did a couple of the challenges last year and got all the way to the semi-finals for her best in Ballito, a 3rd last year. And we'll see how she goes here. She did also find a 9th over in Portugal, the home country of her opponent. And of course, pulling it back to also the Challenger Series in 2024, getting all the way to the quarterfinals in Ribeira de Elas. So Laura Ropp likes the feel of Ballito. She's back in 2026, and she'll want to perform well at all 5 stops available to her as she too tries to access the Championship Tour in 2027.
Yeah, and Laura's been looking good through the event. She's had some great scores, as has Kika. So I think we're in for a really barnstorming heat here.
Well, no rides just yet. Let's go down and hear from Ariana Chawa. She's down there for the beach interview.
Thank you, Giggs. Ariana, you came and you can't get that smile off your face since you came out the shore break. What a fantastic heat win.
Yeah, I'm super, super happy. This one is really special. Yeah, no words, but really happy to make it happen. It's been a really hard heat.
What was your strategy going into the heat? We always knew it was going to be a difficult one up against a surfer like Sierra.
Yeah, so Sierra is amazing surfer. Like, I don't have words for her surfing. She's been ripping in all the contests, so I knew it was gonna be a high score like total. But the ocean had different plans for us. It's been a really hard one. I knew where I wanted to be, but after like the wind and the backwards start moving the water, we couldn't couldn't find any proper wave, but really happy at least like it's made it, so it's made it.
You are into the semi-finals. Tell me, how did the nerves feel in those last 2 minutes when Sierra only needed a very low score?
Yeah, so both of us didn't have any backups. She had prior, so in case a wave was coming and she made it, like I knew it was gonna be hard to find another wave because we've been waiting for so long and the waves never came. So I knew it was gonna be really hard to back up my waves. But the ocean helped me. Also, I tried to put some pressure on her and tried to put some extra points. I had done a 3-point wave that I was claiming it because I knew like every 0.0 was gonna be really important at the end of the heat. So yeah, that helped me a lot because at the end she got away. So probably if I couldn't find the other one, we will be really, really close. So yeah.
And then finally, a word for all your supporters back home, family and friends who are watching that incredible heat.
Ay, gracias a todos por todo el apoyo, eskerrik asko danoi. Aste oso berezia izaten ari da, está siendo una semana muy especial para mí. Me emociono, pero es really happy, muy contenta, eskerrik asko.
Well done. Gigs, you can feel what it means to the surface. So much stoke on these heat winds at the moment. Back to you guys.
Yeah, thanks, Mike. And emotions starting to pour out there for a personal best for Ariana Chawa in the Challenger Series jersey. It happens here at the first stop in Ballito. Not really a whole lot to report about here out in the lineup at this stage, but I just wanted to allude to the fact that she claimed a 3-point ride, but think about the requirement that was lying on the table for Sierra Kerr prior to that. She put a whole 1-point buffer, and that was enough to make the difference.
Yeah, put the pressure on for sure. And in these sort of degrading conditions and the tides changing again too, it's become a little bit more difficult for these ladies. But this is the Challenger Series. You've got to pick up your game and you've got to compete for what's happening in the water.
Exactly, playing to the situation on hand. In that last heat, I think Sierra Kerr needed a 2.2, and it's actually what she got. So it's that is such a close game of fractions there. 8.5 over a 7.45 in quarter number one. They're not scores to boast about, but smart surfing sees the Spaniard into the semi-finals for the first time.
Well, it's great to see that kind of emotion.
Absolutely.
She hasn't won the event. It's into the semi-finals, but it's her best result. She's been putting in all that work and also beat one of the best ladies in the game as well. So it's an emotional win for her, and I'm really stoked for her. She's been surfing so well throughout the event.
Also a quarterfinal finish, a 5th place for Sierra Kerr will be something to bank for the opener on the Challenger Series calendar. Of course, US Open of Surfing next, and that's going to suit Sierra Kerr just down to a T as well. Looking very forward to following that event. Meanwhile, solid wave in the lineup here. We'll see Laura Ropp get into gear. Beautiful turns here. That is quality surfing from the young 20-year-old Brazilian. Just this wave breaking up apart and trying to link to another section. She'll just sink in the hole. But that opening turn is going to set the pace. Lovely open rail car from Laura Rupp. And that is going to put pressure straight away on the Championship Tour surfer of Francisco Veselko.
Well, for me, Gigs, that's the best wave of the quarterfinals so far. She found a nice open bowl. Just look at this. Drops in, bottom turn. Big shralp off the top. Comes straight around the corner into a nice little wrap. She pretty much could have hopped off now. I don't think she needed to do the huff and fluff all the way through to the inside and ended up going down, but that's not really going to affect the score. 2 very solid turns. Looking at scores coming in, 5.83, so good start.
Well, good speed on the rail, displacing lots of water. Judges like that. That's what they want to see, a 5.83. As you mentioned, Kai, we didn't see anything kind of close to that in quarter number one, so playing to the conditions here. One judge going as high as a 6, one as low as the 5.5. Of course, 5 judges on duty. Highest and lowest opinions removed. The remaining 3 scores get divided by 3 for that's how we end up with the decimal scores. And a 5.83, a very respectable number here for Laura Ropp. As we just lock our cameras onto Francisco Veselko. We're talking of Francisco, who really had a very strong run through the Challenger Series last year, starting with that win, and just run into a couple of sort of tougher heats on the championship tour, and quickly now starting to back herself up here again on the Challenger in 2026. Couple of sets marching in here. Priority is with Veselko, who might very well be in position. We'll see if we find her. Still some well overhead waves here with that set marching through.
Yeah, and you know, Kika, you get the gap, you do well in the Challenger, you go up to the Championship Tour, but the reformatted Championship Tour is brutal on those bottom seeds. I mean, you've got that first round, got to get through that against someone who's just as hungry as you are, and then your reward for making it through the first heat is you get one of the top 5 seeds. So it's a really, really difficult pathway.
Well, let's go back and have a look at that moment that got Francisco Veselko to a quick start on the Challenger Series last year, the opening stop in Newcastle. And she really was bringing that power, that rail game. It's what she'll want to bring to Ballito here. But certainly a very spirited win, and she was absolutely on point with her surfing.
Geez, shades of Ericera here at this Newcastle event. Looked like a right-hand point break. But she really ripped it, brought out the bull horns, and it seemed to work for her, Gigs.
Yeah, got a lot of insights from her as a guest in the studio as well through the show. But getting that win over Sally Fitzgibbons for that first start, and well, was sitting right at the top of the Challenger Series rankings. She got a 5th here this time last year, and that opened up the door to a wildcard invitation to the Jeffreys Bay event last year.
Yeah, you got to love Sally Fitzgibbons too, hey? What other competitor is going to help carry out the other surfer? I mean, my goodness, what a legend.
What a legend. Of course, great that we had Sally Fitzgibbons again in Ballito. What about this wall ahead here? Lovely big hammer from Francisco Veselko into the top corner. That was a big tall wave. It was a very sketchy section, risky to go up there. She gets that maneuver as the waves unload in front of her. And meanwhile, we're just seeing Laura Ropp on the inside for a small point 193. Let's have a look at this.
This wave looked good as she took off, but just kind of ran away a little bit wobbly. Thought she was going to hammer that last turn and just kind of got caught on the heel a little bit. Pity, it would have been a good backup score. And then Kika takes off on this one and just wham, straight up into the lip, almost losing it off the back end of that drop, but did well to hold on. Gets a 667, Gigs.
Wow, big number. Felt that it was a big meaty wave, and it was a critical section that she attacked. And that tells the story of where the points lie in the lineup. It has been that story from the opening rounds. We think of those big critical turns in the lip, single maneuvers really playing a part all the way through. And the more critical, the more on edge. Free falls out of the lip certainly have been pushing scores into the, and some of them into the excellent categories. This one a very, very welcome 6.67 for the Portuguese surfer.
Yeah, two of the judges going 7-0 there. So gives the ladies some insight into maybe what the game plan should be out there now in these conditions. I mean, Laura, very respectable 5.83, not far off that score with 2 turns, but just a bit of a size and critical factor there for Kika.
Well, we'll see. Again, a similar story to quarterfinal number 1. It starts becoming a discussion of the battle of the backups. This heat moving along, starting to move towards the halfway mark in the heat. Scores are up to date. Laura Ropp out front over Francisco Veselko. We'll take a quick breather from quarter number 2. Stay with us. The show continues from Ballito.
summer vibes here. That is a launch.
The U.S. Open's like the mecca of all of Orange County.
The pier is absolutely packed. The beach, standing room only.
Deep. A new world champion. And when it's on, nothing comes close.
The 2026 Ballito Pro presented by O'Neill is brought to you by KwaZulu-Natal Municipality, official host and title sponsor partner of the Ballito Pro presented by O'Neill. By O'Neill, official presenting sponsor of the Ballito Pro. By Corona Cero, made with 100% natural ingredients. And by SMG Yamaha, the official vehicle and water safety partner of the Ballito Pro presented by O'Neill.
Welcome back to the show. Beautiful Ballito in South Africa for the World Surf League's Challenger Series, the first stop. And it is a lovely beach scene here. The scene is pumping. The vibes are great. Everybody in and around the contest site just lapping up quarterfinals here on day 5. There's a good afternoon from myself, Gig Saliers, and Kai Linda as we dig into all the moving parts of all the action from the lineup into the second half of this heat here. See the scorecard open for Francisco Vaselko. We'll bring you a replay of that, and of course she is lying second, chasing a very small score at this stage, Kai.
Yeah, not needing a big score at all, a 109, so she can pretty much take off and get that. But it is Laura Rupp out on the outside with priority. Here comes a replay of her last ride. Gets into this one, a little bit of a soft turn there, and unfortunately we did see that one already. I think if she had made the second turn, would have been a half-decent backup just to put a bit of pressure on Kika. Here's the wave during the break. Nice, big, chunky one. Comes off the bottom. Big tail waft. Wow, that was a really nice turn on a pretty heavy section.
Well, the one maneuver score build right now. The previous one, the 667, that wave maybe not as tall, but certainly thick and chunky, and it's a 6.3. So just like that, Francisco just showing us her pedigree, showing us her contest approach, and she'll bank back-to-back scores, a pair of 6s. And look at the requirement that suddenly builds onto the young Brazilian. It's a real bigger number, but a 6.3 in the context of the lineup is a very good score in what is looking like fairly challenging conditions here as the tide turns over.
Yeah, it's not easy out there, but scoring potential is there. 2 6s and a high 5 so far in the heat. Just got to find that right one, and when you get that opportunity, you've really got to go for it. And I think that's what Kika has done thus far in the heat. When the lip has presented itself, she's obliged with the tail.
And of course, the Dolphins just swimming by through the lineup as well, just giving a great vibe and feeling. This is always such a special experience as a surfer to just see those bottlenose dolphins swimming by. They'll often sort of weave and work their way through the lineup and around your legs if you're sitting here as a surfer. And just beautiful sights and sounds of the KwaZulu-Natal region. And warm water to boot.
Yeah, it's an incredible thing here in South Africa. We're very blessed that as a surfer you so often have those encounters with dolphins, whales, a couple of other sea creatures too, but so far so good.
Yeah, lots of rock life as well, rock angling, a massive thing, a lot of fishing, great fishing community, of course a paddling community as well. A lot of ocean swimming happens in the region, some skin diving and free diving as well. Of course, the scuba diving communities up and down the coast here also spoilt with the visibility.
Well, I can tell you too, there's a couple of Instagram and TikTok accounts dedicated to the art of getting through the shore break on a ski in this part of the world. If you think the surfers get hammered in Ballito, you should see what happens to some of the guys fishing off surf skis.
And
It's
of course
brutal.
the ski boat launching as well,
Yeah.
down in Salmon Bay, just a few coves down from us. But everything built in and around this beautiful Indian Ocean. Of course, the Dolphin Coast, the dolphins just mingling around the back, maybe to indicate a set in the next coming minutes for both of our quarterfinalists. But right now, I can't argue with the pair of sixes that Francisco Veselka has put on the scorecard. And it loads a 714 requirement. That's going to be a bit of a challenge for Laura Ropp. Let's see how she handles the pressure.
Well, she's going to have to do something big or find that combination of maneuvers. It's going to have to be special. Not looking at that first wave of the set, you can see the lines just stacking up there. So definitely a good set in the water.
Well, she's got to go up into the lip line. That is what Kika Veselka has done to get those numbers. You'll see perhaps both surfers interested in this. Kika, this is the hardest sell you'll ever see. And without the priority, she'll have a crack at this.
Wow.
And with confidence, paddle for that. Will be another opportunity in the lineup. And Laura Ropp just had a paddle for that. She might lose the priority and regain it. I think the priority judge will just leave that P next to her name. Either way, how aggressive was that paddle from Francisco?
Sure, she certainly went for it. And I thought she had like lost it on the turn, but somehow pulled the board back under her and got down to the bottom. I don't know if she's going to be replacing either of her scores. It's a little bit more of a softer turn and more like a floater. We'll have a look at the replay here. She really did try sell Laura on that one. Goes up over the whitewater. Did really well to pull that back under her feet. But yeah, don't see that replacing either of the sixes.
Sort of a ramping approach to a foamy section there. Think of the previous 667 and her last 6.3 in fetching scores in sort of heavier lip conditions. So we're not speculating as surf fans, along with you at home, that we're going to get a replacement score or a counting ride out of that. But Laura Ropp did have a look at it. She sized it up, saw that softer end section, pulled her nose up at it. So good wave judgment from the Brazilian, who keeps the priority as we hit the 10-minute mark.
Yeah, luckily our opinions matter not. We're not the judges, but we can try our best to analyze what we're seeing in front of us. And of course, it's a lot easier when you've got surfers of this caliber performing for you live on the WSL. And we're just stoked to be here. It's so far a very, very good performance from Kika. She's put those two back-to-back 6-point rides in, really piled the pressure on the young Brazilian. But Laura Ropp's been on a bit of a tear through this event. I've seen some very good surfing from her. So 714, you know, all she's got to do is find either a massive turn or maybe she finds like her first 583, a bit of a runner in the lineup and can put some combos down.
See how she pulled her nose up at that one.
Yeah, I think it was a good call. It was a bit of a foamy one. She could see it was crumbling already, coming back at them. Full points to Francisca. She still gave it a crack, but came in at a 1.0, so the judges were really biting on it.
After all that, a 1-pointer. Nah, I think she
on.
just sat down at the bottom of that wave as well. So really just, you know, maybe trying to sell Laura Ropp on that. Either way, it does become a whole bunch of discussion about absolutely nothing. We're down to 8:45 on the clock. No change to any numbers or requirements. Of course, Francisco Veselka in the championship tour jersey this year. Got a 5th in Ballito last year. Looking to go better than that, perhaps. Oh, and a little paddle and a mistake from Laura Ropp will flip the priority card over. And she'll look back at the tapes on this and she'll go, how did I allow that to happen? She must have seen something in that wave as it approached, but certainly that wave perhaps just flexing and changing underneath her as it stood up on the sandbar. She's now basically got a feed on anything under the priority of Veselka, and the clock keeps ticking.
Yeah, I was looking at that wave. I think she just got stuck behind that like sort of little double up on the back end of the peak. because the wave actually did run down the bank. So I don't think it was an error to go for that wave. She just maybe found herself a little bit out of position. And, you know, when you get stuck behind that sort of little double up, sometimes you just can't push over the lip and get in.
Let's have a look at it again.
So you see, she gets stuck there, but the wave actually did run off. Could have maybe got the two-turn combo there. So, yeah, a little bit unfortunate.
Well, either way, learning from the experience. This time last year, all the way to a 3rd place was Laura Ropp.
Oh, that might have been a block.
Oh, okay. That was interesting. Veselka, the priority judge will just flip it over. He goes, nope, that was an intention to go onto that wave. So Veselka surrenders the priority. It's back with Ropp. And that's how tight those kind of situations are.
Yeah, she took 2 strokes, so that was definitely a good call from the priority judge. Let's be honest, probably the toughest job on the beach, being the priority judge. I wouldn't want that position, thanks.
Well, either way, saw Laura Ropp raise her hand. She did get the priority back. So a reprieve here, 6.5 to go. Reminders again, a 7-1-4. My feeling is that perhaps she should have done this in 2 waves. She's got to find something beyond what Francisco Veselka's 6.67 achieved by a half a point. So not sure. She's going to have to find perhaps A, the biggest wave of the heat, and 2, go for the biggest Hail Mary turn. Maybe a 2-turn combination, but we kind of haven't seen those waves in the lineup over the last hour.
She's going to have to go green eggs and ham, Gigs. It's going to have to be a proper wave, and she's really going to have to do something special. She's a good surfer. I've seen her do some really big maneuvers through the week here in Ballito. So, as with always, it's within the realm of possibility, but as we also know in surfing, the ocean, she can be cruel.
Well, many things to talk about. Let's go down and visit Mark Frew at the beach.
Gigs, just on the beach, having a look at the water safety equipment we've got on standby here at this event. SMG Yamaha, they're very serious about water safety, and SMG Yamaha are key partners with us here at the Ballito Pro presented by O'Neill. And we have these amazing vehicles provided by SMG for our water safety team at this event. And they're positioned in a key place on the beach to provide incredible water safety. There you go, Gigs.
Best watercraft that you can invest in. SMG Yamaha, of course, all 4-stroke technology. We see these at all of our stops on especially the championship tour. Great to have the support and the partnership of SMG again in 2026. Of course, the official vehicle partner as well. So a huge shout out to them. Meanwhile, out in the lineup,
Laura Ropp finds a little bowl, nice little driving cutback. This is the important maneuver though. Wow, please ride out of that. Oh, she just got stuck. That was such a good little layback hack. And then Kika also finding a wave, bit of a bump and lump on that one, so she pulls out. And Gigs, every time I see that 4-stroke come on screen, you literally start drooling.
Well, some people like, Lamborghinis and, fancy cars.
You like a jet ski.
I like those 4-stroke Yamahas. Oh, absolutely. And just incredibly useful from the point of view of safety, access in the lineup, especially here in places like Ballito. We have it in the role of safety here. Geez, there were a few days where we could have used jet ski assist because all of our athletes were getting absolutely gassed, paddling out into way solid overhead surf for all the opening rounds, the first 4 days. Thundering waves here in Ballito, but certainly, again, just a huge shout out to Red Bull and to Yamaha, our global discussion. And meanwhile, on our screens, priority with Veselka. Both of them will just punch through here. We're down to a little over 3 minutes to go. Laura Ropp did, however, nudge her scorecard up a little, but didn't change the requirement of the 7-1-4.
Well, let's look at this one. Big wall ahead of her. What she got for us. Boom! Goes for broke. Goes down.
Yep, so assessing that with the priority was Francisco Veselka, using her experience. Didn't see it on the cards. Didn't have to play the block. been a bit of a scratchy heat, this one. You can almost feel the tension around the takeoff zone between our two ladies, because they really have been in each other's grills the whole time. But certainly that a throwaway, Kai, as we get down to, the clock continues to tick. We're on 2.5 minutes to go.
Yeah, pressure's building on Laura Rapp. And just an interesting thought now on the whole water safety thing, Gigs. It's quite an interesting one because you know of being such an accomplished ski pilot. A lot of these surfers come up through the juniors and stuff. They've never had the experience of doing, ski pickups and stuff. Now suddenly you get onto the Challenger and even the CT. There's jet ski assist. How important do you think it is that these surfers actually get some training and learn how to actually do it?
Yeah, I think if you do qualify for the championship tour, you'll get some pre-season drills in, get perhaps a friend or invest in a ski of your own and get used to that role of, you see, sometimes long journeys on the championship tour. Sometimes a minute and a half can be on the back of the ski climbing up on that sled, not wanting to damage equipment. We've seen fins knocked out over the years. We've seen various stories. And of course, that whole exercise of pulling yourself up onto the sled and then the clamber up onto you did need to do a few reps of that to get the muscle groups tuned for, which is an unnatural surfing action.
And sometimes you're under quite a lot of pressure as well, and you're putting the driver and the ski under pressure as well.
Yep, all those fun topics to talk about. Clock continues to move here as we start moving into the very late part now of quarterfinal number 2. It is the Ballito Pro, proudly presented by O'Neill, the first Challenger Series of the season. Of course, quarterfinals or more is where every surfer wants to be. We started the rounds of 48 all those days back, the round of 80 on the men's side. And of course now starting to narrow the field of 8 down to 4 with the quarterfinals. We're into that last minute. And Francisca Veselko looks like she's going to get a personal best out of Ballito if we get to 30 seconds time. She's placed a big requirement on her opponent of the 714. She has the priority, and she'll just want to blanket this all the way to the finish line.
Yeah, it's clock ticking now. I think Laura's probably accepted that this heat is done for her. These two have competed against each other quite a few times, traveled around the world. They know each other well, and I think she's probably just saying to her, good heat and wishing you luck for the semi-final.
Well, the clock will count down. The beach announcers on site will bring this to a close. And that set of numbers, the 667 and the 6.3, just a very good step in heat management as well for Kika Veselko, the young Portuguese surfer. And it will be a 5th place finish for Laura Rapp. So good results all round. Being the first challenger, you'll want to bank that quarterfinal. You'll want to take that momentum over to the US Open of surfing. But there are the numbers, 667 and a 6.3. We have established a semi-finalist out in the lineup. And, well, the show will continue. We'll stay with us as we have a special guest after the break.
The 2026 Ballito Pro presented by O'Neill is brought to you by KwaZulu-Natal Municipality, official host and title sponsor partner of the Ballito Pro presented by O'Neill. By O'Neill, official presenting sponsor of the Ballito Pro. And by Corona Cero, made with 100% natural ingredients.
Welcome back to the action here at the Ballito Pro. Another great afternoon on the beach. Another great quarterfinal about to hit the water. Setting up our semi-final bracket for the women. Expect performances to ramp up and up out in the water. Plenty of talents in the booth as well. By not one, but now two South African legends. Emsley comes a standard. But we got Bormy as well. Sarah, welcome.
Thank you so much. Yeah, I'm excited to be here.
Yeah, how's it all going for you? What's your vibe?
Yeah, good. I had a really fun surf this morning. A little, yeah, like nice to just be back in the water after my heat yesterday. And yeah, it's awesome.
In terms of the surf we've been getting blessed with this week, give us a score out of 10. I mean, this is pretty good for out here, right? It's good for anywhere. It's been pumping.
Oh my goodness. Like ever since I arrived here 4 weeks ago, it's been non-stop, and it's going to be non-stop. Like I haven't seen the sand like this in years. So yeah, so awesome that we got waves for the event and during or before, and yeah, it's just awesome.
And obviously it goes without saying a key ingredient for a surf contest, but hanging with all the other competitors around, everyone must be pretty stoked, not only with what they're getting in their heats, but just like free surfing up and down, a chance to practice, and everyone's kicking off the challenges in great waves.
Yeah, it's so awesome. Like everyone's just been saying how much fun they've been having up and down the beach, because usually we don't get too lucky with this event, so it's nice that Ballito is actually showing them what they can produce.
Love it. Let's check out of Peru, Sol Aguirre taking on Bella Kenworthy from the USA. So a little bit of a quieter heat in the previous round. Bella Kenworthy came out and blazed in a tough one as well. Greg, what are we expecting from this matchup?
Yeah, it's a strong matchup. The two natural footers, you know, are going to probably have a similar approach. The wind has come a little bit side cross shore now, so it's a bit tricky. I think you're going to have to find those tapering walls and find those little sections. As we see the replay, this is Sol opening up on this first one. Lovely crack, lots of spray coming off that board. Something I noticed in the last couple of heats, you know, some of the competitors just out of position a little bit, waves feathering sometimes a bit further out than you expect. And I think, yeah, movement and getting out to those waves, really studying that horizon, seeing where the opportunities and reacting quickly is going to be key for the women in these last couple of heats. And really look for those corners and try and get two-turn combos.
These two pretty close together at the moment in the traditional first takeoff spot out by the end of the rock here. 35-minute clock for our quarterfinals as we continue. We've lost 5 of those. Mid-range number in for Sol, 467. Not a bad way to kick things off. Priority will now switch over to Bella Kenworthy, who's looked impressive in the earlier rounds. I think she'll be enjoying the extra elbow room as well. And a chance to really pick some quality waves and show us what she can do. She'll just have a look with some interest at some sets approaching. So apart from the size of the wave as well, Sarah, it's like the consistency that we've had throughout the heats as well, particularly in the 4 surfer heats when it can be tough to get, you know, your chance to get 2 good waves. I felt like we haven't had many lulls either throughout this whole time.
Yeah, it's been super consistent. In the 4-person heat I had the other day, I know it was super stressful. They were always so packed regardless, and then there was plenty of waves on offer, so yeah, it's just like constantly you're on edge thinking someone's going to drop a score, and yeah, it's just so awesome to see.
A couple of heavy sections out there as well. We've seen a few broken boards. We've seen some people go down hard. You mentioned the sand that's here, and is that the sort of contributing factor why this closeout section's so heavy?
Yeah, there's I think with the south swell that we had the other day, it's pushed a lot of the sand down to sort of the barrier or the lane, which is down to the left-hand side of the screen there. And then now that we have the east swell, that section is so gnarly. So that's kind of why in my previous heats I was surfing right up on the point. It's just easier to, you know, generate scores. The wave's a little bit slower rather than a lot of people have been sitting on the wider bank, and that section's just so tricky and so gnarly. So yeah, you can definitely see how much sand has just been pushed down the beach.
See all that sand gargling up right now as we wait for Bella Kenworthy to show some interest. She's just maintaining position. A little paddle back in as that rip and the water moves out of this steep, steep beach. What are we looking at in terms of tide this afternoon, Greg? It's coming in still?
Yeah.
High tide later?
Yeah, high tide around 5-ish this afternoon, just after 5. So
I knew you'd know.
Yeah. So it's still we still got a big push this afternoon. I think the tide's not going to affect it too much. There's so much swell out there. There's going to be plenty of waves. I think more the wind's going to make it a little bit tricky.
All right, a little over 27 minutes yet to go in this. As Sol Aguirre's made the first move. Let's go down and hear from the winner of the last heat.
Thank you, Paul. Parabéns, Kika, giving that a go. Great heat win. I know it's a little bit trickier out there than it looks, but you and Laura have had a couple matchups last year, even this year. How was it out there?
Yeah, this was a really, really tricky one. It was really hard to tell which ways to take off on. Just super closed out and bouncy with the tide. I don't know. I was just trying to think of going big for one big turn. Yesterday I was rewarded with a 6-3-3 on one. And even in the previous heat when I was watching, the girls were also just kind of getting one turns because it's hard to get more than that. So yeah, just had those two ways, took the opportunity, almost fell, but still stuck with it and got 2 6s, so that was enough. Yeah, some weird moments out there. Also, went over the falls. I was paddling into a wave and then didn't want to go, and then it just boom pushed me because this wave has so much power. So yeah, a lot going on out there, but managed to make it through.
A lot going on indeed. I feel like every day there's been so much going on out there. But we also know semi-finals not only is a great result, but that you've had so many people along on this journey with you at home, friends, family. Would you like to give them some love in Portuguese?
Yeah. Obrigada a todos que estão a apoiar, especialmente também ao Rodrigo, que não pôde vir. Está com a família, foram 4 meses no tour compridos, muito longos, e agora pronto, não conseguiu vir, mas está a apoiar à distância. Temos estado sempre a falar, manter o trabalho. Ele também tem estado a ver os hits e a analisar e a dar-me feedbacks, e temos estado a trocar umas mensagens, umas chamadas, e é super importante manter o trabalho. E pronto, beijinho à minha mãe, ao meu irmão Jaime também, boa sorte nos próximos campeonatos, ao Joey, ao meu pai e a todos os portugueses que estão a apoiar. Gostava de vos ter aqui, à minha família, mas pode ser que num campeonato futuro dê para trazer a família. E é isso, um beijinho e bora para a próxima ronda.
Nice. Well, you're into the semi-finals. Like last time, I have no idea what you said, but good luck for the next round, and thank you for chatting to us. Back to you guys.
Yeah, thanks, Emma. The strong start for the Portuguese women on the Challenger Series last year continues in 2026. Kick of a Salco through to semis. We've got Teresa Bonvalot, a possibility of an all-Portuguese final. A bit to happen before that, though. She's got to get past Eden Wallet in the fourth quarter, Teresa. And then, of course, a semi matchup against one of these two. A slow start to this one, Sarah. We're talking about how consistent it was. And guess what? We've had a lull.
Yeah, I was watching just before and having a chat to Ari, who took out the first heat, and she was just saying it's even harder than yesterday. And yesterday we were complaining how tricky it was. So, yeah, and then as Kika just said, it's so hard to pick the right ones out there. So, yeah, hopefully these girls get some opportunities and get a couple shoulders. And, yeah, I'm sure it'll still be a good matchup.
Greg, you're on the beach. You're with your coach. You've got your music. You're fired up. You've got your game plan. Your boards are ready. Everything's dialed in. You're ready to go out and rip a couple of 7s, maybe an 8 in the first 5 minutes of your heat. But then you just sit there. How do you maintain a cool head? What do you do? What thoughts go through your minds?
If you've had an 8?
No, if you just got a plan to go out and rip.
Plan.
But you just go out and sit on your board and don't do any surfing.
No, you've got to surf. Like surfing is, yeah, you're asking the question, they're bobbing around a little bit. Yeah, I think it's definitely been the key to being out here is surf yourself into a rhythm. And more so in the afternoons when the wind goes weird, it becomes more beach breaky and less opportunities. I reckon you got to be hunting up and down this beach, looking for that one big hammer here, 2 combos down there. Just surf the scoreline, test the judges a little bit, see where you can sell them, and just keep super busy. it's a tricky lineup. It's yeah, it's to be honest, I write all the little notes down in stats, and it's a little bit, the stats are being thrown out the window today. It's quite interesting, but still, stats are stats, right? I mean, who've been the two most on-form surfers so far up until now?
All right, here we
Who
go.
do you
Bella
think?
Kentworthy pulls the trigger here, patient off the bottom, doesn't quite get hold of that turn. And she'll try again on the inside. And as is often the case when you kind of miss your first maneuver, maybe just overcooking the second one a touch, tries to get that layback action, gets it a little bit wrong. So she's waited a while for that. It's not going to be a useful number.
So back to my point that, you know, looking at the last two heats, the two on-form surfers in the event up until today was Sierra Kerr and Laura Rupp, both at the event. And they were by quite some way on that scoreline, nearly a point on average per wave. So
what does that tell us? What does that mean?
Don't look into the stats. You've got to be productive. You've got to get that scoreline moving. Bella's taken nearly, just under 15 minutes to get a 1.5. But there's a lot more she could have done in that time, I feel.
Sarah, from your point of view, how do you carry over the 5 from one heat? You go out and you get good numbers and you blaze in, and then it's another day, it's a different ocean. How do you kind of rekindle what you had in your last heat? It must be pretty tough doing that.
Yeah, it definitely is. I think, I've been doing this for a long time, and Greg, you and I had a little chat the other day after my first heat, I think in the QS. I dropped a couple 8s. And then we would literally just say, like, you need to reset. That's done. Yesterday's in the past. And as you say, the oceans, it's so different every time we have a surf, and every day it's completely different. So it's literally just like you're starting fresh. And, as I said, the past is in the past. And, unfortunately, we just see Seoul. It's so tricky now with that wind and that tide. There's so many chops in the wave. It's super hard out there.
Bit of a misfire there from Seoul. She's taken a few on the head. We talked about the power. She'll just deal with a couple of those muscular white waters. She's fine. She's paddling back out. What went wrong, Greg?
Yeah, so it just got caught up over that front foot, a little bit high on that. That front foot was a bit high on the board, but too much pressure on that front foot. It would have been fine if that was this morning with a clean face, but she just unfortunately caught an unexpected bump. So not too much in it. She'll have to reset. It did look like quite a good wave, though. The big thing, I think, Sarah, and you've surfed here a lot, is this wave doesn't always let you in. Like, you've got to get under it, you've got to paddle so hard, and the surfers that really get a head start on those takeoffs seem to dominate the waves a lot better.
Yeah, absolutely. You kind of, I feel like this place, it does come in super slow, but it's such a short sandbank that when it does hit the sandbank, it just absolutely throws over the ledge. So what I have noticed in a lot of the girls' heats, as we see Bella, a lot of the girls are kind of just sitting, waiting for the wave to come to you. I feel like one of my major game plans leading up to this was to paddle out to the wave and fetch it, because it does come in super quick, and you want to get in it really early and paddle in really hard to get that extra little momentum, because, like I say, it's so quick.
Yeah. Yeah, that's interesting. Yeah, it's amazing though when you're in that frame of mind, as we see Bella just not getting led into that wave. That's exactly what we're talking about, and the wave running away with it. It's amazing how that energy of paddling and moving to the wave just puts you in such a good position. It really does work. From a coaching perspective, if I'm filming a couple of athletes and I see a set wave approaching, and I look through the screen and I see movement, and and I see the intent, then I'm like, hit the play button, keep the camera still, because I know a good ride's coming. But if you see them a little bit slowed up and not moving, it's like, do I even push play? It's not going to be a good wave.
Yeah, exactly. Majority of the time, you're never actually in the right spot. You need to put yourself in the right spot. So go to it.
Around about 18 minutes to go in this third quarter final. We're still waiting for it to fire up, actually. It is our Peruvian surfer, Sol Aguirre, with the best of it at the moment. Bella Kenworthy hasn't really got hold of this one yet. Time for a quick break here. More live action from the women's quarterfinals at the Ballito Pro real soon.
Welcome to KwaZulu-Natal, the destination for all seasons. Nestled on the breathtaking north coast of the Zulu Kingdom, this vibrant town offers something for everyone. KwaZulu-Natal boasts several beaches that have been awarded the prestigious blue flag, guaranteeing cleanliness and safety for all visitors. Our inland region offers a world of adventure. Get your adrenaline pumping with thrilling activities like ziplining, hiking and off-road biking surrounded by the natural beauty of KwaZulu-Natal's landscapes. Kids will love our animal farm, getting up close and personal with friendly animals. Immerse yourself in history as you explore the rich heritage and legacy of great leaders like King Shaka and Chief Albert Lutuli. Conveniently located just a short drive from King Shaka International Airport and Durban International Conventional Center, making it easily accessible for both local and international delegates, with an abundance of world-class accommodation facilities, dining options and attractions nearby, you can truly make the most of your time in this magnificent region. KwaZulu-Natal, the heartbeat of the North Coast.
Great memories for Bella Kenworthy. 2024 went all the way for the win here. Just absolutely rips through the round. Showed us that progressive approach that we know she has. Part of that crop of rising talent out of the USA. And Bella was good value to go all the way and get a real statement win at a young age as well. Something she'll remember. And that relationship, when you get a win at a place, Greg, that's something that you'll always have. Every time you go back there, you'll feel that good juju.
You always have the memories. And this is the event that Bella really introduced herself to the world of surfing. She sadly had a few injuries after this, but she's back looking strong and can't wait to see more of Bella. She's been surfing unreal at the moment.
Having a look at a little bit of onshore, just grabbing hold of the lip line there. 15 on the clock in terms of the scoreboard. We've moved along a touch, actually. You can see the numbers right there. So a second score locked in for Sol. And this was Bella getting involved.
Yeah, so Bella having a look at her left-hander. So this was during the break. Nice slice off the top. Combos it up quite quickly before it hits the deeper water of that rip that moves out there. And then Sol paddling into this one, strong, sets up, nice wall ahead, whacks it, goes into the layback, holds on. So another single maneuver for Sol. And as I mentioned earlier, Sol looking so powerful. I feel she's getting more compressed on those bottom turns than what I've seen in the past from Sol. And it's really giving her good strength and power into that lip line. And lots of spray coming off her board as well.
Couple of fours, decent return for her so far. She'll be hoping for quite a bit more. There's Portugal's Teresa Bombolo. Getting ready for a tough heat with Eden Waller, who's just been on fire. Speaking of young Americans in good form, Eden will be relishing a chance to take on Teresa. And you can see how stoked she was to make it through out of the round yesterday. In her interview, she was saying it's a round that she really wanted to make here at Ballito, get herself in quarters, a big opportunity. But as she's looking at this lineup, Sarah, and kind of assessing a bit of a slower ocean, what does that do to your game plan before you go out and you see the heat before and they're kind of struggling, you know, what are we, 20 minutes in and we're looking at fours? Does that affect anything, or are you're pretty resolute with your master plan?
Yeah, I think it kind of depends. I know for me, I'm usually getting ready, so I'm hoping that my coach is paying attention to what's going on. But yeah, I think bottom line, you always just want to try and simplify everything. You know, if the girls are only putting fours on the scoreboard, It kind of just shows that the waves are sort of deteriorating a little bit, and maybe they are overthinking what's out there, and that's when you try and simplify it and maybe just try and find one big hack or one big closeout turn. You know that's going to give you a score. So I think that's what I would be looking for out there. And then you just adjust. It's all about adjusting.
Bella Como with second priority and chasing down a 5-2 at the moment. Greg, I think we're expecting a little more from both of these, but particularly Bella, and we just saw highlights of her winning this event, particularly what she's been able to do in the previous round. She hasn't shown us a lot in this one. A bit of an error that we were just talking about the entry into the wave, and she kind of got hung up and dropped in late, kicked that one away. She needs to fire up a bit here, less than 12.5.
Yeah, and I would have thought these conditions would suit Bella. She's quick through that lip. She likes to connect with that lip line, put the fins out the back a little bit. She just hasn't quite found those waves that have opened up for her. She's really been rushed with her maneuvers, rushed on the takeoff. So, yeah, she's just got to probably do a bit more hunting and try and find those waves that give her a bit more space. They are out there, and yeah, Sol definitely looking like she's getting the slightly better waves, but still, Sol's just getting the one maneuver out per wave.
Bit of energy here, some interest shown by Bella. Sol lets her go, and that's why. So a good read once again from Sol. We saw that yesterday from her. She made some key decisions to leave waves with priority that her opponent was allowed to take, and she identified there wasn't much on offer in terms of scoring potential. That's exactly what happened there. So it's another part of her game which has served her well so far. Part of the reason she's in quarters at the moment, heading to semis, but these are low numbers, which means we could be getting a tight and close finish. You'd expect both of these, with the amount of time that's left and the ability they've got to get rid of all the scores really they're keeping at the moment. But I guess time is, as ever, the enemy, taken away, and it's going pretty quick when you're chasing a number.
Yeah, absolutely. But even if you were, just like maybe if I was Bella right now, under priority, and there's definitely waves out there. As we see Sol, that was a nice hack there. That's going to be probably one of the best waves of this heat so far. Just give yourself opportunities, I think. You can get back out the back pretty quickly now without those rogue sets that we've had the last few days. And you just try and just generate scores and try and give yourself as many opportunities as possible.
Coach Bigfoot, what are we making of that decision to use priority on that wave, and what are we making of the actual ride?
I think it's fine. It's, you know, I think it's what we spoke about. Keep riding waves. Sol's game plan's pretty settled. She makes good decisions, and this looked like a really good wave. Sets up. You see how compressed she's getting on those bottom turns. It's letting her have a strong power base. So that's another good single maneuver. What Sol is doing here, even though she's keeping that score line fairly low, the fours, Bella's still needing a 5.2, which is a tricky score right now to get. So I think Sol just needs to keep going, keep riding waves, try get that score line, try find the odd 5 or so, and keep putting pressure on Bella.
Some energy out the back here. We see a big straight one. Let's see if we can find a corner for Bella Kenworthy with priority, or indeed for Sol Aguirre with second prior. They'll just dip under this one. 9.5 on the clock here. Number in for Sol doesn't actually improve, just a little bit under, 4.27. So not a great use of priority from the point of view of trying to improve her score. And now Bella Kenworthy, who's not really had the rub of the green in this. A bit of an opportunity for her now. She doesn't need a massive number. She does have priority. She needs to make her next wave count.
Yeah, it's one of those ones where things can change so quickly. You know, you can find some sort of rhythm. There's still 9 minutes to go. You know, connect with a section or two, maybe a setup turn and a finish. Move down the beach, find another wave very quickly. You've got to back yourself. Lots of opportunities out there. It's been an interesting event so far, Sarah. I mean, the waves have been pumping. And you know, we've lost a couple of surfers in both men and women, some of the favorites. The women's side of surfing is very interesting for me. How you know, the youngest ever to qualify surfer is Ty Zabrowski, 14 years of age on the women's side. I think the youngest male is Gabriel at 16. But then we look at, on the other end of the scale, Kelly Slater surfing events into his 50s. We didn't see too much of that on the women's side. But this year there seems to be a bit of a change. We see Steph like winning an event. I think she's close to 38. We've seen Carissa Moore, another veteran, win 2 events. So it's really been dominant. The girls that are sort of, you would think, heading towards the end of the career are actually dominating still. It's quite good to see.
Yeah, it's so awesome. Gives me a bit of hope, I guess. I've been doing this for a long time now, and I was talking to Emma the other day. She came up to me and said that it seems like my surfing's been quite different the last few years, and if not better. And I said that I'm aging like a fine wine. So, yeah, no, it's so awesome to see these girls. And then Carissa especially coming back from having a beautiful daughter, and just see her absolutely go back-to-back and win CT events. Yeah, it's super inspiring, and yeah, it's inspiring for the younger generation for sure.
So the point I'm getting to is you are genuinely the pick of mine for this event because of, I watched you surfing, I saw your form. Your boards look amazing. You've got a couple of Gunterons. And just on the big open face waves, your carves and your turns were solid. And I really felt you were a bit unlucky in that heat. I think your scoreline, you would have actually won any of those other heats. But that's how it goes in surfing. Still, it's some sort of a result you can hold on to. Obviously going to Huntington now. And then, of course, there's Brazil, Ericeira. And then you've actually got another home break for the last one in Merriweather. So, yeah, you're feeling amped for it.
Absolutely. Yeah, I feel very blessed to be able to have 2 local sort of home break events. And, yeah, I think, getting onto Gunter's boards and Timmy Patterson has been so amazing for my confidence. That's been the biggest goal for me for the past few months, is trying to gain that confidence back. And I definitely feel like it is back regardless of results on paper. So, yeah, I'm super excited for the rest of the year, and hopefully I just keep doing myself proud.
Round about 6 minutes on the clock here. Time to go and check in with Emma Deal. She's got some very special guests.
Thank you, Paul. I am down with some special guests. I'm down with the South African big boys, the Booker, Dimana, all the things. And some of them have given surfing a go, but it sounds like you've got quite a lot to say with what's going on in the water.
No, thanks, Emma. It's great to be down here at Ballito Pro. Yeah, great waves coming in, surfers doing their thing. Yeah, nice day out, so we're enjoying the action.
Nice. And apparently Seth is your coach, eh? He's taken you surfing. So
yeah, Seth's my surf coach. I haven't been in the water for a while. Obviously stuck to the rugby now, but yeah, keen to get back down in Cape Town, get some waves soon.
Nice. Much colder there. It's a lot harder. You got to wear all the rubber like penguin outfits. And Cheslin, you've also given surfing a crack, eh?
Actually not. It was my first time experiencing being at the Ballito Pro surfing today. So yeah, hopefully just take some lessons out of here and go back to Cape Town and hopefully give surfing a bit of a go.
Nice. And are you enjoying it?
I'm enjoying it. I can't believe this is winter. It's a beautiful day. Yeah, I've actually tried surfing once or twice. I've gone with Damien. Not too great at it. I think he's way much better than me. But it's absolutely amazing being here and just experiencing all of this, and the weather is just amazing.
Amazing. Well, thank you guys. In South Africa, we really respect all of you, and as athletes being down here watching other athletes in a completely different world, it's so good to have you guys down here, and looking forward to seeing you again, hopefully. Back to you guys.
Yeah, thanks, Emma. South Africa, definitely a rugby mad nation. We've seen a couple of crunchy wipeouts here, but I would say overall, rugby probably a little bit more ouchy than surfing.
Yeah, absolutely. Of course, the Springboks are playing in Durban on Saturday.
Against Wales?
Against Wales. So they're obviously getting ready, acclimatising, training. But I reckon Cheslin, Nuggety, I reckon he'll go right on a surfboard.
Good backhand.
Yeah. I reckon he'll be a strong centre of gravity. You see how he runs on the rugby field, and you just can't take him down. He's pretty epic. I reckon 5 waves we'll have him standing on a board.
All right, Wesley Dunsis, Ryan Kainalo. Again, the legs looked after. That looks fun.
Yeah, yeah. The compression boots are so amazing. Super nice and relaxing. I saw a few guys having a nap in the chairs the other day. Yeah, I love them. They feel amazing.
Ryan Carnello absolutely being on fire in this one. And he'll be looking to recover some of the strains from smashing the lip here at Ballito. All right, out in the water, where are we with scores? We haven't really moved things along at all in this one. Been a bit of a tough watch, actually. No one really getting hold of it. It's a game of fours at the moment. Just because Sol has got 2 of them, she's in the lead. 2 minutes 40 on the clock. Greg, what's going on here? Is this misreading of the ocean? Why are we looking at such low numbers?
There just haven't been those opportunities. There hasn't been any combos. Oh, we see Bella getting up and over that one. So is that going to be her best score? I mean, that was a pretty solid turn. But yeah, not sure it's going to go into the 5s. None of them have, Sol or Bella, just haven't found any of those 2-turn combo waves. And I really do feel they're out there.
There's a reminder of the requirement. 5-2 for a previous winner here, Bella Kenworthy. She needs to fire up here. One nice turn. It looked quite loose. Not sure it's going to go that high, is it? She may well need another wave.
Yeah, she connected with the lip. Let's just watch this replay. So sets up. There just wasn't the spray off the top that we've seen from Sol, you know, where she connected. And so, I mean, it was technically a good turn, but with the scoring capability, there wasn't any of that quick rotation off the top and no spray. So I think Sol's going to move quickly and keep her off the next good wave that comes through.
So looking to cover Bella Kenworthy right now. Final minute and 20 seconds. Bella heading back out to the traditional peak. Sol going right along with her. She'll look to cover as well. Staying on the inside towards the beach as well. Gives her a chance to see exactly what Bella's doing and then adjust accordingly if she wants to take the wave and block, which will work once. Of course, if there are a couple of waves in the set, and Bella can tempt her into one, maybe get something behind. That's what she's going to be trying to do. Sol's had a pretty good leaving game so far in the event. She leaves this wave. Is it a good choice? Yes, it absolutely is. Nothing available for Bella Kenworthy there. She has run out of road, really, in this event here. Just hasn't been able to connect at all from the beginning of the heat. And that period of quiet in the opening 10 minutes, Sol getting a couple of 4s locked in. They've actually proved to be useful numbers, those 4s.
Yeah. I love how you say she's had the best leaving game. She has. I mean, she in her last heat, she left about 10 waves, and it worked out perfectly with priority, just like going, that's not the score, that's not the score, that's not the score. And it can be a dangerous game to play, but Sol's played it perfectly in this event so far.
Danger's her middle name. Final 10 seconds will count down here. And she'll just look to cover this one out. And Sol Aguirre of Peru is through to semi-finals here at the Ballito Pro. She'll be featuring our second semi, taking on one of Eden Waller or Teresa Bonvalo. It's been really cool, as I mentioned, having 2 South African legends in the booth. Sarah, what's next for you? Obviously, the US Open coming up. What does the rest of the year look like in general?
Yeah, literally just continue doing what I'm doing. Have such an amazing support crew behind me. As I said, boards have been feeling amazing. Yeah, literally just take it one event by event, one day by day. And yeah, we'll see how the year goes.
You mentioned aging like wine, though. The dream's still alive for the CT for you?
Absolutely. It's always been there, and I don't think it's ever going to die. So, yeah, I think I'm just going to be trying to do my best and hopefully get there one day.
Love it. Keep doing it. We'll be watching. That's for sure. Really cool. We'll keep rolling with quarters here. Got another great looking heat coming up. One of the up and coming surfers on the Challenger Series hitting the water real soon. More live action from the Ballito Pro coming up.
This new generation never goes outside. This new generation is lazy. This new generation needs to wake up. Wake up.
The 2026 Ballito Pro presented by O'Neill is brought to you by KwaZulu-Natal Municipality, official host and title sponsor partner of the Ballito Pro presented by O'Neill. By O'Neill, official presenting sponsor of the Ballito Pro. And by Corona Cero, made with 100% natural ingredients.
Another great day of action down here at the Ballito Pro presented by O'Neill, and a lot of that thanks to this incredible coastline that we are just lapping up this year. Beautiful golden shores. We've had fun waves all throughout the event. A little bit tricky this afternoon, but the women making light work of it here in the quarterfinals. This is our last heat of the day, quarterfinal heat number 4. And I'm just pleasured to chat through with two of my good friends. My name's Jessie Starling, joined in the booth by Paul Evans and Greg Emsley. However, I talk about these fun conditions. It has changed drastically in that last heat, Greg.
It has changed. It looks tricky out in the lineup. A little bit of cross side shore wind. Tides coming in very quickly. Not a lot of opportunities out there. The ocean's just slowed itself down a bit, and it's quite straight. There's like one section of wave, but I think a bit of hunting in the heats are going to be important.
Paul, you'd have to say that the European women are starting off strong again. They're picking right up from where they left last year. The first semi-final is full of European ladies.
They love this place.
They do.
With good reason. Yeah, good results, good performances, enjoying themselves. Got one in the water right now as well, and she'll be looking to go all the way to semis and beyond. She'll be looking for the win.
Yeah, so taking a look at who is going to meet Sol Aguirre in semi-final number 2, it's either going to be Eden Waller, the young Garnet from the USA, or Teresa Bombalot. She is the more veteran surfer in this. She's been trying to crack that CT for a really long time. She's into the quarterfinals, so starting her year off strong, but she's had a couple of heats similar to what Sol has had the last few, where they've been close calls, Paul.
Yeah, I'm just actually going to pick up on Emsley's point about it getting tricky out there. I still think there's opportunity, actually. Yeah. I think that last one was a bit low energy. I think some of that's in the ocean. I think they're both a bit subpar. If we're, at this level in the quarterfinals of a Challenger Series event, looking to qualify for the CT, I think they just underperformed a little bit there. I think that's going to change right now. I think Eden Waller is all energy, confidence, form. I'm expecting to see some fireworks now.
Well, that's why we call you glass half full, Paul the Tank Evans, because that truly is just you.
You're always,
super optimistic. Greg, this heat's pretty cool. Eden and Teresa, two very different types of surfers.
Yeah, and I love it when you get a new kid on the block that comes to show off, and the other surfers have to lift their game as well. And there's no doubt that Teresa, who's the more experienced surfer, is going to have to lift her game. She's going to have to surf, because I tell you what, Eden's going to be surfing. She's going to find the waves, and she's going to be electrifying, especially with these nice little sections. A little bit of coping on the lip to push the tail. And the younger girls, we've seen it where they really get loose with that tail. They really get dynamic, and I'm hoping to see that from Eden in this heat.
Yeah, we've been talking about this story about the kind of the new generation coming up and pushing some of the veterans. On the women's side for a couple of seasons now, it's been a theme. And you think about where surfers draw their fire from, where do they get their competitive edge? Teresa Bombalot 100% is motivated by having been the next big thing and not having particularly kicked on. She's still on the Challenger Series a long time later, we've got a load of new names coming through, a lot of hype on them, and she's absolutely fired up by that, and I think that's what brings out her best.
Yeah, pretty safe to say that Teresa is a fiery surfer. She definitely surfs with a lot of passion, a lot of emotion as well. But then Eden, again, we can talk about that too, with both of these women, one being very traditional, one being quite progressive. But Eden also plays to her own strength. She doesn't tend to be too phased by the other woman in the water, Greg.
Yeah, and that's my point. Eden's going to be surfing. Teresa can't just compete. She's going to have to surf as well.
I love that. It's going to force both of these ladies to push hard. Little wave starting to roll through here. I don't mind the look of that wall, but Eden Waller is going to let that one go. This is the last heat of the day, so 35 minutes, 7 slipped away. Let's see what Teresa Bonvalot can do with her first opportunity here. She's got such a strong backside hook. That's it in full form. Let's see what this inside track has. It's a bit foamy for Teresa. Having to get over a big patch of dead water here in hopes that this one starts to bowl up yet again. She's going to connect and goes incomplete, but a strong first turn there, Paul.
Yeah, and just won the first moment, didn't she? You know, it's 35-minute heats, but just break it down to a series of encounters. Eden, a little look, didn't get the wave, but hang on, here she goes.
Eden Waller in one section, goes down, buries the nose as she free falls from the lip line there. But just the intent that she has on her bottom turns, you can tell that there's always going to be something big when she gets to the top of the wave, Greg.
Yeah, so, I mean, the wave that Teresa got was, she linked it. It was a nice, short, tall wave. She got them, you know, the links, and a good start for her. But Eden, you can just see her mindset is go as big as you can on these maneuvers.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to seeing how both of these women just play this quarterfinal to their advantage. Someone who did that was Sol Aguirre. She was super smart with her decision-making skills in that last one, and she's with Emma.
Jessie, Sol, great heat. There was great decisions you made there. You've been coming to South Africa for so many years, and it's so good to watch you get this far in this event, an important event.
Yeah, I've been here the last four years, and it's a tricky wave, but it's super fun, so I'm kind of loving it. It's really hard though, but I'm happy that I got like 2 good waves and managed the heat very well, so yeah, I'm stoked.
You managed that heat so well. I know that when we got to the beach this morning, it looked like there was quite a bit of swell. It was firing. It's changed quite a lot. Have you changed up your equipment for this heat?
No, I've been riding this board since day one, even on the QS too. And yeah, it's a 2-point pro from CI Surfboard, so shout out to the best boards ever. Thank you so much. And yeah, this is like the magic board.
And I know you've got family and friends who woke up at 4 a.m. to watch this heat. Let's send them some love.
Yeah, big thank you to everyone who's watching, and gracias a todos por ver. Arriba Perú, súper orgullosa, súper contenta de seguir avanzando. Es difícil, no es nada fácil estar en otro país, otro idioma. Pero nada, acá estamos, siempre guerreando, lo que nos representa a los peruanos, la garra interna. Gracias a todos por ver y manden las vibras y esperemos que mañana sea un día glorioso.
Well, you're into the semi-finals. What a good feeling. Go rest up, and we're looking forward to seeing you tomorrow. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Emma. Thank you, Sol. Big upset, taking out one of our previous champions here, Bella Kenworthy. Championship Tour surfer, and just with the way she was surfing yesterday afternoon against Ellie Harrison, I'm honestly quite surprised to see her go out so early, Paul.
Yeah, absolutely. We all are. Went out with a whimper as well, didn't she? Just didn't really show up for that heat at all. Couple of we mentioned it was tricky, but it's a couple of moments for her, and she underperformed a little bit. So some learnings to take from that. We've been talking about like what's the result in the CS. Getting to quarters is where the kind of keeper results start if you're really looking to get enough points to qualify. But once you get to those quarters, you think, I've got a great opportunity to do something amazing, particularly at a place where you've won before. So I think she'll be kicking herself a little bit.
Yeah, that'll definitely sting. It's another name that I was surprised to see go down in the quarterfinals was Sierra Kerr too, Greg.
Yeah, absolutely. Sierra has been the standout surfer of the event. So far, she's been the pick. I mentioned earlier that her scoreline, as well as Laura Ropp, were way higher by more than a point of the other score lines and of the other girls, and both of them have lost. So it's pretty gnarly. It's you know, that's the way surfing goes in these tough conditions. What happened yesterday means nothing. It's what you do out in the water today. And sadly, Bella is now out of competition and opportunity lost.
Yeah, Bella Kenworthy. She will be going over to the US Open next stop. You'd have to say a place that very much suits her style of surfing. Teresa Bombala, her first score locks in as a 4-5. Eden Waller with a couple of small scores. We've spoken about it plenty of times, Greg, but the excitement you get when a surfer like Eden Waller stands up on her board and you're not sure what's quite is going to unfold is one of those key factors that draws you into a competitor and you want to know more about that person.
Yeah, definitely. It's I just want to see Eden actually ride more waves. I'm excited to see her attack these waves, and she's got a different approach. I love that. You know, when you're young, it's good to not have too much information. You're not worried about this or that. Your stats mean nothing to you. She's just going out there and looking for the next big section to absolutely smash and do something major on.
Yeah, I can't wait for Eden to stand on her feet again. Obviously, semi-finals is major for any of the women that move on through. Like I mentioned at the start of this heat, Paul, the European ladies, they were in dominant form last year. And I love the fact that they're keeping that storyline rolling this year in 2026.
Yeah, definitely. Well, you know, we talk about inspiration. A generation likes to come through together, and they're sort of showing the pathway, showing what you can do with results. And then surfers like Ariane Ochoa, who's, you know, wasn't around last year on the CS, but she would have seen all that. We actually had her up here in the studio. She talked about seeing surfers that she's competed against. She knows she can surf at least on their level. Seeing them qualify for the CT is a big inspo for her. We saw her, you know, it was a tricky first quarter. It was a low-scoring one, but she's through to the semis, and I think we're going to see that story continue for the Euros.
I like the look of this wave. Teresa Bonvalot wants to keep being a part of that conversation. Tags that first section. Little slow off getting around the corner here, but she's going to complete a second turn for Tay. So 2 nice turns here for Teresa. You could see Eden was extremely curious in that wave. Couple of waves prior to that one, just slightly slipping underneath the girls though, Greg.
Yeah, it's good competing this from Teresa. She's just hitting the section. That first turn was solid. She then got the backup turn. Yeah, a couple of those ones went a little bit closer in. A bit of bump on them though. Sometimes that first wave of the set, when it's a bit bumpier like that, can be tricky to surf. So kind of, I think they just left it. It was a bit walled up as well, bumpy. So the second wave of the set there that we saw Teresa getting a lot cleaner and more opportunity on it.
Yeah, hoping that a couple more waves start to roll through so we can get a heat in our hands. But like we mentioned at the start, Tay, she was going to fight for her spot in the semi-final, and this is how she's doing it, Paul.
Yeah, well, it's a couple of moments now. We're talking about winning the moments. That's 2 now to her. She had priority, obviously. A couple of mistakes from Eden Waller, so that gave her the chance to identify this wave. The carving style from her, definitely a strength on the lefts as well. Her carving sort of sets her apart a bit. But she needs a bit of room in order to do that. She likes to sort of wait for the wave to stand up and then accelerate from the bottom. She was almost able to get into that rhythm there. That first turn had her set up. Then she would have just loved to keep that rhythm through to that next section. It wasn't quite there. I thought she made the best of a tricky situation. It will be a helpful number.
Greg, with this higher tide, do you have to be on the set so that the wave carries the juice all the way through to the inside?
I don't think that you want to go to the inside ever. I mean, that's like a bonus if you really have to. I just think you want to be hitting the outside turns. I feel if you're on a wave that's running through to the inside, you're sort of forcing a score, and it's not, you know, you might, you know, maybe the odd heat you'll get through like that, but generally it's the big outside turns that the judges are looking for.
Important moment now for Eden, isn't it? She hasn't got hold of this at all, and, you know, we talked about surfers going big scores and putting performances early on, and then all of a sudden you can just run out of steam, the wind's gone out of your sail, all that sort of thing. This is kind of getting to that moment now where she needs to sort of make a mark, kind of stamp something onto this seat. Let's see if she can.
Yeah, let's see what she can do with this wave here. You can see, had to go a little square on that takeoff, but she's round to some clean face. Gets a good connection for Eden. Looking for a little bit more down the line. Similar looking wave to what we saw from Teresa, but doesn't get the completion. So Tay-Tay's last wave coming in at a 5. Eden Waller goes incomplete on the second pull.
Yeah, we're almost sort of comparing, when we see her take off, we're almost comparing herself to her own surfing. And when she dropped into that wave, we're waiting for her to go straight back up, bang. And it just doesn't happen. The wave sort of rattles off and she has to wait a while. And by the time she gets there, it's a bit of a late hit. The wave's not real cooperative. She did quite well to stay with it. That got a little bit awkward for her. She got the one turn away. I thought when she paddled into that, again, I was expecting quite a bit more.
Your thoughts, Greg?
Yeah, well, there it is. It's a 3.5. It's just come through on our screen. Sorry, not on the main screen yet. But it's, yeah, that's where the score is. I'm just thinking, don't try and surf to what Teresa's doing. I like the way she attacked that very first wave. I want to see more of that. That's going to be a big score. I think for her, on the way back out, hunt every opportunity. If there's like one big closeout section, try and get it under priority away from Teresa, and Teresa won't enjoy that.
Let's see what Tay-Tay's going to do on this opportunity. She's going to get out of there. So Teresa using up first priority. That wave, unfortunately, running off across the sandbar. So Eden, with a little more space to move here, has priority. 3.5 for that one turn, though. That should give her some confidence to know that if she can do two of those, she's easily going to accomplish that 6-point ride, Greg.
Definitely. Paul, how's your scorecard looking now? You're talking about the moments. Was there a little moment for Eden there?
She's handed over a bit of initiative, hasn't she, Teresa? Oopsie.
And priority?
That's what I mean.
Yeah.
Yeah, interesting battle between these two ladies. It's starting to heat up ever so slightly. Just a small score for Eden, but we're expecting big things from both of these women in the next 17 minutes. We're going to go to a quick break, and we'll be right back to round out the last heat of the day after this.
This is peak summer vibes here. That is a launch.
U.S. Open's like the mecca of all of Orange County.
The pier is absolutely packed. The beach, standing room only.
deep. A new world champion. And when it's on, nothing comes close.
The 2026 Ballito Pro presented by O'Neill is brought to you by KwaZulu-Natal Municipality, official host and title sponsor partner of the Ballito Pro presented by O'Neill. By O'Neill, official presenting sponsor of the Ballito Pro. By Corona Cero, made with 100% natural ingredients. And by SMG Yamaha, the official vehicle and water safety partner of the Ballito Pro presented by O'Neill.
We are seriously deep in this competition now with quarterfinal heat number 4, 14.5 minutes away from wrapping up, and then we'll have our women's semi-finalists confirmed. We've already got the men's quarterfinalists out there and confirmed as well, but this is going to be the last heat of the day, so we're going to have to keep you guys waiting to see who is going to be our semi-finalists on the men's side of the draw. It's Jesse, Paul and Greg to talk you through the next 14 minutes. Teresa Bonvalot, Eden Waller in the water here. Eden looked to have taken a wave, and both of these ladies looking to compete against Sol Aguirre, who took out that last quarterfinal. Both of them a good match to have a great semi-final against Sol. Greg.
Yeah, Sol's feeling good. She's getting the rhythm, But here we go. Eden Waller using that priority, sets up for this first turn, whacks it up off the top. Can she get a combo? Whacks it up there, a little bit late to that lip, but does very well to hold on to it and getting the 2 turns. So I think that's probably going to be her best score. I don't know if it's going to be a big number, but certainly going to be something she can build on.
Eden surfing a little more tentatively to what it seems than we have the rest of the event so far, Paul.
First wave that she caught, she just got a 1. She was going twice as fast as any of the surfing we'd seen in the, certainly in the previous heat. And we were like, all right, we're game on here. We like the fact that she fell because we're like, keep doing that. You're going to connect. The scores are going to go up. That means Teresa's going to have to dig deeper and perform, and we're on for a heat. Since then, it's not gone her way, and maybe just a little bit of nerviness and a little bit of safety surfing. She sort of did kind of a wheelie, didn't she, over the whitewater there? Didn't really back herself to bang out the back foot. So she's just been a little bit safe. I don't mind it, actually. I think sometimes you do have to adjust to what the ocean's offering. I think the bump, just on that first, as soon as she took off, you did see her get a bit of a bump on the bottom turn, and it wobbled her. And I think she's actually surfing to the conditions now, and I don't mind it. We want to see fireworks. We want to see her be really explosive. But at the same time, you see there? See her board just takes a crazy wobble, and she does actually pretty well to recover that. So I don't mind this. I reckon this is actually pretty smart.
Okay, I love it.
The big thing is she wants to better that scoreline and make that requirement less than what it was. She was needing a 6 at that stage. It's not going to be a 6, but let's get rid of the 3-5 in the scoreline. Or not get rid of the 3-5. It'll still be there, but ultimately make that 6 down to a 5 and even under 5 if she can get the score that's coming in. 4.73. So there we go.
Quick maths, Greg Emsley.
Yeah, so 4.78 needed. That's a huge difference right now.
Major difference, and that is super achievable for Eden Waller. 4.78 is the requirement. Nothing I love more than chatting to Mike Frew in the afternoon. Mike, what are you up to?
Thank you, JC. Well, Emma and I have made our way to the Corona Bar down on the beach. We're going to enjoy the rest of this last heat of the day from the Corona Bar. Emma, looks like we've got some cold ones coming our way. We're going to enjoy the action here. But for those of you watching online, stay tuned because there's a whole Corona Zero post show coming up, which will have highlights of the day, all the best waves of the day, and highlights of the heats right through from this morning. So it's a very exciting Corona post show straight after the last heat that's in the water right now. Emma, what a day. Woo! Back to you, Jessie.
Woo! Love you, the Frew Brew and Emma. They're doing such a good job on the sidelines. Guys, guess who's doing the post show?
I like the sound of this Corona Zero post show. This sounds pretty good.
Me too. Greg Emsley, will you stay around for it?
Oh, well, but they've also still got to do a post-heat interview.
No, don't worry. They've got it. Yeah, guys, don't clock off just yet.
Yeah. But it does look fun, eh?
Oh, my goodness. It's going to be action-packed. Please stay tuned after this heat is going to wrap up. Let's take a look at this situation here. 10.5 minutes to go. Teresa Bonvilla keeping her cool. Hasn't caught a wave in quite some time. But Eden Waller starting to creep closer to that first place and creating a bit of space here, Greg.
Yeah, I'm interested to see that Teresa's giving Eden a little bit of space. She's, lots of space actually, and I like what I see from Eden. She's going to hunt one of those wide ones, and you get some really good wide ones, especially on those sets that offer those big single maneuvers. So that's what she's hunting for down the beach.
Yeah, so this is actually Eden's best Challenger Series result. It's her second year on the Challengers. Changers, if you're from Australia. But she was one of the standouts, actually, at the first Newcastle event we had in last year's season. It was absolutely pumping, the one where we saw Jacob and Kika won. It was barreling. We had all different types of conditions, and Eden Waller dropped this crazy 8-point ride, and it made Stace genuinely scream at the TV. It was wild, and not many things get Stace super up and about. Actually, that's a lie. He's a really excitable person. What am I talking about? But that wave definitely got him super excited. So Eden is that next crop of generation. And we spoke to it earlier, Greg, with Wesley, fitting into that tour. Do you see Eden, if she qualifies, keeping up with what's going on the CT?
You mean when she qualifies?
When, my bad.
No, she's definitely going to be in there. She fits the mold perfectly. She charges. She gets good. We saw her getting a great barrel ride yesterday. She's got the turns.
You guys are sending a lot of people to the CT. Who are you booting out? There's only a certain number of surfers we can have there.
Paul, I'm not going anywhere near that conversation.
Well, you can't just keep adding people in. I don't even know how numbers work, but, you know, there's a finite number of spots. Just saying.
Yeah, well, it's the people that fall off the tour that'll get booted out that haven't performed.
Greg Emsley, great answer.
No, well, we're not
Great.
booting anyone out. The system's booting them out.
It's not our fault.
Best result here for Eden Waller, as you were just saying, Jess, which is cool. But I don't think this is the time to start thinking about that from her point of view. This is a massive opportunity for her. We've seen how hard and tough it is. We've seen surfers win events, just look amazing. They get a win on the Challenger Series, can't make another heat all year. It is really, really tough, particularly those 4 surfer heats. It doesn't really matter how good you are, what kind of form you're in. Just to get 2 waves in a 4 surfer heat, do that a couple of times, go through the rounds, you can easily see that unravel. So I do think when you are in form, when you are making heats, you really have to capitalise on it. And right now, I think she needs to fire up here under 8 minutes.
Yeah, well, this is that format that you were talking about, Paul. Ballito US Open, South Sebastian, Ericeira and Newcastle are the 5 Challenger Series events. Top 10 men will qualify and top 6 women. 4 best results count. So you can essentially have 1 bad event, but the rest you need to be really consistent and doing well in. But the sneaky little wild card for this year is that you can go and compete in as many International QS 6000 events as you want or as you qualify for. And if you do well, you can count one of those events to your ranking. So if you win a QS International 6000, it's like having a semi-final on the Challenger Series. 1 turn for Eden Waller. Belts it with the completion here. Careful of those rocks in there too, Eden, but smart decision for Eden just to keep swinging and doing exactly what you said, Greg. Just start catching waves.
Yeah, for sure. And that was one committed turn. I really enjoyed that maneuver on the backhand. She hit the lip. She connected with it. I know the rights have generally been the better scoring waves, but I think there's going to be points in that single maneuver for sure.
Saw her little brother Zion on the beach, who was one of the main stars in Rip Kell's new film Sketchy, which is, I haven't laughed in a surf film like I have in Sketchy. And Zion, he could act. There could be a new career for him, but the replay here of Eden Paul.
Yeah, nice and speedy. See her adjusting the feet, gives it a good crack. So 4.78 is that requirement. Let's think about the 4.5 that Teresa Bonvalo got early on.
What's your thoughts?
I'm not overly convinced either way. It's definitely not an emphatic definitely. I'm not saying no, it's not it. I think yeah.
It's not the biggest wave, but I feel it's the biggest turn of the heat.
I agree.
It's like the connection of the lip, the speed off the top. I think there's points in there. And here we go, looking again, up and riding on a solid one.
Yeah, going to keep swinging here for our young gun, Eden Waller, slightly caught behind at the start of this wave, so she's going to get out of there. But I just do really enjoy the fact that here's that word again, creating her own rhythm with this ocean, especially when it's shifty this afternoon, Paul.
Yeah, well, we talked about those moments, didn't we? We'll go back there. She's won the last couple just in terms of from under priority, getting an opportunity. But here's that number, and I hate to say I told you so, but I had a feeling it might not quite get there. And it looks like the judges agree with the tank. Yeah.
They agree with the tank. Yes. Scores are looking that they're going to come underneath that 4.78. You'd have to think an extra turn on that, slightly bigger wave. That turn may potentially go there. It's going to be a 4.1. Goes into a top 2, but doesn't bring that requirement down. Now, Tay, totally different strategy here. She's caught 3 waves. She's got her scores on the first 2. Now there's under 5 minutes to go, and she essentially just has to sit on her competitor and hope that no other good waves come through, Greg.
Yeah, Eden just needs to find a set wave. Doesn't matter if it's a closeout, and connect that forehand turn once, like she tried to do on her first wave, but completed.
Yeah, but that's assuming that Teresa doesn't improve as well. She's got prio, and if she goes away, there's a blocking manoeuvre because it looks good. She's got a great chance of improving her score as well. We haven't seen a lot from her really either in this heat. She's only really ridden 2 waves that are kind of proper waves, so she's a good chance for her to improve as well. She'll have first refusal to be able to do that. So that requirement for Eden Waller is a very gettable one, but she hasn't been able to get there yet in, 31 minutes of serve, and it's bigger than anything she's been able to achieve. And also, that might go up if Teresa gets a score. So getting tougher and tougher, literally by the second for Eden Waller.
Let's see if this is going to eventuate to anything. You can see it's kind of got Teresa's attention. She's not going to go. Eden Waller's going to roll the dice. Needs a 4, 7, 8. Our young gun from the USA clicks it, drifts the tail around. Can she hold on? Just gets knocked off her board there. You can see so much emotion coming from Zion there. Head in hands. You know how much these athletes want it, but that was the maneuver, Greg.
She had it. That was a solid maneuver. That was going to be the score all day. And she's had 2 of those, and they've been incomplete. So, yeah, she's just got to complete these. But how was this? She attacked. I mean, that was an incredible maneuver. I mean, if she had made that maneuver, we're going into definitely by far the best score of the heat. The verticalness of it, the way she pushed that tail out. And I love that she's creating opportunities out of very little here.
She had to cover a bit of ground to get there. Multiple pumps from her, and she came off that clean, bluer water on the face, did come onto that milkier stuff. There was a bit of foam there, which makes it a little bit trickier, maybe just slowing her down a touch. And Bonvalo just had to watch that, and I think she would have enjoyed seeing Eden go incomplete on that. Maybe heaved a bit of a sigh of relief as well, because she let her go, and that was absolutely all day long the score. So the decision was questionable, actually, from Teresa. She got away with one there.
You know what I love from Eden Waller, though? She fell from that wave and she was back on her board and kicking to get back out the back. So not deflated, not feeling defeated. She still is hopeful that this score is going to come her way. Obviously, there's a lot of waves popping up here and there. You can see a good-looking one starting to roll through deep. So Eden's still really driven to get a number, which is small.
Closest paddling we've seen of the event so far?
Oh, definitely.
It's about
Teresa,
10 centimetres between those two.
Teresa, when she has to sit on a competitor, she probably gets closer than anyone, because she knows that you can dominate, you can ruffle someone's feathers, especially with the amount of pressure that is had in these final 2 minutes. It's just going to, essentially, Eden just has to replicate that again, Greg.
Yeah, it's, in the next 90 seconds or so, there is a chance that you get a 2-wave set. So, I don't think this is game over just yet. I think there could still be some opportunity here.
Paul, we saw Sol win this last heat in a really similar way to how Teresa's holding this one down now.
Yeah, definitely. Wasn't it? It's good decision-making. And Teresa basically bringing some of that energy. I think she got lucky a couple of times, though, in this one. I think Eden Waller has had a couple of opportunities where it actually wasn't the greatest decision to leave the wave, but Eden unable to get a completion. So let's just see. I mean, it's absolutely nail-biting. You'd rather just be surfing and building scores and doing it that way, but let's say it's not always how it works out. Sometimes you got to get tactical. You got to be ruthless and relentless. I'm seeing all that stuff from Teresa right now.
Yeah, she really does know how to compete strong. Eden Waller, she's had a lot of waves, a couple of falls. We all feel that the make on that last turn would have got her that score that she was looking for, a 4, 7, 8. 40 seconds to go. What is the ocean going to provide here with 30 seconds? It looks quiet. Potentially only time for one more wave. I'm looking one coming through potentially to the left of the screen, but it's looking a little bit grim, Greg.
Yeah, sadly the time is winding down here, so the opportunities are very slim at the moment, and Teresa's just surfed a really smart heat here. She's competed well, she's got the scores early, and she's been so smart with that priority as well.
I think it's pretty safe to say this heat is over. Teresa Bonvalo is going to join Sol Aguirre in the semi-finals. What an incredible start to her 2026 season. Look at this wave rolling through after the hooter. It was an incredible fight from Eden Waller, but unfortunately just a couple incompletes are going to hinder and end her run here in the Ballito Pro. But I love the fact that Teresa knows her strengths and she's always going to rely on it here. Paul.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, she knows how to grind it out. Sometimes it's about rolling those sleeves up. It's exactly what we saw there. And you're taking on someone who's all about performances as well as results, and Eden Waller. And Teresa kept a really cool head out there as well. The opportunities that came her way, she took them both. And that strong start that we always talk about getting when conditions start to deteriorate a bit, and you want to kind of come out strong and just put something on the board. And at that stage, you're thinking, okay, these scores are going to get replaced. That's not always the case. It can go really, really quiet. And actually, that cushion she built at the start, that was invaluable.
Yeah, definitely. And to be honest, Teresa actually studied the quarters before that, and they were all a lot of work. You had to be competitive, and she's actually surfed that heat perfectly, looking at what the other quarterfinals produced, and she knew it would be probably a low scoring encounter. So make the good decisions, get on that scoreboard early so that you can dominate the heat from start to finish.
Guys, semi-finals are confirmed for the women's side of the draw. 3 of the 4 competitors in the semi-finals representing Europe, Paul.
Yeah, the Euros, they love it here in Ballito. I mean, we all love it here, but it's been a really, really good venue for them. Also, just the different event, but the start of the season, similar last year on the CS, where we saw the European women just come out absolutely firing. Ariane Ochoa, for me, is the name that I guess we're probably a bit more surprised by, just by the fact she wasn't around last year, but also their performances where they've gone. Her scores were huge, but that'll be a tough heat against Kicker.
Greg, the standout semi for you?
The standout for me was, to be honest, I don't think they were standouts. They were all actually quite low-performing heats. But I think Ariana's, probably that one was the standout. I just think that she's getting on a roll here. She's had excellent scores in this contest, and I think it's actually hers to win this.
Well, just when you thought the action was over for today, you were wrong. We have the Corona Zero post-show coming up. Do not go anywhere. Plenty more surf talk coming up right after this.
Welcome to KwaZulu-Natal, the destination for all seasons. Nestled on the breathtaking north coast of the Zulu Kingdom, this vibrant town offers something for everyone. KwaZulu-Natal boasts several beaches that have been awarded the prestigious blue flag, guaranteeing cleanliness and safety for all visitors. Our inland region offers a world of adventure. Get your adrenaline pumping with thrilling activities like ziplining, hiking and off-road biking surrounded by the natural beauty of KwaZulu-Natal's landscapes. Kids will love our animal farm, getting up close and personal with friendly animals. Immerse yourself in history as you explore the rich heritage and legacy of great leaders like King Shaka and Chief Albert Lutuli. Conveniently located just a short drive from King Shaka International Airport and Durban International Conventional Center, making it easily accessible for both local and international delegates, with an abundance of world-class accommodation facilities, dining options and attractions nearby, you can truly make the most of your time in this magnificent region. KwaZulu-Natal, the heartbeat of the North Coast.
This is peak summer vibes here. That is a launch.
US Open's like the mecca of all of Orange County.
The pier is absolutely packed. The beach, standing room only.
into the favourite part of my day, every day. It's the Corona Zero post show where we get to just relish in some fun storylines, dramatic ends to heats, and just all the enjoyment I have when I get to hang out with my fellow commentators all day, every day, down here at the Ballito Pro presented by O'Neill. Yet again, the waves turned on today. We had an absolute show from the ocean. My name is Jessie Starling. I'm joined in the booth by Paul Evans and Greg Emsley, the two good friends I'm talking about. Guys, another great day in the books. We're well and truly into the comp now, so that deserves a quick cheers to. Cheers, Paul.
JJ.
Cheers, Jess. Cheers, Paul.
Shot Bigfoot.
Shots brew. Guys, I'd love to know, Paul, we'll start with you, your highlight for the day.
Well, I just thought at the moment when the conditions changed, a bit that impresses me. Obviously, when we come down, we want to see massive performances. We want to see 8s, 9s, and those big moments. But what impresses me is surfers can make that adjustment as well. And I think we saw that. It's kind of crucial at this stage. We're close to finals day. Could be tomorrow. We've still got 2 more days. But just don't lose at this stage. Just stay alive. Do it. Whatever it takes.
So simple.
Get it done.
Yeah, just don't lose. Lekker. What about you, Greg? Your highlight?
I enjoyed the morning heats with those offshore conditions, especially when that tide dropped. It was fantastic. I think my highlight heat was probably Taj and Dane. That was an exciting heat. You know, there was a lot of good surfing, and it felt like one of those heats you wanted to watch.
Well, we have our semi-finalists confirmed for the women. We're going to get more into that throughout the Corona Zero post show, but we'd love to talk to the winner of that last heat, who was in the semi-finals, Teresa Bonvilla. She is with Emma.
Parabéns, Teresa. I hope I didn't butcher that. I know that heat felt a little bit trickier than the others. That high tide seemed to have changed things, but I feel like you surfed a really smart heat.
Yeah, it's just really tricky. This high tide, you'd never know which ones are the good ones, if it's going to come or not. So, I mean, it was kind of a slow heat in a way. And yeah, I just tried to manage the waves that I caught, that I could take all the potential out of it. And yes, I'm stoked to make to the semis.
Semis is a great result. I'm sure you've got your friends and family in Portugal watching you. Would you like to send them some love in Portuguese?
Let's see, I have no idea if they are. No, but obrigada a todos que estão aí em casa a assistir. Mais hit que consegui aqui safar-me. Foi realmente assim uma maré complicada e torna realmente o surf mais difícil, mas pronto, está igual para todas e surfei melhor do que a minha adversária e neste momento estou a fazer o meu melhor resultado aqui em Ballito, do qual estou contente. E pronto, é um dia importante e estou muito contente.
Well, last heat of the day, it's a long day to stay focused, but you're into the semi-finals, you got to be feeling good, and thank you so much for chatting to us. Back to you guys in the studio.
Thank you, Emma. Thank you, Teresa. Paul, you speak a little bit of Portuguese. Can you translate that post-date for us?
Yeah, I mean, I don't want this to be like a shocking revelation, but the surfers, when they speak Portuguese, they're pretty much saying exactly what you think they're going to say, just like people do in English. So they go, yeah, I made another heat. I'm really stoked. Hi to everyone back home. Let's keep it going.
I just wanted to have fun out there.
That sort of stuff.
Oh my gosh, Greg Emsley speaks Portuguese too. I'm learning more every day. All right, let's take a look at some highlight heats that we saw today. It actually started with the quarterfinal heat 2. This was exceptional. Kika Vaselko took down Laura Rupp from Brazil, and Kika just doing some really solid turns here, Paul.
Yeah, she was. And, you know, we talk about those CT surfers. Are they bringing in something a little bit extra in terms of energy? I mean, Laura's been really impressive. She's been surfing these conditions, adjusting for her heats. I think she's been looking really, really good. But ultimately, Kika took the opportunities, and that's what it's about, basically. Surfed the smart heat, got enough power to match the wave as well. And you can see how much she wanted this. A lot of desire from her surfing with the paddle in, with that turn. A couple of moments where she used her physical strength.
Yeah, Kika, I would definitely say flexing just her CT flare here. 6.67 and a 6.3 over Laura's 5.83 and a 2.43. So struggling to find a backup for our Brazilian surfer. But what an incredible event. She was surfing beyond what we thought was possible, especially when someone has stitches in their foot. So Laura, she's going to start off her year with a quarterfinal, and we'll see her compete again over in the US Open. Let's take a look at this semi-final bracket because it's pretty stacked. Like we mentioned just before, there's a lot of European women in these semis here, Greg.
Yeah, it's very stacked, and it's who's going to find that rhythm now on, I would say, probably finals day when they surf again. Ariana, as I mentioned, has been on really good form. We saw her get that excellent score a couple of days ago. Kika's strong, of course. Soul surfing the best I've ever seen her. She's surfing with a nice power base, and Teresa's just surfing really well, nice on the rail, and good decisions.
Well, who's your pick? Who are you taking to the semis? Who's your finalist, Greg Emsley?
It's going to be from the first semi-final, the winner of that. Do I have to pick the actual person?
Not if you're not comfortable.
I'm going to go with
I wouldn't.
I'm going to go with Ariana.
Wouldn't want you to strain yourself,
I've got a feeling Ariana is going to win it.
Well, if we're going to put Greg on the spot, Paul, your pick.
I think I've already picked her. If that's cool. I think I said her like 3 days ago. So
Who did you say?
Sorry, I said Ariana Ochoa as my pick to win the event.
All right, well then I'll go Kika.
Love that. Anyway, let's get into some of the men's action that was there today. One of the best was heat number 2 in the round of 16. Jarvis Earl took down Ian Gentile. It was a slow start into this one, but fought his way back, Paul.
Yeah, well, it's been another storyline that we've had here. Surfers that have had a little break. We haven't seen them. Maybe it's, it was one that they didn't want to be away from competition at this level, but for reasons they've had to be. When you come back, what's it going to be like? Is your game still there as the game changed? And brilliant to see Jarvis looking so good. Talking about surfers with CT experience. Gentile, he's been quite wily. I think he's surfed pretty smart as well, but Jarvis, just loads of power, loads of flow. He's enjoying himself. He's got that kind of cheeky grin around the place as well. He's loving it.
Yeah, Jarvis actually coming off an injury as well, so pretty much took all of last season off, and a bit of time to think about what he really wants has been paying off for him here, Greg.
Yeah, Jarvis is looking so strong. I love how extra vertical he gets on those backhand turns, and the amount of spray, the criticalness, and the enjoyment it looks like he's having while surfing these heats.
Yeah, Ian Gentile looked fabulous this event as well. Looking forward to seeing what he can do over in the US Open. Let's take a look at the men's quarterfinal bracket. Young guns to kick off the quarters here. Ryan Kainalo and Jarvis Earl, Paul.
Yeah, they've been really impressive, both of them. I think maybe Jarvis possibly just edging this one in terms of what we've seen from him, but I think Ryan is seeing a huge opportunity here, so let's see what he can do.
And a bit of a wild card coming through in quarter 4, Wesley Dantes. He's definitely flying the flag for the underdogs, Greg.
Yeah, Wesley's solid. He's got his own game plan. He's just going to go out there, surf. He's going to find those sections. He's going to look for the big airs, especially if there's lefts. And, that's what he's going to do. It's going to be interesting to see. He's not going to die wondering. He's going to go for it on every wave.
Yeah, so men's quarterfinals, that's going to be coming up probably tomorrow morning. But let's see what the swell is going to do, because we've been really blessed and lucky every single morning so far this week. Greg, what can we expect tomorrow?
Yeah, well, that swell still hanging about. You see that system just below Madagascar. Again, we saw today slightly smaller than yesterday. I think tomorrow is going to be slightly smaller than today, but nice and clean in the morning. We're going to see those offshore winds. And I think another great day of surfing is it's going to be super fun. And the power is going to be there. We see tomorrow morning 4 to 5 feet. And then in the afternoon, going sort of 3 to 5 feet, and then Saturday, again, much the same. So swell's going nowhere. It's going to be good conditions offshore in the morning, cross onshore in the afternoon. Mornings are going to be the best picks.
Yeah, tomorrow morning with that little bit more swell as well. So pretty hopeful to kick off competition tomorrow, and hopefully just keep running heats as long as the conditions are permitting. Obviously, every day we do narrow it down to 5 highlight moments, the top 5 moments. So let's get into it. I'm really intrigued to see what our top 5 moments are for today, because we did have so many excellent scores go down. But let's take a look at it. Coming in at number 5, it is Teresa Bombalop, moving through to the semi-finals here, Greg.
Yeah, so Teresa just looking solid, so making good decisions, and her placement on the turns are just really sound at the moment. She's competing well, and she set herself a really good base for the semis and hopefully the finals for her as well.
Yeah, then we have Paul's pick to win, Ariane Ochoa, coming in at number 4.
Yeah, backhand attack from her. It's just been absolutely relentless. Different kind of heat. She had to get past Sierra Kerr, and this one, all of the performances, really, the standout performances each day in these top 5 moments. It's been all about Sierra Kerr, but Ariane Ochoa just too good today.
Greg's highlight moment of the day. We saw Taj Lindblad taking down Dane Henry in an explosive heat here, Greg.
Yeah, for the power lovers, they're going to have loved this heat. They're going to really enjoy Lindblad. He's solid, and he's got that old school style, which I really love. And just look at this power for days. Nice, strong center of gravity. And he's going to have a big following on the rail surfing.
Yeah, coming in at number 2 here, Jake Marshall going excellent, getting an 8.5, Paul.
Yeah, brilliant surfing again from him. Oh, look at this stuff. Absolutely love to see someone on a rail. Beautiful, slicing, powerful, that style that he's got, kind of California style that we love. And he's showing his class. You know, he's been a fixture on the CT. This is why.
Yeah, he's really looking comfortable in these two-man heats, showing that he's got a lot of reps in this year. And then coming in at number 1, it was the dominant performance from Cole Hausman, Greg.
Yeah, the big fella doing what the big fella does, the big massive turns, and absolutely belting these waves. Cole's looking unstoppable, and just watch this. So critical, and basically sending water back out to sea on all these turns. Perfect positioning, and really getting these combos in straight up over this finish, and he's just looking so comfortable, oozing confidence right there.
Yeah, loving it, just the power that Cole is showing. He's looking really comfortable as well, and it's nice to see him look comfortable in the jersey again, because it has been a struggle this year for him, Paul.
Yeah, he's just looked amazing out here. I mean, looks like a completely different animal from what we've seen on the CT. We talk about that confidence story. We're going to keep talking about it. But for me, just looking at everyone here, I mean, he's the best surfer here for me. He's on another level completely.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing Cole compete again tomorrow, which, by the way, our call time is going to be 7 for a 7:35 a.m. start. So similar to what we had today, hoping that the conditions are still pumping and we just get really lucky every single day this week. Until then, we're going to leave you guys with some highlights. We're going to go probably have Run Club this afternoon, and we'll see you guys bright and early tomorrow morning. Cheers.
Cheers.
This copyrighted event broadcast is produced by the World Surf League for broadcast around the world and may not be retransmitted, reproduced, rebroadcast, or otherwise distributed or used in any form without the written consent of the World Surf League.